Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobias. So, whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Zenith mobile app, making life simple.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest. Hello, I'm Ziva, the Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistant. What would you like to do today? I can help you open a Zenith Bank account, check your account balance, transfer funds to any bank account in Nigeria, restrict transactions on your account, log dispense errors and other challenges, buy airtime or data, and so much more. Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your Alert Z phone line and say hi to me on WhatsApp to get started. Thank you.
Would like to officially and
welcome
formally
to
welcome
Zenith
you to
Tech Fair
Zenith Tech Fair.
2022.
It's all about future forward, and that is indeed exactly what you're going to get.
Underpinning the development of these smart economies is what we call smart contracts. So smart contracts are essentially using artificial intelligence to create automation at a society level.
Congratulations. Well done.
bank or organization that is not considering using blockchain technology today is actually somewhat obsolete.
We'll exchange 1 naira to 1 naira because we want it to be like cash, and also tries to give you the benefit of having an electronic money is what makes naira unique.
Growing up here wasn't always easy. Good days and bad days, with challenges around every corner. Still, here we are, alive, well and thriving. It was built, not bought, earned, not given, hustled, not handed. What's next? Whatever you want, let's make it happen. Open a Zenith bank account today and make life happen.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobias. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The Zenith mobile app, making life simple.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest. Hello, I'm Ziva, the Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistant. What would you like to do today? I can help you open a Zenith bank account, check your account balance, transfer funds to any bank account in Nigeria, restrict transactions on your account, log dispense errors and other challenges, buy airtime or data, and so much more. Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your Alert Z phone line and say hi to me on WhatsApp to get started. Thank you.
Would like to officially and
Welcome
formally
to
welcome
Zenith
you to
Tech Fair
Zenith Tech Fair.
2022.
It's all about future forward, and that is indeed exactly what you're going to get.
Underpinning the development of these smart economies is what we call smart contracts. So smart contracts are essentially using artificial intelligence to create automation at a society level.
Congratulations. Well done.
Any bank or organization that is not considering using blockchain technology today is actually somewhat obsolete.
We'll exchange 1 naira to 1 naira because we want it to be like cash, and also tries to give you the benefit of having an electronic money is what makes naira unique.
Growing up here wasn't always easy. Good days and bad days, with challenges around every corner. Still, here we are, alive, well and thriving. It was built, not bought. Earned, not given. Hustled, not handed. What's next? Whatever you want, let's make it happen. Open a Zenith Bank account today and make life happen.
Hi, my name is Tejmi Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobias. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The Zenith mobile app, making life simple.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
A very good morning to you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a beautiful day. It's day 2 of Zenith Tech Fair 2022.
This is where you clap, actually, so.
I thought you'd be excited, because I am excited. It gets better today.
Absolutely.
But just as we commence, can I ask that we please rise in honor of our dear country as we now take the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please be seated.
Long live Zenith Bank. Thank you.
So, wow, you are not relenting on the crowd this morning. We have even more people than yesterday. How's everyone doing this morning? You feeling great? Well, I am Oscar Oyinso, and the lovely lady in red with me is
Moji Bade Shosoye.
And we're excited to have you on day 2 of Zenith Tech Fair Future Forward. Just look at the person next to you and say, Future Forward 2.0.
2.0.
Now say it backwards.
2.0 Future Forward. Wow, the task, Oscar.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just. So what I'm going to do is, this is day 2. Let me go into the crowd. Okay. You know, Zenith Bank is about the people. I'm also about the people. Okay. So I'm going to go into the crowd. How many of you were here for day 1? Okay. If you're here for day 1, just raise your hand.
A good number.
Fantastic. That's good. So I just want to ask 1 or 2 people what your major takeaway was. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
What's your name?
I'm Femi Oyewale.
Okay, Femi. So what was your major high point from yesterday?
Majorly on the sustainability and how to integrate technology to balance between the environment, energy, and banking.
Fantastic. You're a science student, aren't you? You studied engineering. You're so precise. Anyone here? Anyone else? Who was our keynote speaker yesterday? Anybody know? I might be giving away something, or maybe a wristwatch.
See how more hands went up immediately.
I know, that's what they wanted to hear. Wristwatch, freebies. I am giving away today. Let me see. Okay, the gentleman over there, can you come to me, please? And then I'll hand over to Moji Bade. So what was your major high point from yesterday?
Okay, my name is Adewale Adegoke. I was not present yesterday, but I followed online. When they were talking about how technology can actually make our agriculture grow more. The situation whereby you know if there is pest in the farm, just take a picture and something will be done from there. So that was the highlight for me. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Mojibere, over to you.
Thank you so much. Again, we welcome you to day 2 of Zenith Tech Fair. So Ziva was also here yesterday. Let me ask Ziva. Ziva, how are you feeling and how did you feel about yesterday? Hi, Ziva.
Ziva never chop. Robots eat too. Maybe you should ask
All right.
Ziva again. Okay.
I cannot say how I feel, but I can show you. Are you ready?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
You were the shadow to my light. Did you feel us? Another star, you fade away. Afraid our aim is out of sight. Wanna see us alive. Where are you now? Where are you now?
Make some noise for Ziva.
Well done, Ziva. Oh, it's okay. Don't do. It's okay. You want me to give you a peck? Okay, Ziva.
Oscar, focus.
Oh, sorry.
So Ziva definitely felt good about yesterday, and we also felt good about yesterday.
Absolutely.
But you know the thing with Zenith Bank, it gets better. So yesterday was amazing. Guess what? Today, it gets even...
Amazing.
Wow, Oscar, wow. It gets better and better and better.
Welcome.
So today's major highlight, in addition to...
Is Ziva trying to tell us something?
Okay.
Thank you. We know that you enjoyed yesterday. We promise you'll be better.
Okay.
I didn't ask you to come, but thanks for
Welcome.
coming forward.
Jim Ovia, CFR,
Ooh.
founder and chairman, Zenith Bank PLC.
There we have it. Our founder and chairman is being greeted by Ziva. Sir, is there anything you'd like to say to Ziva? Fantastic. Ziva, you have anything else to say?
Welcome, Jim Ovia, CFR, founder and chairman, Zenith Bank PLC.
We are in the future right here at Zenith Tech Fair 2.0. You can tell.
Fantastic. So this morning, there's a lot happening. Just a quick run through. We'll get more, but the major highlight today is the hackathon, where we have 11 shortlisted contestants. The grand prize is 20 million, followed by 15 million, and then 10 million naira. Please, a round of applause to Zenith Bank. And what else do we have this morning?
We have some of our distinguished speakers coming to speak to us again today, and we're looking forward to that. But just like Oscar said, the highlight, the hackathon, where we would birth ideas that will change the world.
Absolutely.
And we're looking forward to that.
Absolutely. So with all that done, ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget, especially those online as well, great to have you here. The hashtag is ZBTechFair 2022. Hashtag ZBTechFair 2022. If you see Ziva around, take a selfie, take a picture, post it. Tell people how day 1 was and how day 2 is going. Let the whole world know what's happening here. This is undoubtedly the biggest tech fair this year and every other year. Once again, a round of applause to Zenith Bank for making this happen. So who do we have coming up first?
Very quickly, I'd like to make some recognitions. We've recognized every one of you in the room, but we cannot but recognize a visionary man. He was here yesterday and we were delighted to see him. But he's here again today because this means so much to him. I'd like to recognize the chairman and founder, Zenith Bank PLC, Jim Ovia, CFR.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I'd also like to recognize the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Zenith Bank PLC, Mr. Ebenezer Onyagu. And of course, someone I'll call the mother of the bank, Dame Dr. Adora Umeoji, OON, the Deputy Managing Director, Zenith Bank PLC. I'd like to also recognize all our executive directors who are present. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for joining us. A round of applause. I'd like to recognize the Director of Trade and Exchange at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Ozoemena Naji. Thank you very much for joining us today. The Divisional CEO Payments Processing at InterSwitch, Akim Lawal. Thank you for joining us today. Country Manager Jumia, Massimiliano Spalazzi, who is ably represented by Ade Damola Giwa. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
I'd also like to recognize Kelly Ojilde, Manager Cybersecurity, Ernst & Young. Thank you for joining us.
We're looking forward to your presentation, talking about combating financial crime in real time. With technology comes along the insecurities and the risks and the danger, and he'll be shedding more light on that. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, finally, all of you here, over 2,500 people in attendance physically, and upwards of 9,000 online yesterday and possibly today. Please give yourselves a round of applause as well.
Thank you. Just another recognition. I'd like to recognize Andrew Oaboy, Vice President and Head West Africa at Visa, who isn't here, but is ably represented by Nkebet Mesele, who is a Senior Director for Solutions, West Africa Visa. Thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, so I promised you some giveaways, courtesy of Huawei. I have some watches and some pads to give away. So the point is, pay attention at any time. I could spring this up on you. But moving on to our opening remarks this morning.
It's my honor and privilege to welcome a phenomenal woman, a woman who continues to break the bias, extremely diligent woman, a philanthropist, a woman who wears several hats, yet wears them very graciously, a feminist who speaks for women across the world. Please, let's make welcome for the opening remarks today, the DMD Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umeoji, OON, the delectable, amiable Deputy Managing Director. Very beautiful, I must say. Wearing several hats, yet wears them so graciously, hard-working to the core, producing results, just carrying out assignments very diligently and graciously. We're delighted to have her here today.
And of course, I've witnessed her, not just yesterday, but her killer sense in dressing is one for the books. She dresses to kill.
After this, I'm going to take a master class. She'll just teach me just to put myself together and look better for, the role, the executive role I'm looking forward to in the future. But we're delighted to have her here very shortly. She'll welcome us and speak to us in a few minutes.
Okay, so just some housekeeping for those who joined us for today. Once again, if you joined us today for the first time, please raise up your hands. Just get a sense of how many people are coming. Fantastic. Thank you so much for making it. Somebody whispered to me that instead of giving away the watches, courtesy Huawei, that we should give them 50 liters of fuel. I said, why? He said there's some queues out there. It's the reality that we're in, but despite that, you are here. I don't think Huawei produces fuel. But what they have, well, what they have we'll give to you. And talking about Huawei, the exhibition is going on outside, and we have a list of those who are out there: MasterCard, Visa, Microsoft, Oracle. There's a long list: Flutterwave, Arctech. Please find time to just visit the stand, see what's happening there. A lot of technology, a lot of information that I think will be extremely useful to you and give you insight into the future. This is future forward. So it's only right that you step into the future with Zenith Bank. How many of you saw the Christmas lighting yesterday evening? How many of you drove by the Zenith roundabout? Anyone? If you have a picture of it right now, I'll give you a watch. Do you have a selfie?
We'll check the date. It has to be from yesterday. I'll give you a brand new, never been used face mask.
And what's even more important, it is color red.
Red, to match.
But seriously, does anybody have a picture? If you took a picture, who else? Do you have it with you right now? Okay, you know what, let me just come and check it. And if it is, I'll give you a wristwatch, all right? Mojibade, Just some housekeeping. Anything else the people need to know?
So exhibition stands across 2 floors, so this ground floor and then the first floor, because we have so many people exhibiting. So ensure that you stop by different stands, ask questions, you never know. And we're really happy that you are here today because we'll be churning out ideas and we're excited for the future of this country and the future of Africa as a whole. So we're looking forward to the hackathon very specially. I'm excited about that because just like we heard yesterday, we watched a video from the winner last year, Blessing. The excitement in his voice was palpable and he could not stop thanking Zenith Bank. So we're looking forward to that session today and we hope that the winner will emerge in grand style.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the delectable DMD Zenith Bank, Dr. Dame Adora Umelji, OON, for the welcome address today. We'll come back to that, don't worry.
Good morning, everyone, today. Sorry for the little delay. They were dressing me up technologically. Good morning and welcome to the second day of this great summit. This is Zenith 2.0 Tech Fair. You are all welcome. In fact, I call all of you here today my fellow tech enthusiasts and future thinkers. You're forward thinkers. We are all forward thinkers, and that's why we're here today, because we want to be able to leapfrog into the future. You're welcome to the second day. Yesterday, you must agree with me, was quite phenomenal. Very, very phenomenal. In fact, I took copious notes to the point that I got tired of writing. I said, so the world has really gone this far. And that's why we are here today. So thank you very much for being here yesterday, and thank you for being here today as well. It's going to be very insightful, the way it was yesterday. That's what's going to happen today again, and the best is yet to come. So for us today, basically, this Zenith Tech, I just want us to know the reason why we are here today. This Zenith Tech wouldn't have been possible without the vision of our legendary chairman, the founder of Zenith Bank. He has tremendous passion for technology. In fact, let me tell you guys, as far back as 2001, he was the president of Nigerian Internet Group. Some of the people in the crowd today were not yet born then. But he started it as far back. And he started pioneering the bridging of the digital divide by providing a lot of computers and internet to a lot of schools, empowering the youth, building ICT centers in many universities across the globe. Isn't that why we call him the Nostradamus of our time? He's a man that can see the future. He saw the future of technology and where it's going, and he's moving ahead. When we are talking about technology 2.0, he said, no, it's not 2.0, it's 4.0, that he's doubled it, that he's already ahead. And that is why Zenith Bank today is what it is. If you have a man with this kind of vision, this kind of passion for innovation, for creativity, behind an institution like Zenith, that means we'll continuously be ahead. That means we are ready for the future. And we are ready for the future in Zenith, and that's why we are carrying you along with us. So welcome today, because the reason why we are doing this is not just because we want to carry you along. Today we want to see how we can educate and bridge that technology gap in our society today. We are doing this tech fair because we want to see how we can provide finance for those startups to scale and to be able to succeed in their various businesses. We are doing this tech fair as well today to be able to equip ourselves with the trends in the technology space, because you have to keep updating. It's moving very fast. And we want to be able to give the fertile minds, the innovative minds, the opportunity to innovate further. I remember when we started the maiden edition of this program, 2019, the chairman came and made a speech. He said, look, that if we continue to innovate and continue to be creative, that we're going to build our own Silicon Valley here in Nigeria. If you believe in that dream, clap for it. That was his opening speech for us to build our own Silicon Valley here in Nigeria. And with the youth, with all the people we have here, with the kind of creativity we have, that dream is possible. It's very possible. When I was leaving the program yesterday, somebody rushed up to me and said, Madam, the way this thing is going, it looks as if these technologies have taken over our jobs. I said, no, it did not take over our job. This is a country with a very high level of adversity quotient. We are able to learn from adversity. And when those technologies are evolving, it creates tremendous opportunity for us as a nation. Those robots, those drones we are talking about today, who are those that will build it? Who are those that will operate it? Who are those that will manage it? It is the humans that will do that. So we are ready. It's not taking our jobs. It is helping us to be more creative. It's helping us to be solution providers. It's helping us to solve problems. So we should not worry. For those that want to jabba, please don't jabba. There's a lot of job here in Nigeria. So technology is a no-brainer. We need to continue to evolve. Zenith Bank is ready. We are ready. Our algorithm and the technology architecture we have in this bank is so robust that is ready to outlive all of us in this hall today. I remember one of the speeches our chairman was making. They asked him, is technology coming to compete with the banks? He said, no, they are an enabler. They are helping us. We are collaborating. We are partners. We are making ourselves better. We are complementing ourselves. In fact, he said it's complementary to banking. That's why we are partners. And I remember when Brent spoke yesterday, he was talking about how fast technology is moving. In one of our chats with him yesterday, he was saying that, look, any bank that is not infusing technology or any business that's not infusing technology in their way of life, that it is nice knowing you. That was what he said, that it was nice knowing you. And a lot of other speakers yesterday, renowned speakers, spoke passionately. Julian spoke about machine learning, how it's taking over the world, how the little devices we have in our pockets, the cell phones, are magical. It can do a lot of things for us. The machine learning, the artificial intelligence, they are talking about it. We need to really, really live up to those expectations. We need to empower ourselves with the necessary skills to transit to the next generation. That's what this program is all about. We're educating, we're enlightening, and we're making sure we are ready and we are future forward. We have to continuously improve and get better. There's no how you can come to a tech fair like this. Yesterday when we were speaking, we heard from the CEOs of the best tech companies in Nigeria. I remember when they were asked a question yesterday, how did you succeed? What are your challenges? I remember Tosin of TMAP saying, you just have to be happy. You need to like what you do. Everybody doesn't have to be CEO. You will get there. Just be happy. Then I remember the Obi of AppZone. Obi now said, look, you need patience. You need patience to survive. Perseverance is not done in a day. And then the GB of Flutterwave now said, look, for you to succeed in life, that you have to build relationships. That you should build relationships, good relationships that will help you. Good relationships that you might come back to. Good support system. Zenith decided to do this Zenith Tech today, this tech fair today, because we want to build relationships. We want to be able to collaborate with those talents. We want to support. We want to be able to finance. We want to participate in your creativity. We want to help to promote and push you to the right space so that we can all collaborate and grow together. That relationship building is very important, and that's part of the reason why we are here today. We are here today not just because we are showcasing. We are here because we are a willing bank, we are an innovative bank, and we are ready to leapfrog. The next generation is waiting to see what the banks can do. For most of us in the crowd today, most of the youths, it's better you start partnering with Zenith now because we have a lot coming up in the future. If you don't start now, then you might lose out. If you don't start now, you will lose that. So Zenith is the best when it comes to technology in Nigeria because the vision of the chairman has put us ahead of the curve. No matter the metrics you want to use in measuring bank today, Zenith will always come tops. We've won numerous awards this year, best in all ramification. Why did we win that? It's because we are the best. And this is a bank that's being run by our erudite and nimble CEO, Mr. Ebenezer Onyago. Before you say it, he already started running. In fact, he's vibrating with innovation. He can't wait for this session to finish so that he can unleash all his potentials in the innovative space. And look at the host of directors we have, the committee members, the senior management. They're all innovative. If you look at them, please give all of them a round of applause. You are in the right place for partnership, I assure you. You are in the right place. It is John Chambers of Cisco. He said that 40% of startups will die in the next 10 years if they do not incorporate technology in their business model. Very insightful, very important. You see, that underscores the importance of technology in everything we do. If you don't incorporate technology, you face extinction. There's no doubt about that. Even in your lifestyle today, you have to incorporate technology. If you don't incorporate technology in your lifestyle today, you will not be able to operate. You will not be able to function. So there's nothing you can do that you can avoid technology. So Zenith Bank decided to ensure that we train, we educate, we bridge the gap of technology. I was quite impressed yesterday when Director of CBN, IT CBN, right here was speaking yesterday, of what they have done in technology space. How they've been able to bridge that divide by trying to take and incorporate your banks into the system. He gave us very nice statistics of what they are doing. And it's quite hopeful, it's quite insightful. A lot of people here clapped because we are going to take technology to the rural dwellers. We are going to incorporate everybody in this journey. We are not going to run alone. We are running an inclusive journey where everybody will partake in it. That is very hopeful. That is very insightful. That is very promising. It shows as a nation, we are really, really interested and we are carrying everybody along. So today, I want all of us to continue what we are doing. This Zenith Tech Fair is going to be a continuous event. It will get better and better every year. We'll keep improving on where we are today. Next year's one will even be more massive than what you're seeing today. We'll bring the best speakers from all over. We will bring the best speakers. We will ensure that we'll continue to catch up. As technology is running, we are going to be catching it. It's not going to run ahead of us. We continue to race as it's racing because that's what we are seeing happening these days. Now, we are talking about, yesterday when Brent was talking, he was talking about augmented reality glasses that Apple is going to launch next year. We are still trying to catch up with the cat. They are going to glasses. So they are moving ahead. So we have to catch up with them too. And I'm sure Nigeria, we are ready. Zenith Bank, we are ready. Artificial intelligence, bring it and plug into our system, we are ready. Bring in anything you bring in. We have a very robust infrastructure that can take anything you bring into Zenith Bank. So wherever they are going to, we are sure to catch them up. So they're not going to run ahead of us. So for us here today, I just want to encourage us to please open up our mind, understand the trend of events, know that technology is fast moving, and let us try and adapt as quickly as possible. Because if you don't adapt, it will be difficult for you to survive. So as we go on with this program, I want all of us to be able not just to listen and go. I want you to have a positive mindset. I want you to be able to know that, look, you need to persevere. You need to have that positive mindset. You have to have that discipline to succeed in whatever you do. According to our chairman in his book, African Rise and Shine, he said, look, that book is a must read for any startup. He talked about both his adversity, talked about his success, talked about how he made it in that book. In that book, he even told us that, look, you must have fire on your belly if you want to get the desired result in any business. If not, you will be mediocre at the best. That was his quote. Exactly in that book. So you need to put that technology fire in you. Put that fire in you so that you'll be able to run fast, so that you'll be able to invent, so that you'll be able to be creative, so that you'll be able to be uncomfortable in your space now. You need to make yourself uncomfortable. When you're uncomfortable, your quest for knowledge increases. So let's make ourselves uncomfortable in our comfort zone. There is no comfort zone for anyone. Let's continue to at least adapt and ensure that we're able to get to our desired location. There's no location that is comfortable. See, you even told us that the pedestrian, in fact, we should not be on the pedestrian anymore. We should accelerate. And that is why we are accelerating today. So I want to use this opportunity to welcome all of you to the second day of this great program and to let you know that today is the peak of it. Today is the day, the hackathon. They are going to bring a lot of young youths here to display their talents. And those talents, you'll be amazed of what can happen in this room today. We have what it takes in this country. We have the enabling environment, which we are still growing, and we have the opportunities here, which you will see amongst our youth today. And you have the financial partner like Zenith to partner with to grow and succeed. What else can you ask for? Please relax today and enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
You have Zenith Bank. What else can you ask for? Please, let's celebrate a truly inspirational woman, our DMD at Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umilji, OON. Thank you very much, Ma, for your welcome address, which was more of a charge, actually. I'm sure everyone in the room is inspired and looking forward to an amazing day, right? A warm round of applause for our DMD. Thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic. So before the first presentation this morning, wanted to just quickly highlight one of the other things that Zenith Bank is very well known for, which is the Christmas decoration on the Zenith Bank Road. So I have Adenike Abraham here. Just show her a phone so we can see what she has. She took this yesterday. What time?
In the evening, while I was coming back from work.
Okay. We'll talk about that later. All right, so we can see that. How many other people have pictures from yesterday or this week? Just raise your hand. I've been accused of focusing on the women. Is that true? Calm down now. You don't have to now embarrass me now. Okay, so we'll focus on the guys here. Adenike, thank you so much. So I'll be giving away trivia very, very soon. We have wristwatches to give away. We have a pad to give away. But Mojibade, I also hear there's some students in the building with us.
Yes. Unilag students in the room, make some noise. Greatest at Cockeyes. Greatest at Cockeyes. Awesome. We have students from LASU. LASU.
Even if you graduated, just make noise on their behalf, please. LASU.
Okay, I think we have a lot of graduates. Okay, great.
Fantastic.
We have Yabatek. Yabatek. We have Caleb University. Make some noise, Caleb University.
Caleb, make noise now. Say woo.
I'm going to be a bit sentimental about this next one. Yeah. Covenant University. Make some noise. You can tell.
Where are they?
I graduated from Covenant University.
Are they at the back there?
We're everywhere in the room, everywhere.
Okay.
They're in the gallery, they're in the room here. Thank you for joining us. You know, we say a lot of amazing things about Zenith Bank. We could reel on the awards, the accolades, achievements, but we would like to thank every member of staff, every member of management here in the room that has worked tirelessly to ensure that we receive these awards. Can you please join me with the loud applause and celebrate every member of staff of Zenith Bank in the room, every member of management, everyone at all who works tirelessly day and night to ensure that Zenith Bank remains the best and #1 in Nigeria. We're celebrating you today, and we thank you for your work. We thank you for your service and commitment to excellence. Again, to everyone in the room and everyone joining virtually, thank you for joining us today, and thank you for being here and being a part of this momentous occasion. We will get on very quickly, and it's my honor to bring up our first presenter for today. Our first presentation will focus on combating financial crime in real time. You would agree that although technology is an enabler, it also poses its own challenges, especially when you talk about financial crime. So we'll be talking on combating financial crime in real time. And to present this, I would love to welcome an experienced information security leader with over a decade professional experience. He has spoken at conferences, delivered trainings, mentored high-performing teams, and advised C-suite executives throughout his career. He's worked and consulted in the financial services, healthcare, technology, retail, logistics, and telecommunication sectors, solving security problems for organizations across EMEIA. His specialty areas include application security, DevSecOps, cloud security, red teaming, amongst others. Please join me today at the second day of the Zenith Tech Fair to make welcome a manager cybersecurity at Ernst & Young, Kelly Ojuide, for his presentation. I mean, who better to do this than Mr. Kelly? You've heard and his profile being read. He's an amazing man, and he will take us through combating financial crime in real time. A warm round of applause for him as he comes up stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. Who would have thought that I'll be sharing the front row seat with the great Jim Ovia? So while I'm still in awe, I think I'll just try and do justice to my presentation. So I have 15 minutes, and I'll brush through, some of the items I have here. So what's the agenda? The topic is combating financial crime in real time. And we'll start by defining what financial crime is, the current challenges, steps organizations can take and should be taking, a shift from the current controls that we have, which is rule-based, to machine learning fraud detection, and some use cases when it comes to real-time detection, and some of the benefits of machine learning. Okay, so financial crime, I don't have the stats, but you can agree with me that it's ravaged a lot of industries in the last decade. It refers to all crimes committed by an individual or a group of individuals that involve taking money or other property that belongs to someone else to obtain financial or professional gain. And there are different types of financial crime. Cybercrime is what excites me because I'm in the cybersecurity space. You have money laundering, terrorist financing, which in the last few years has been a problem in Nigeria. And, you have others like bribery, corruption, market abuse, and insider dealing. In the news lately, you will agree with me that EFCC has done quite a lot. It's been reported that in 2022, I believe, over 2,800 people have been convicted of cybercrime. The Institute, Basel Institute of Governance, I think that was last year, rated Nigeria 17th out of 128 as, one of the countries with, high risk of money laundering and terrorist financing. And also, Nigeria makes the news in the FBI International Crime Report, ranking number 16. And totally, Nigeria is losing about 18 billion annually to this problem. So what's the current challenge? The IT landscape is increasing. There are a lot of innovations. We are going to see some of that today. And because of that, the attack surface has increased over time. Hackers are finding new ways to breach organizations. You can agree with me that this year wasn't an exception. If you've been listening to the news, you know what happened to Uber and what happened to the CISO of Uber. In Nigeria, it's difficult because organizations don't report this, okay? I know Central Bank is doing a lot to ensure that organizations comply, and wherever there is a breach, that they have to report it. I'll start with one of the challenges. There is a lot of data to analyze, and organizations, back home here are not fully there with analyzing such data. So it's heavily a manual process of, analyzing data, customer data, and all that. So there are a lot of lapses when it comes to that. I've spoken about fraudsters being more sophisticated these days. They're always a step ahead. And then you have the increase in cost of compliance. I've spoken to a lot of, CISOs and CTOs, and one of the things they love is compliance. We want to comply. Very little emphasis on protection. Okay, getting the value of having security controls in place. And then you have customers like myself who wants to open a bank app and transact immediately. So I don't like the delays that a lot of our banking apps, do, with the exception to Zenith Bank, of course. And I think another one which I'm very particular about is poor secure coding practices. A lot of fintechs are in the space right now, and startups that use technology. And I've seen a lot in the last few years. A lot of fintechs that are API-driven are out there in the cloud, and they don't even understand the attack surface. They don't even know the assets that they have that are out there in the cloud. And we can say that for some of the banks also. And when you do reconnaissance of the assets, and they ask you, is this mine? Is that mine? Right? So when you have your assets all over, and you don't know them, you cannot protect them. And when, throughout your software development lifecycle, if you don't embed security, you will have problems like this. So when there are different payment channels, fraud has evolved. People don't go to the bank and to the banking halls these days to do frauds. So they do it with their mobile phones. They use social engineering to, get through someone into the environment. So if you don't put all the security controls, you would fall victim to, cybercrime and all other types of crimes. Now, KYC and anti-money laundering, monitoring and investigations are current, I'll say, controls that a lot of banks and financial institutions employ. But we all know that that's really outdated. How many banks here really do KYC properly? You might do it when a customer comes in and wants to open an account, but how frequent do you review it? I don't think any bank has ever called me to ask me if my address has changed in the last 1 year. I've moved around Lagos, and I don't see anyone that has come to say, sir, you need to update your address and all that. So it's a big problem. And that brings me to, how we can solve that. But before then, if you can see this is the typical process of how financial institutions put, security controls, from the user journey, starting from opening a bank account to, closing a bank account. And I'll give you a few seconds to just look at this. And I have problems with some of them. If you look at the first risk item, which is fragmented and unverified information, leading to inaccurate risk classification. So when you don't do proper KYC, then, all efforts are lost. And then you have a lot of controls that are in place, which are rule-based. I'll show you in the next slide. It gives you a lot of false positives. I have traveled in the last few months to a lot of places. And when my IP address changes, such rules would apply. Recently, I tried to use my own bank card in a foreign country to register on an app. And I was blacklisted. Why? Because I'm using a Nigerian card in a foreign country. Okay, these are rule-based. Okay, they are not intelligent enough to know that, people move around and all that. I'll move to the next slide. So what proactive steps should organizations be taking? Number one, the people. If you don't have the right people, then you're not going to achieve this. When I say the right people, I mean, very intelligent people, people with the right skill sets, very honest people, because insider threat is a big problem. So what do I mean by insider threat? People carrying out frauds, conniving with individuals that are within the system. And you can agree with me that that's a huge problem in Nigeria. Okay, so have the right people, do your proper KYC on them, And number two, the processes that you have in place. I don't know how many financial institutions align, when it comes to process optimization. So you have, in a lot of organizations, you have the CISO and the security team who fights with the technology team, and you have the internal audit who fights everybody. So proper alignment has to be there. And the whole processes have to, be optimized, starting by reviewing your product lines. How many products do you have? The product owners that want products to go into the market as soon as possible, are they ensuring that the CISO has taken a good look at it? Are they giving the CISO the time required to ensure that the securities or the risk have been identified and taken care of? I spoke about the technology process called, SSDLC, that's Secure Software Development Lifecycle. Customer profiles. People these days, because of seamless, you want people to transact seamlessly, you want people to own accounts, you want to permeate, rural areas. You open accounts and you don't even verify, customer profiles. And of course, CBN and other regulators with their requirements. And finally, on this slide, you have machine learning, which is of interest today. So machine learning helps you with, fraud detection, and it's obviously better than what we currently have. I don't know how many organizations are currently, using machine learning and behavioral analytics to project or anticipate when a fraud is about to happen and stop it in near real time. Okay, so I hope this isn't too technical, but I have two pictures. The first one is what a lot of people have now. It's rule-based. I'm in Nigeria. My address is in the UAE. So why would I be in Nigeria and my customer, the address I have is in the UAE? Maybe I live in the UAE. And I'm in Nigeria for a business, okay? And then I have a US line. So a typical rule-based application will look at this and flag it and investigate. Now, a legitimate customer would have suffered delays to transact. It's not so intelligent. But when you use machine learning that is able to analyze in near real time, I don't think anything is real time, by the way. Near real time, look at historic data, look at available data, which is a lot, and is able to find, a pattern and tell you that there's a fraud, okay, that is about to happen. So I think that's what organizations should be embracing. Now, what are the use cases for, using machine learning for real-time fraud detection? Number one is phishing. I spoke about Uber and what happened to the CISO not so long ago, where a lot of people were fired and a lot of job ads came out in information security. It was phishing. But this isn't a silver bullet. Even when you have the right technologies, you have to do your own part, right? So email phishing is a use case. Machine learning can help you look at the subject line, analyze certain things. But then you have to do your own part. Are you setting your SPF records well, DKIM records, and all that? That will be for the technology team to understand. Now, document forgery is another issue. So when people go to the bank and present documents, how are you able to detect that those documents are not fake? Machine learning can do their work and find out if it's able to distinguish a fraudulent document from a real one. Credit card theft, everyone knows about that. As a penetration tester, I'm able to think like a bad one or a bad person. So when I steal a card, for instance, I'm not saying that I steal cards, but when I steal a card, the first thing will be, I don't know how much is in the card, right? And if I immediately try to buy something large, like a Range Rover, of course, banks will catch me. So the first thing will be to buy small items and see if it will go. Buy another item and see if it will go. And if it goes, I'll try a larger item. And that's it. But with machine learning, you're able to, of course, you know the pattern in which a customer transacts. Okay, you know that maybe they transact in the morning and they don't transact at night. Or maybe they use their card to buy just clothes and all that. But suddenly they're buying cars, Rolex watches, and all that. Machine learning is able to detect that there might be a problem. Now, fake applications. This is one that a lot of people don't know. So with your identity, if I'm able to steal your identity, I should be able to open an account on your behalf without you knowing, or sign up to applications without you knowing. So how are you able to detect that the person coming to open an account or registering on an application is the right person? Machine learning helps you with that. And benefits, I have mentioned this time and again. Fast and more efficient detection. I don't know how many staff you have that review documents or do KYCs and AML and all that. With the high attrition rate, people jump in and all that. You know that it's very hard for people to manually review these things. The next one, better prediction with larger data sets. That's what data analysts do. They review a lot of data. Humans can't possibly do that. Human beings have different patterns, different behaviors. There are lots of transactions happening. It's easier with machine learning. And the last one here is cost effective. Now, you might think that purchasing or investing in some of these technologies are very expensive. But the truth is, you only need one instead of hiring a lot of people. And then, these machines, they don't go to sleep. They don't take breaks. They are always working. And we all know frauds can happen any time of the day, 24/7. Okay? And I think that brings me to thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please can we applaud him one more time for his insightful presentation. We're moving very quickly today because we cannot wait to get to the highlight of the second day, which is the hackathon. But very importantly, we will have a panel conversation that will be centered around driving the global trade revolution with technology, current transformation trends. I'll bring up our moderator who will be upstage to receive other members of this stellar conversation. Our moderator is the founder and chief executive officer of Our Pass, providing banking, payments, and financial services to businesses. A warm round of applause for Mr. Samuel Eze. Thank you very much. Now, prior to founding Our Pass in 2021, Mr. Samuel Eze had also founded Pack Crowdy, an on-demand mobility startup, which was selected by Bosch for the Founders Factory Africa Demo Day in Johannesburg as one of the top 10 startups in mobility across Africa. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a delight to have you here to moderate this panel conversation. Joining him on stage, we are honored to have the Director of Trade and Exchange at the Central Bank of Nigeria. We're really happy that you're here, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us. And her role at CBN is to oversee the bank's trade policy and foreign exchange management. She holds a PhD in economics. Her interest is in trade and monetary policy transmission to the real economy. In addition, she's also interested in development issues and factors needed to aid or quicken development for developing countries through trade policy. Please let's make welcome Ozuemena Naji to join this conversation. Thank you very much. A warm round of applause for Dr. Naji, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us, ma'am. We're really happy that you're here. Also joining this conversation is the country manager Jumia, Massimiliano Spalazzi, who is ably represented by the managing director, Jumia Pay Nigeria. He has over 17 years of experience in business leadership, strategy, and innovation across the banking and fintech sectors of the economy. Before joining Jumia, he was the group head of Verve Digital and New Business, where he was in charge of Verve's digitalization, innovation, and new business strategy across Africa. Please let's make welcome Mr. Ade Damola Giwa to join this conversation. Thank you very much for being here. Last but definitely not the least, to join this conversation, we have the divisional CEO at InterSwitch. He is part of the founding management team at InterSwitch Group and currently leads the payment processing division of InterSwitch Group as divisional CEO, where he is responsible for the business line that contributes about half of the group's revenue. He's a first-class graduate in engineering with business degrees from the prestigious Lagos Business School and the IESC Business School. He has over 23 years experience in electronic payments, payment technology, strategy, and business management. Please let's make welcome with a very warm round of applause, Mr. Akeem Lawal, to join this stellar conversation today as they focus on driving the global trade revolution with technology. I'll now hand over to our able moderator to take the conversation on from here.
Yeah, hi everyone. Welcome to Zenith Bank's Tech Fair, Future Forward 2.0. I have here Akeem Lawal and the other panelists, right? Yeah, so international trade has been on global headlines recently, right? And the major focus in recent times has always been around, say, the health of global trade order, the threats to global trade. But we think major focus should actually be pushed towards how technology can actually help make global trade more efficient, more equitable, and less costly. So we're here today to hear from my learned colleagues on the panel. And I'll start off by asking Mr. Lawal a few questions. Yeah. In what ways will you say that technology is enabling international trade?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
good morning, everyone. I think before I answer the question, it's really important to just thank Zenith Bank for the opportunity to engage with you this morning and to speak at the Tech Fair 2.0. Yesterday, I listened to the group managing director's speech, and he talked about some of the industry firsts that Zenith Bank has achieved. And I'm proud that one of the things he mentioned was actually a project I worked with Zenith Bank on in deploying the first ATM offsite. But it was by no means the first, right? I know Zenith Bank was one of the very first banks to see the vision that we had when we started InterSwitch in 2001, and they became one of our first investors. And because of that, a lot of the innovations that we've driven over the last 20 years, including the first e-commerce transaction that was done in Nigeria, was done in partnership with Zenith Bank. And I'm really excited about what the future holds, right? There's so much more to do. And I do believe that one of the best areas where technology can create a transformational change is in the area of cross-border trade, right? A few years ago, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement was signed. Nigeria signed up to that. If you look at some of the statistics, one that particularly worries me is that in the first half of this year, the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics actually said that Nigeria's trade with other countries in Africa actually declined relative to what they had done in previous years. And I know the article I was reading was kind of talking about maybe cross-border trade is not working or might not succeed. But I do believe that cross-border trade, especially Africa continental trade, is critical for the success of our continent, right? It's critical for the empowerment of the billions of Africans who are entrepreneurial in spirit and really have an opportunity to create value if we just enable them with the right technology. So when you look at what technologies can drive cross-border trade, right? There are a few that are currently happening that I think bears mention. One of them, obviously, is in the area of when you're trying to buy something online. So today, it's very easy for you to go online, find something you want to buy, you see a picture, you click on it and you buy it. We've created technology that allows you to do that. But one of the challenges you then have, especially for cross-border trade, is that by the time you have the item delivered to you, it's not exactly what you wanted, right? In the US and in other developing countries, it's easy to return. Here, it's not that simple, right? One of the technologies I've seen recently, and please forgive me, I'm a bit of a futurist, so I look a little bit into what technology can do in the future, is to take augmented reality and virtual reality and use it to create interactive shopping experiences for customers, right? You want to buy a product or service, you can click on the link and you can follow through and see exactly what it is you are buying. Just imagine if you can use that when you are selling not only electronics or fashion, but when you are selling cocoyam or cocoa that you then need to trade, right? One of the techs I've seen is a company or a technology that actually allows people who are trying to trade to take the assets that they have or the goods that they want to sell and create virtual interactive environments for people to see before they buy, which I think is really quite powerful. But that's just one. One of the other things that we've seen, which is a bit of a friction to cross-border trade, is in the area of payments, right? And this one is one of the ones that I take personal, right? I know we all know, right, that in order to make a payment between Nigeria and Ghana today, two things must happen, right? One of them is that transaction first has to go to either US or Europe before you can complete that transaction, which makes it difficult, it takes a long time, and it costs a lot. And to be honest, I really don't understand why we haven't fixed that problem, right? The second is that you have to first convert it to a foreign currency, right? You first have to convert from Naira to dollar, and then you convert from dollar to cedis before you can trade across Nigeria and Ghana, no matter how close we are. You can imagine how much of a friction that creates to cross-border payment. Today, technology exists to solve that problem, right? Either in the form of a regional or Pan-African payment system, like the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, or in the form of the digital technology that actually allows the direct exchange of African currencies so that you can trade those currencies without having to go through a third currency to be successful, right? And again, that technology exists today. It's just a question of adopting it to remove that friction and reduce the costs and the barriers. The third technology that I'd like to talk about, and then I'd like to hand over back to the moderator, is in terms of digitizing some of our assets, right? There are a number of things, agricultural products, mineral resources, that we cannot create liquidity in terms of how they are traded, not only on the continent, but globally, right? But one of the newest technologies that everyone is talking about is blockchain. Blockchain significantly allows us to digitize some of those assets and make it easier for organizations to trade it. It gives confirmation that those assets exist. It creates proof of ownership as you move the assets from one owner to another, and then buying and selling becomes less risky for the people that are buying, because you know the provenance of what you are buying because it's been digitized on the blockchain. There's so many others, right? And I could talk for hours on this, but I'm going to stop there and allow you to take this forward.
Yeah, so hi Adedamola. We do know that Jumia exists. Jumia is operational, right? But then we can relate Jumia with, say, Commerce 1.0, right? Now, looking at Commerce 2.0, we have the likes of Bumper, the likes of Flutterwave Store and Paystack Store that are giving ownerships to business owners to create their own store, have ownership of it, right? Share it across different platforms, sell the way they want to sell, right? Now, with platforms like that, right, giving ownerships to Nigerian businesses and all, right, several Nigerians are able to sell their products and as well their services across the world, right, including like agro items amongst many others, right? Now, the big question here is, what more do you think can be done to support trade?
All right, thank you so much. I would like to start also by thanking Zenith Bank for this amazing event and for inviting Marcy, who I'm representing today. It's not always that you find a bank that is as solid as Zenith, and it's also as innovative as Zenith. So we usually don't have that trade-off. You're combining the two, and this is commendable today. So to answer the question that you've asked, there's a lot more that needs to be done. We've seen a lot of innovation come up in the last 3 to 5 years, and it's commendable because, again, people speak about the entrepreneurial spirit of an average Nigerian person, and it's something that we need to commend. And forums like these, opportunities like these, institutions like this, is also to ignite more of those innovation. So for us, we believe that driving trade through technology is just like the statement that they say that it takes a village to raise a child, right? All participants will have to play their role. So for us in Jumia, we see ourselves as pioneering in the space, teaching Africans that it's possible. You know, Jumia started about 10 years ago, and then now we've seen a lot of innovations coming in, and these are all fantastic. So I think a lot of other things that need to be done is really to continue to consciously bring in a lot of innovation into this place, leveraging the skills and leveraging the capacity of the young people. There's something that they talk about now, which is the gig economy, you know, where we're having our young people right now. You know, when we were growing up, our ambitions were always like, okay, I want to one day become a Zenith banker. I want to wake up in the morning and wear my suit and tie my tie and go to the bank. But the young people nowadays that's not their ambition. They want to wake up in their boxers, get on their laptop, and they are working in the US, they are connecting and all of those things. And I think programs like this also help to ignite that. And that's going to be a big contributor to trade in Nigeria going forward. We saw a report that was recently released by Nigeria Export Promotion Council that says that, okay, non-oil export, half year 2022 has risen to $2.6 billion. And that was about 63% over what was done last year. And it's an improvement because if you look at the components, you see that, okay, about 36% of that was manufacturing, and then 33% of that was actually agro products. But one thing that is missing there is what the young people who are actually providing services are doing. And I think that would be an area that we all need to focus on. And what Zenith Bank is doing, inviting students, inviting people who are participating in hackathon and all of those things, is a step in that right direction. What all the other angel investors, VC companies that are here funding innovation are doing also is a step in the right direction, because we all need that kind of continuous opportunity. But for us in Jumia, one thing that we've done also is to create a platform, a massive platform, which helps a small business to gain visibility globally. So if you want to sell online, it's not just enough to build a website. How do you get people to know about your products? That's the problem we're solving with the marketplace. We have also then looked at the areas of delivery. You know, how do you get your product to the last mile? That's another problem that we're solving within Jumia with our Jumia Express. And then also a lot of institutions like InterSwitch have laid the foundation for payment, working with banks in this country, but also, we also then have a solution called Jumia Pay that we're leveraging on that to just make payments seamless. So, as I said, it's going to take a whole village. We all have to play our part, and I think the future is very bright for the digital economy in this country.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Naji. So I would say Akim and Adedamola, they've actually said like a lot of interesting things already. Adedamola spoke about a lot of small businesses doing a lot of things and how Jumia and as well other players are supporting these small businesses, right, to keep growing by leveraging technology. Now the good thing is small businesses, SMEs, actually make up like way over 60% of the GDP, not just here in Nigeria, but as well in Africa, right? But then there's little or nothing that these businesses can do without the government, without regulators, right? So how do you think the government and regulators can help create an enabling environment for these businesses to thrive?
Thank you very much. And good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Zenith Bank, for this invitation and for putting this together today. I think everybody in the panel agree that it's a good thing, just not only to drive trade, but also to drive customer experience in the Nigerian space. And I think as a country, we have done a lot in Africa in promoting customer experience in terms of technology and technology-driven businesses. And for us as regulator, our goal is to promote and facilitate trade. Trade is one of the developmental indices that a country has to develop if it needs to grow and grow fast at that. So at the central bank, we've done a lot of things, working by ourselves and also collaborating with other stakeholders in many ways, sometimes regulatory requirement, other times ad hoc policies that comes up with other stakeholders, like the custom modernization, the digitization of the process, automation of the trade processes, the E-Form M, the E-Form NXP, and even the payment system. We are working with PAPS, the Pan-African Payment System, to make payments in Africa and within Africa a lot easier and better. There are some stumbling blocks because it's not just paying in those local currencies. There's a lot that needs to be done. We need to grow our economy so that we can strengthen our currencies. None of the African currencies is convertible. And because they are not convertible, there's going to be issues with even the payment system. We have to plug in some dollars to be able to settle those payments. So it's not like seamless Ghana CDs, Naira CDs, or seamlessly. There are a lot of some back-end work that needs to be done that still requires those convertible currencies. But as we take the steps and step forward, maybe we can start looking for ways to work within ourselves to frog jump those currency conversion legs and just trade directly within our currency. E-Naira presents a real opportunity, especially if we can tokenize the e-naira and tokenize the assets. Maybe we can even work with other exchanges around the world so that the tokenization really have a good opportunity for inter-African trade, for payment systems in Africa, and we're looking to work with banks all over the country, and banks like Zenith that has a good tech-minded policy will be one. I think Zenith has been a champion in African trade and trade in general in an environment. So we commend Zenith for this opportunity. I think that some of the ideas that will come out of this conference will be a good one for us to consider, even as we embark on Pan-African payment system and other policies that are being put in place. And how can we leverage e-naira? How can we leverage tokenization in driving the payment system and making trade really a smooth one? Thank you.
I have another question for you. All right. The CBN has been a strong proponent of growth in the payments, agricultural, and export sectors. How is the Apex Bank rethinking the trade sector through the use of digital solutions, such as the e-naira?
I thought I've just spoken to the e-naira and how tokenization and perhaps even consideration of wholesale e-naira can be a real opportunity for trade and trade facilitation. All of you here will agree with me that Nigeria has one of the best payment infrastructure in Africa. Our payment is fast, it's instant, and this is driven, thank you, this is driven by the effort of the central bank in promoting payment and payment system infrastructure. I think we can leverage on what we have already, but also look at digitization and tokenization on how that can leapfrog us into Pan-African payment system and also Pan-African trade. Central Bank is doing a lot in promoting trade, in the trade value chain, and our policy on RT 200 is also one that want everybody in this room, both tech-savvy young ones and our reproducers of product to key into, because it's one policy that is a sweetener to anybody and any business that wants to export out of Nigeria into other African countries. So our payment system is strong and growing. Our payment system is robust, but we need something else to complement it, to make it more African-based and make it more faster, more efficient, more seamless. Thank you.
Yeah, this goes to you, Ademola. Digital payment has been largely digitized in our region, particularly here in Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, Egypt, amongst many other countries. How well will you say trade and e-commerce have been digitized, and what more can be done?
All right, thank you for that. So as Madam said, especially in Nigeria and some other African countries, we've actually made a lot of improvement in payment. And when you said Nigeria is ahead of a lot of African countries, my boss here actually said globally. We're actually ahead of a lot of countries globally in terms of payment, and a lot have been done. And I think that's a commendation to a lot of the players that are here and even the central bank also. But in terms of digital commerce, there's still a huge gap. There's still a huge gap that we need to cover. E-commerce globally is estimated to be around 5.5 trillion business as of now. And but if you look at Africa, the last data we saw was as of 2020 that put it at $28 billion. So there's a huge, so if we put that as a percentage, we're not even like a percent of the entire global e-commerce market. If you look at places like developed markets, around 20%, 25% of commerce is actually done online. The estimate for Africa is still 2%. So below 2%. So there's a lot of opportunities that we need to tap into in each country. So the first work is to ensure that there's a lot of digitalization in each country, ensuring that offline businesses are now coming online. And a lot of players are doing that in Nigeria, ensuring that we can digitalize businesses and ensure that small SMEs can now put their products online and they can sell. But I think where we need to go next is now to now have Pan-African platforms. And that's some of the things that we see as the next phase for us, even in Jumia, where you're not just shopping in Nigeria from a seller in Nigeria. You can actually see a vendor that is selling a very good kente material in Ghana, and from Nigeria you're shopping, and then we manage the logistics, we manage the payment. So we need to, in line with leveraging PAPs and everything, we need to continuously find ways to ensure that Africans trade with Africans. And also we continue to deepen digital payment in Africa. And a lot of the players in this room are actually doing a lot of work in that space, and we just need to continue to work towards that.
Yeah, hi Akim. So we have seen over the last few years, just like you said, that when it comes to payment, Nigeria is actually way, way far ahead, right? And we're speaking to just Africa, but then you said globally, right? And I think a couple of months ago, there was a report I read that NIBS should be or is the 6th largest processor in the world. Correct me if I'm wrong. All right, yeah. So technology has the power to make cross-border trade more efficient, more inclusive, and equitable for SMBs worldwide. Now, the big question here is, apologies. Yeah, so the big question here is, what more can we do, right, with respect to technology and payments, right, to further enable and help more businesses go a bit more, grow, majorly scale globally?
All right, thank you. And a really great question. And yes, I need to underscore the point. The payment technology, payment infrastructure that we have in Nigeria is better than many countries in the world, not just in Africa. And just an example, a few weeks ago, I was trying to do a transaction in the United States to transfer money from one bank account to another. And they were telling me that in order to be able to do it, first of all, it was going to take 24 hours. I don't understand that. We do payments instantly here. And the second, it was going to cost me equivalent of 10,000 naira. To be able to do it, right? So, I mean, we're heads and shoulders above many countries, and I think we should be proud, we really should be proud of what we've achieved. Right. But I do believe, to answer your question, that the challenge for us now is how do we take that into the rest of the continent, right? How do we use the creativity, the entrepreneurial spirit, and the regulatory support that allowed us to succeed here to solve some of the problems that are impeding trade across the continent, especially for small businesses. And I'll just talk to a few of them. The first one is documentation, right? In order to be able to do a trade transaction, there's a number of documentations that you need to provide, right? Whether you're buying or whether you are selling, right? And I know the central bank has started the journey of digitizing some of those processes, applying for those documents. You can do it electronically now. And again, we need to increase that adoption. But is it possible to begin to create platforms that does that Pan-African, that does that cross-border, that attempts to iron out some of those hurdles that businesses face in being able to get the documentation necessary to do their trade? Because what happens is that trade will still happen, but it will just go underground, right? And that's when you begin to have illegal trade and some of those things that are happening, right? And there is technology to be able to do it, right? If you're not using the normal digital transformation type processes and tools, it's very easy to take some of those documentation and take it onto blockchain platforms that not only capture the document, but is able to verify and validate those documents against the sources from which they are received, right? So that's one of the bottlenecks that I think we need to deal with. Then from another side is the problem of identity, right? And KYC, right? The platforms for identity and customer identification are not uniform across the continent, right? And I don't believe they will ever be. But there is an opportunity, again, using technology to begin to digitize some of those identifications and KYC requirements in a way that they are transferable across jurisdictions, right? And we will need the regulation to allow that to happen. But if you are validated in Nigeria using your NIN or your BVN, that should be verifiable by a customer or a merchant who is trying to do transactions with you from Kenya, right? And it's not difficult to do, right? Again, you just need the right collaboration between the technology providers, the financial institutions, and the regulators to make it happen, right? And I think one of the ways to do that is to create forums for where those kind of discussions and interactions can happen on a Pan-African stage. And I think finally, I think one of the biggest impediments really is the one that the financial institutions create because they are trying to solve a problem. And that problem is the question of fraud, right? You have all of these restrictions and controls because you are not sure if you are dealing with the right customer, you're not sure if this transaction that you're supporting is the right transaction, you're not sure if the documents that you're having are the right documents, and you're not even sure if the person who is doing the transaction is on the sanctions list or is a money launderer, right? And a lot of the friction that we see is because the banks are putting in place processes to deal with that. Unfortunately, a lot of those processes are manual, which means that before you can do a transaction, you have to go through so many hurdles and so many hops. Again, and I liked what Kelly spoke about in his presentation. Today, there's artificial intelligence and machine learning that can do a lot of those validations and remove a lot of those frictions. Checking transactions in real time against sanctions lists, against AML requirements, against currency control requirements before you accept the transaction. And we can completely remove a lot of that friction to the things that prevent small businesses and even big businesses from being able to transact. The final one is the question of financing, and I think this is one that Zenith Bank has done really well on. How do you finance cross-border trade, right? One of the biggest challenges is, again, whether you're trying to discount or an invoice or finance a letter of credit or whatever it is. Again, those processes are a little bit cumbersome, but technology exists to deal with that. Today, small businesses cannot have access to those things because the technology, again, is a little bit difficult and cumbersome. It's one of the ones that I think we need to solve as well. Thank you.
Yeah, this is for you again, right? Yeah, so I know you spoke about a few bottlenecks already, right? But just to draw your attention to bottlenecks like clearing, shipping, time of payment, cost of transaction fees. How can technology be used to address these bottlenecks in trade transactions?
Maybe I should allow Damola to answer that one. But let me talk about it this way, right? There is a platform that exists, and I think it's been piloted here on the continent, but it already exists in Asia, right? Where the process for requesting for some of your trade documentation is done online, right? The approvals that you need, you can get online. The connection to the customs is also done online. The payments of the fees that you need to make are also done online. Now, once you have the full approval, there is now access on that platform for banks to basically see that trade and basically bid to finance your transaction and provide the foreign currency that you need, which then gives you the opportunity to say, okay, I would like to deal with Zenith, or I would like to deal with this other bank. And also on the platform, you can get access to that trade financing and the currency that exists with it, right? It's not because the technology doesn't exist, right? The bottleneck that we need to deal with is there are regulatory jurisdictions across multiple parastatals that we kind of need to navigate in order to be able to make it possible to do that. And it is a big challenge, right? In the countries where they've done this, you've had regulators collaborating, right, amongst themselves and amongst with industry players to try and deal with some of these challenges. I don't know, Damola, if you want to add anything, or maybe I'll just give it back to the moderator.
I think.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm sure everyone here today, likewise myself, will be looking forward to hearing the name of that platform. So I'll give you a bit of time to think through it and share with us. Yeah, so Adidamola, what challenges did Jumia face in driving e-commerce in Nigeria and its other African operations? What lessons can we learn from it as we seek to leverage technology to support cross-border trade in Nigeria, from Nigeria rather?
All right, thank you. I think this is a very important question, because sometimes we make that mistake and think that technology solves all problems. So once I'm able to build this fantastic website, the job is done. No, the job is not done, you know. There's still a lot of other levers that you need to think about. And Jumia is 10 years old now. We're operating in 11 countries, and started as a small company here in Lagos about 10 years ago. And one of the things that was discovered early enough is that there's a problem of trust. You're asking people who have shopped all their life in the neighborhood store in Okearin, where you see what you want, and then you pay for it and you take it home. And then you're saying there's this particular place where you go and you see picture, and then you pay for it and you expect that you're going to receive that thing in your house, and it's exactly what you have paid for. So we need to do, well, we had to do a lot of work trying to build trust in online payment, in e-commerce over the years. One of the things that Jumia had to introduce was the concept of payment on delivery, which means you can order online. It has its pros and it has its cons also, but it was a solution that had to be tailored to the peculiarity of our market. Another thing that was a key lessons also is that sometimes we go online and we see something that's worked very well, maybe in the US or in some other countries, and then we want to copy and paste in our country. No two countries are the same. So we had to, especially for young people, you have to factor in environmental factors into your innovation, ensure that you're tailoring your solution to the market. So we had to build trust. We had to build solutions that will help shoppers to be able to trust shopping online. One of the other things was also the return policy, which means if you shop and it's not exactly what you wanted to see, you have the option of returning it, and it's going to be at our own cost to do that. Another problem that we saw that we had to overcome was the problem of logistics. So where e-commerce has been done globally, you're going to find out, okay, they have very strong postal services, the roads are clear, the countries are connected, the cities are connected and everything. But in Nigeria, we saw that, okay, we had to build our own logistic infrastructure. We had to be able to ensure that we can deliver to the last mile, to the doorstep of the customers. We had to also introduce something called pickup stations, where you can actually walk within your neighborhood. So it's e-commerce, but the customer still has to take some steps within their neighborhood and then pick up the product. And also there were issues, also friction around payment. A lot of work has been done over the years also to improve the payment infrastructure in the country, but there was a lot of challenges at the early stage in terms of payment. But one thing that we have found is that anything that will stand the test of time will involve you investing for the long run. You know, we have Zenith here today. This is a bank for the future, for the long run. So even for us in Jumia, we're thinking the long-term investment over the years, and everything that we saw as a problem has actually now been converted to a business opportunity. So for example, we had to build a logistic infrastructure for our own business, but now we're providing that logistics solution to other SMEs who are trying to start to trade online and they don't know how to go about it. We have to solve some form of payment solution, payment problems at the early stage. Now we have actually gotten licensed as a payment solution service provider with JumiaPay, which then enables us to say, hey, this were the headache that we face, these were the challenges that we face, and now we can help you to avoid some of those problems. So we're providing that solution also to other businesses. One of the other challenge was also building trust. So we actually then give SMEs, small businesses, visibility on Jumia, help them to educate their consumers around shopping online and all of those things. So again, it's a long-term business. Anything that you want to last, you must actually think long-term, and then you must understand your environment and be able to tailor your solution to the peculiarity of your market.
Dr. Naji. Yeah, yesterday we overheard the likes of GB and Tosin, founders and CEOs of Flutterwave and Timapt, speak about scaling the cyber fraud and risk department of every company as you scale your business, the importance of scaling alongside, right? So with the prevalence of cyber fraud, how can we checkmate losses while driving the adoption of technological solutions for international trade?
Thank you very much. This is not my area, but like Mr. Lawal said, it would take everybody working together to do that. It's not going to be a one person's responsibility. It will be a responsibility of both the regulator, the users of the system, and the creators of the system. So cyber crime and cyber security should be everybody's business. At the central bank, we're upgrading our system. We are hiring the best and brightest in that field, and we are doing all we can to ensure that both the institutions we regulate and us, the regulators, upgrade our system and ensure that we have, you cannot have a cybersecurity proof environment, but you can minimize to the barest minimum the cybersecurity threats. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So this is for you again. You said the previous question wasn't for you, so I would shoot something down. Yeah. How can governments collaborate with banks to harmonize Form M, Form Q, and Form NXP towards a seamless digital approval processes? This is for you, right?
That is already being done. The Form M process was digitized, started digitization in 2012. Since then, we have collaborated with many stakeholders to digitize further the Form N process. In fact, NAFDAC is now plugged onto it. NPA is working on with us to plug the call-up system onto the trade monitoring system. We have NAFDAC, we have SUN plugged into the system. We'll continue to digitize that system, and we're also trying to digitize even the amendment on Form M, the extension, and the cancellation to be digitized. Our goal is to make the process less human intervention, but more digital driven, because it will save time, save costs, it will provide more transparency on actually the trade that is going on, what issues and problems people are having, and how we can solve it. We are also working with the custom modernization process and project is also tied into the Form M process, and we're hoping that In a few weeks, the SGD process will also be digitized, plugged into the trade monitoring system. The Form NSP is, e-Form NSP is now fully digitized. We can even track whether you are over-invoicing on the NXP or over-invoicing, even though that is not, we can see it at the back end. But very soon, we'll be sanctioning companies that are over-invoicing or under-invoicing on both our import and export process. So digitization is ongoing. We'll continue to deepen it. We'd love to work more with all stakeholders to deepen digitization in the trade process because it's good for the country, it's good for the economy, and it's good for trade. Thank you.
Yeah, Akim, this is for you. Are there specific policies that can be adopted to encourage growth in the e-commerce segment and payments ecosystem generally, right? And just to add this to it, we know the very small businesses that exist today, right? Even the kiosks, where probably they make sales of about 20,000 naira in a day or 10,000 naira. A small traditional store that does probably a bit above that, right? Up to the medium traditional stores, the hyper supermarkets and all, right? I feel like there's a major channel that is really, really underrated, right? And has been ignored over the years, right? And that is for the hawking channel, right? Over here in Lagos, where traffic is actually like a norm. I'm not sure if there is a solution right now that can solve that, right? We see a lot of people hawking on the road, on express, and these guys are making good money, right? Nowadays, when I go out there and probably I'm buying things or buying stuff on the road, you won't see them with a smartphone majorly. What I see them with right now is the feature phone, right? What do you think we can do to improve payments across all these channels in the ecosystem? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I could list out a long list of policies that we hope will come in, but to be honest, I really think there's one that could be transformative, right? And I would describe it as enabling payment and cross-border trade innovators, right? And let me explain what that means. The truth is, there are so many problems, so many use cases, so many scenarios that no single organization can solve, right? One of the resources that we have, both as a country and as a continent, is the young, bright innovators that are able to come up with the solutions that those opportunities need, right? I don't want to assume that an InterSwitch or a Jumia or a Zenith Bank will be able to find any of those solutions. So reality is one of the best things that we can do is to enable the innovators, enable the young, bright, smart people who can go out there and think about how to solve some of these problems. Enable them in form of providing them with access to the information that they need, enable them with the right regulatory support so that they can try out their ideas, enable them with innovation hubs, environments where they can come and develop their ideas, enable them with the financing to go to market, enable them with the infrastructure to make their investments come to reality, and then enable them with market opportunities as we can. And I think it's one thing that we can all do, right? And I'm really proud of what we're going to be saying later today with the hackathon, because I think that is really one of the first steps towards enabling those payment and cross-border trade innovators. That would be my answer. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Our time is up actually, right? But in just 1 minute, I would like us to take a few seconds out of it to answer this question. Since we have a payment and technology expert, we have a commerce expert, we have a government expert here. What partnerships are required to encourage more intra-Africa and international trade? Just in one sentence.
Partnerships will be payment system providers cross-border in every country. It will be regulators in every country. And it will be financial institutions in every country.
Thank you.
Bring all those three onto a platform and you have your solution.
Yeah, thank you. Adedamola?
I think Akim has said it all. But in addition to that also, it's just creating solutions also at the governmental level that ensure that, okay, there is sharing of information and it's easy to do things at cross-border level, at the digital level.
Thank you. Dr. Naji?
I think it takes more than regulator, payment, and banks. I think you need all of us to plug into the process. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. Thanks, panelists, and thanks for listening to us.
Thank you very much. Please let's applaud them again for the conversation. And we've heard it, cybersecurity should be everyone's business. So yes, a group photograph very quickly, so we move on, yes.
Thank you very much, Mojibari. While the picture has been taken, it's that time of the day, ladies and gentlemen, where I give away a nice freebie. Who's in the mood to win something? Now, I've been told I've been very biased to the women. So, the men, if you have a picture or a video of the lights at the Zenith Bank roundabout, let me see your hand. Then you can answer the question. You, gentlemen? All right, it's a very simple. Do you have one? Okay, what's your name, sir?
I'm Tony Praise Branch.
It's like your battery is dead, though. You are switching it on. Don't worry, the whole of Zenith Bank will wait while we're waiting for it to load up. For those of you interested, by the way, there is a giveaway for those of you who find your way to the Zenith Bank Light Up. That's the Christmas lights. Hashtag ZB Light Up 2022. Gift vouchers are being given away. So whenever you're free, today, tomorrow, anytime before Christmas, just go over there, take a picture, take a selfie, use the hashtag and tag Zenith Bank on all their social media platforms, and they will be rewarding you as well. That is a long password. Okay, so while he's getting ready, I have a question for you. Wow, Nigerians, you say somebody's here. I'm already here now. All right, so those who do not know, Zenith Bank tradition every year around this time is to light up the Zenith Bank Road. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm sure a lot of people look forward to that every single year. And it's one of the hallmarks of Zenith Bank. Yes, they're about people. Yes, they're about technology. And yes, they're about service. But they're also about experiences. And that is one event that... be careful, camera is coming. Oh, don't show... There we go. All right, can you just get the camera here? So we can see... Zoom out. No, the other way. Let me see your face. I want people to see that face. There we go. So show the face. Turn the camera to the camera. Don't worry, if you didn't see it too clearly, I did you a favor. But it's okay. Thank you so much for that. So my question to you, a very simple question. What does ZIVA mean? Z-I-V-A. All right? Number one, Zenith Intelligent Voice Assistance. Number two, Zenith Interaction Virtual Assistance. Number three, Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistant. Do you want me to read it again? Option A, Zenith Intelligent. See all of you going to Google. Those of you watching World Cup on your phone, God is watching you. Zenith Intelligent Voice Assistance, Zenith Interaction Virtual Assistance, Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistant. So that's ZIVA, that's the automated voice. So if you look behind Mojibade, that's an example. Which one of them? Say that loudly so everyone can hear.
Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistance.
He was confident.
What are you wooing? I didn't say it was right. Do you know more than me? Actually, you do. Correct. Well done.
Thank you.
So here's your phone, your watch. This is the Huawei Band 6. It's valued, I think, over 50 to 60,000 naira. So for those who do not know what Ziva means, it's the Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistant. If you're on WhatsApp, any of the Zenith Bank services, it is the virtual assistant that helps you make things easier, which is one of the hallmarks of Zenith. I have an iPad to give away later on, courtesy were we. So over to you, Mojibade.
Thank you very much, Oscar. What does he have to say to Zenith Bank? Anything at all? Our winner.
Well, do you have anything to say? Don't say virtual assistant.
Well, I think I like Zenith. I would say Zenith, keep it up, and we will follow you to go and stay at the Zenith.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Radio jingle. Wait, what do you do for a living?
I'm a pastor.
Please, can we all bow our heads for a short prayer? Amen. Thank you. What's the name again, sir?
Tony Praise Branch.
Take my offering. Take my offering. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mojibade.
Thank you and congratulations. And thank you to Zenith Bank and, of course, to Huawei for giving us the gift. All right, very quickly, we'll have another presentation. You know, yesterday when we talked about the future of payment, we did say, one of the panelists mentioned that we should rely on existing systems to build a better future. We should not completely jettison or get rid of what we have existing, but we should build on that to make way for the future. Now we would have a conversation, well, a presentation titled Maximizing the Known and Navigating the New, which for me is in furtherance to the conversation that happened yesterday. This will be delivered by the Vice President and Head West Africa at Visa, Andrew Uwaboy. He's however, ably represented by a financial services professional with over 17 years experience in a variety of industries, including banking, payments, education, and telecommunications. She has been with Visa for over 4 years and currently heads the push payments team in sub-Saharan Africa and oversees the Solutions Management Organization in West and Central Africa. Please let's make welcome for a presentation on maximizing the known and navigating the new, Nkebet Meseli. A warm round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Let's applaud her as she approaches the stage. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm standing on existing protocols. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma. Thank you for having Visa here. Zenith is a valued partner for Visa, and we're happy to be here. Unfortunately, Andrew couldn't be here. He's at Qatar. As some of you know who have been watching football, you will see the Visa logo in the stadium, so he's there. So today we're meant to talk on future of payment system, but I liked to title it here, and I thank her for doing the topic, saying the topic for me, maximizing the known and navigating the new. Can I have a clicker? Thank you. All right. Okay, so we're just going to go quickly. I have 15 minutes. I'm timing myself. We'll just talk about the trends in consumer behavior, the future in payment system, and what's the role of Visa. So, now, can you imagine losing as a bank or as a fintech or as a payment provider, losing 1/2 of your population? Now, when I mean your population is your customer. So whoever is your customer in your sphere is your population. Now, when we did this study, we found out that 30% of global customers would stop interacting with a company after a bad experience. You know, gone are the days when people will say, they are not bad, but we will just manage them. Now, people are quite irritable. So after one bad experience, they said they would junk. Some said they would junk after several bad experiences. Now, what did that lead us to? So we realized that customers have really, really strong values they place towards the brand they support. And so some would even pay more than pay less for a bad customer experience. Now, in going further, you know, I like the Gen Z. I'm gone are the days when the Gen Z were in school. Now the Gen Zs are in our work environment. So they are here. There's nothing we can do. Do I have Gen Zs in the house? You will know them. They are available. So we realized when we looked at the Gen Z population, there is a mix, and now there's Gen X, which I think are giving a Gen Z the run for their money. So Gen Zs expect that they would stay with a brand when they are loyal. If a Gen Z is loyal to a brand, they will market the brand, they will stay with the brand, but if they have one experience, they are going to move away. So trust is very important for them. They are more diverse and they are demanding in what they want. So as a bank, as Zenith, and as fintechs and as payment providers here, it's important to note that we are looking through the sphere of customers. So it's not only the millennials, you now have a mix of the millennials, the boomers, the Gen Zs, and the Gen X. And these are the people who would do free marketing for you. So loyalty for them is earned when you build their trust. Now, so seeing as we've now realized we have this mix of customers, so how do we look at the future in payments? So I'm going to look at 3 forward-looking topics. First is customer experience, second is loyalty, and the third will be looking at new frontiers. Now, the first is your customer experience. If you look at this graph, you'll see that, and this was a PwC graph that was done, when we're told, sorry, my screen isn't here, so I'm going to have to look this way. Now, we were told we told customers to say what is worth paying for. So when it comes to overall customer experience, now how do you rate the importance? You'd see that efficiency was number 1, convenience was number 2, knowledge, and then easy payments. There was friendly service there, but what was most important for them was the efficiency. So no matter how beautiful you build a product, no matter how shiny it is, if it fails, you would lose your customer segments. So as you build into the future, efficiency is key. Do I know that when I take my phone, or I take that app, or I take a card, or I go anywhere with any of the payment products, I'm sure that it will work? Or do I have to say a prayer before I make a payment? Do I have to say a prayer before I do a transaction? Efficiency has become really key, and it is going to even grow more as we progress. Now, COVID was an amazing journey for everyone. COVID changed the way we saw life, and COVID changed the way commerce was done. There was a study that said that by 2024, e-commerce sale will get to 7 trillion worldwide. Now, when we say e-commerce sale, it's no longer just I go to a website, I put in my card details, and it goes. E-commerce has become many things. It's social media, it's social commerce, it's doing chatbots, it's anything that you need to do without being present there. But one thing we realized was, as e-commerce is going to grow, we found out that COVID made customers lazy. Now, what do I mean? Lazy in a good way. In that customers want things quickly. They don't want to go to the banking hall, for instance. They don't want to go to the market. And so you'd even see there are now deliveries for things like onions. There's now delivery for things, for anything now. People do not want to see each other anymore as much as they would avoid or they can avoid. So even when it comes to e-commerce, customers said they would prefer a one-click solution than putting my card, PIN, OTP, expiry date. Can I just go and check out, put in a password, and move on? And I liked when Dr. Onaji talked about tokens. So we're going to look at that because that's going to be a key aspect. Now, when you look at these pictures, I talked about people not wanting to see people. I'm sure we're familiar with Amazon Go. So Amazon Go created the frictionless, touchless store. Go there, don't talk to anybody, don't interact with a cashier, go and buy what you want to buy and walk out. Once you walk out, they will debit you. That is the future of payments. That is what we need to be striving to see in Nigeria. There's also experiential. More and more entities, banks, fintechs, e-commerce providers, even merchants are starting to provide experiential things. So for instance, this is a mattress manufacturer saying that before you buy the mattress, you can actually test it. So as we look into our offerings to our customers, are we looking at providing trial periods? Are we looking to providing experiential experiences so that they can make decisions on that? Now, we looked at delivery. Delivery has become mainstay. Everywhere I go, I see an Okada that is delivering something. It is here to stay, and we really need, as entities, to tap in on it. There's also the same thing. Now, what have these two companies, same thing. Now, what have these two companies done? They've understood the importance of loyalty, and they've started to embed different things. Everything you see around here are the companies that have been offshoots of Alibaba and companies that have been offshoots of Amazon. As a business, you cannot afford to just be on one payment road as you progress. You have to diversify. As banks, as fintechs, you need to be a platform. Because if as a customer, I have to get one thing from you, go to download another app to get another thing from here, download another app, when I see a platform that allows me to do all these three things, I'm going to move to that platform. Customers now want efficiency and ease of payment. So we have embedded finance now. So embedded finance is what we're going to see as one of the key hallmarks to growth as we move into 2023, 2024, and beyond. Sorry. So, again, we need to build digital platforms that will enable this. And I like the hackathon, and I'm really excited to see what is going to come out of it. Sometimes we feel that building just has to be, oh, it's an easy way to debit and credit. How much more are we looking at it? Can we look at building different sub-companies under Zenith that would come together and offer that holistic experience? And I'm hoping we'll see some of that today. Okay, I'm going to then talk about new frontiers, contactless. I'll go back to COVID. After COVID hit, people did not want to touch each other again. How many times did you go to, and I'm sure if I ask for a raise of hands here, go to somewhere after COVID, put in your card, and when the person gave you back your card, you used sanitizer to clean it? Were many on that WhatsApp group, right? Yes. So that is what happened after COVID. People did not want touch payments, contact payments anymore. And recently, there was a framework released by the central bank on the contactless framework, which is good. Because if you look at this graph, this is the contactless rate in just sub-Saharan Africa alone. Now you look at West Africa, we're a distant, small brother in the graph. And we're one of the largest payment economies, right? Which is what was said. So we need to live up to that reputation. So as we get into the future, we will see more contactless payments. And this is kind of evolution I want us to look at. So today, and Zenith Bank, I must applaud them, were one of our first banks to go live with virtual cards in the market. And they were also the first bank to offer virtual cards on USSD. I think they deserve a round of applause for that. But you see, virtual cards are limiting because it only allows you to do e-commerce transactions. So instead of using your physical card, you can use a virtual card. Now, we want to move to a point where we carry that card, so you don't need to have physical cards anymore. You have your phone with you. I brought my phone with me to keep me on time, so it means I always have my phone with me. So we move that card into the phone, and instead of using it just for your online payments or your e-commerce, you are able to use that phone as your card, and you're able to tap to pay. So which means we have tokenized that card. So you can go a month without having your physical card. So this is the way we see payments move. Now, what is most interesting, if you look at this picture of this pepper seller, she's holding a phone, and the person paying is holding another phone. What we want to do is take out that need for a POS. Today, for every POS that Zenith Bank issues, they need to have return on investment on it. For every fintech here issuing a POS, it needs to make sense for them to give it to a small business. This lady is not going to be able to pay for it, but she has a smartphone. It may not be an Apple phone, it may be a Xiaomi phone, but she has a phone, and it is a phone that has NFC. So we have to start thinking of how to turn these phones and turn even my wristwatch here into a card, into a payment device. And we have started that in Nigeria. So it's one of the things we aim and we need to see as we grow the future. So that means as we look into the future, everybody would be able to accept payments. The last panelist talked about people on the road. So imagine a person on the road just downloading an app and is able to accept payments. That is the future of payments. When we look at tokenization, in August 2022, we issued, by August 2022, we had about 1.2 million tokens issued. So which meant that issue of cybersecurity that Kelly talked about, I don't need to now be afraid of where I put my card. Did I put it on this site? Will there be fraud on it? I can now use tokens. So when I put in my card there, it is converted into a token. So I can see, even if that website is hacked, Uber is hacked, whatever it is, my card information is secure because it is a token and not a card number. That is where the future is going. Now I'm going to talk about the last thing here, metaverse. You know, you'll be logically asking yourself, this metaverse, everybody talks about it, what is the metaverse? Even I cannot tell you fully what the metaverse is. But again, I go back to COVID. COVID made the metaverse very, very popular. Why? Because it created 4 different aspects. One, the need for a virtual world. So for people who were not able to go out, people who needed to play with their friends, Gen Zs, Gen Xs, the 10-year-old, 11-year-olds were creating virtual worlds where they could play games, they could earn money. So there was now the virtual world, which was I could build an avatar. There was now the payments aspect, which meant I could have a fiat. I could have a digital currency from a Roblox, from a Fortnite, and I could use it to earn. But there was an issue, and there is still an issue. And it's an issue I'm hoping we would sort here, or an issue I'm hoping that as we think through the future of payments, we think about those things. Today, all these are closed loop. I won't be able to move money from Roblox into Fortnite and vice versa. As the e-Naira develops, the CBDC, we expect that in tandem, we have fiat currencies being developed by the banks. How about we have a fiat currency from Nigeria that can be used internationally in all these virtual worlds? It's something to think about. But you see, as we did that, and as we looked at the growth in the metaverse, we saw that big brands were not sleeping. And so we can't afford to sleep on this. You can see all these brands, I'm not going to mention them. More and more, they got into metaverse, and they are offering their products on these metaverse virtual world sites. So as a country, as entities, as businesses, as a bank, we cannot afford not to be part of this new virtual global economy. Now, what is the role of Visa in all this? Visa is not a bank. Visa will never be a bank. Visa would never have a B2C. We always work with banks and we work with financial institutions. Now, what we expect to see as we look at the way payments are going is, today we are great in NIP, we're great in instant payments. Unfortunately, it is instant payments as plain vanilla. I only transfer from here, it goes here instantly, great. How about we build value-added services on that? How about we start to pioneer integrated services that allows me to do more with my NIP? We have open banking that has been created. What can we do with that? That is the only way we would have an economy where a customer can have 3 bank accounts and not walk into the bank for 7 months. I'm sure if we had less people working into the banks would be very happy. I'm sure any bank would be very happy if they didn't have to have their banking halls crowded. Now, when we look at the fintechs, we just finished what we call Fintech 1.0, which was laying the blocks. And I'm sure if you heard from GB and Tosin and every other fintech here, you'd see that there's a lot that is happening in that space. So we are now in Fintech 2.0. But you see, what I always say is fintechs need financial institutions to thrive. And that is the role, and Zenith has gotten this to a T. And so we expect that as we go further, we are able to then partner with the bank to do this. So the role of Visa is just in 2 forms as I close. Make payments seamless and grow your business. When we say make payments seamless, it means that anywhere you go in the world, as long as the sun shines, as long as people are able to make payments, you should be able to make payments regardless of where you brought that card from, or you brought, as we said, future of payments, your phone from. You should be able to make a payment. Continuous optimization, we talked about efficiency. If the customer does not have a good experience, they will not come back. How are we creating that optimization and that continuous improvement? Fraud, we cannot overemphasize fraud. Today, are we able to see exactly where our customer was? So those are the kinds of building blocks we work with our partners such as Zenith to develop risk frameworks, fraud optimizations, and services. Now, we've made this payment seamless. Now, how do we grow it? So we work in creating that user journey that can be done, that can help with that payment. So for instance, how do I make account opening seamless? How do I make that digital journey in terms of getting the merchant set up, making sure the merchant doesn't have to come to the bank, making sure the merchant can see what the customer did, making sure loyalty can be built from that app that the merchant used. Those are the kinds of things we expect to build. So customer-led insights where my merchant knows that every Tuesday I buy bread, and knows that every Tuesday I will buy 2 loaves of bread. Now the day I come and I buy 1 loaf, then he sees that there is a problem. And he's able to then say, because you always buy 2 loaves of bread every week, at week 5, I will probably give you a donut as part of loyalty. Those are led insights. And that customer can take this information to the bank to say, I have 12 customers who are loyal, who give me 50,000 a month. Therefore, I'm able to access this level of facility. That is how we expect to see payments grow. Now, whether you're here and you're a fintech or a bank, our common goal should be to build customer-centric, sustainable and profitable businesses. Business models and an ecosystem that would help Nigeria as an economy thrive. So, living here today, we expect that you go back thinking, leaving the vanilla way of doing business. Oh, it's a card, it's RTP, it's NIP, this is how we've been doing, to thinking about how do we create that experience for the customer that breeds loyalty, that builds trust, that builds efficiency. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your informative, insightful, very powerful presentation. Can we please applaud her one more time? I thoroughly enjoyed the presentation. She basically challenged our mindset and asked us to do better. Thank you so much. We must maximize the known and, of course, navigate the new in creating value for our consumers and customers. Thank you very much. Just before we get into the highlights for the day, where we'll listen to the hackathon pitches, it's important that we have a conversation on scaling the dream building solution. So we'll listen to about 11 finalists pitch their solutions to us, and we're excited about that because that's a major highlight today. But just before then again, it's important that we watch a video from the winner at the last hackathon. So can we have the video now, please?
Hi, my name is Blessing Oladeji, and I'm one of the founders at Octave Analytics. Octave Analytics is a data science and data analytics company, essentially offering analytics services in Nigeria. And we won the first edition of Zenith Bank Tech Competition. That happened in 2019, and essentially that gave us access to the financial service practitioners and the financial service industry in Nigeria. Essentially, we were able to activate new accounts that we probably have been prospecting before the hackathon. Then also, another very important takeout from the competition was the fact that our valuation rose significantly to the point that one of the venture capitalists was pricing 28% of the stake in Octave Analytics for $2 million US. Of course, we didn't sell because we're profitable, and it was too much to give away. But thanks to Zenith Bank Hackathon that gave us such a very huge platform. And finally, the relationship that we have built with Zenith Bank, the banking relationship, makes it very easy for us to do business with different clients within the country and outside the country. I want to say thank you to Zenith Bank for setting this up, and I want to wish you all the best if you are participating in this year's competition, or if you are participating in the tech fair in general, whether as an investor or just as a general participant. I wish you the very best. Thank you.
To you, Blessing. I don't know if we felt the emotion that Blessing felt. You can tell that he legit felt very happy, and he was not going to sell, his solution for any amount because, again, he said they're profitable. So what we're doing with the hackathon is to inspire dreams. And just like we heard our DMD say at the beginning, we must think big. We must be we must be ready to build solutions that will change the world. So we're going to listen to about 11 pitches very shortly, but just before then, we'll take a presentation. Oscar, how are you feeling about the hackathon, the pitches, the solutions that will be birthed?
So when you hear about these young minds, you're glad, you're impressed. I think they have a very unique ability to get to solve problems quicker than previous generations before them. And what Zenith Bank has done is to basically give them and create an enabling environment to achieve this. So it's not about the money. It's not about 20 million naira. It's not about that. Sorry, the money is a lot.
Oscar, it's not about the money?
It's not about, first prize is 20 million naira, followed by 15 and 10. But the money is just a tool. And I just wanted to reel out very quickly while they're getting warmed up, because they're ready. Let's see if we can just recognize them quickly. Can we have our 11 finalists just stand up for recognition very quickly and give them a round of applause? So we have Eduvacity, Forest Lab, Sonwo, Green Bee, hope I got that right, Sonocare, Zion Robotics Base, Finver, Ekututu, I Grow Africa, and Tune EV, hope I got that right. So just face the crowd and give them a wave. And I want everyone to just say, we wish you all the best. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Then say, when you win the money, share with us. On the count of 3. A round of applause to them, ladies and gentlemen. So you get to meet them. Please have your seat. And we also have able judges as well who are ready to pass judgment, but more importantly, to celebrate the creativity that we have here. Still day 2. How are you feeling? This is day 2 of the tech. How are you feeling today? You feeling good? Wow. Because I didn't give you a watch. Are you feeling good? Fantastic. So we have our next presentation, and that will be coming up in a couple of seconds. So for those of you who I mentioned earlier on, if you have the video or the pictures or the images of the decorations, that's the Zenith Bank roundabout, please feel free to take that picture and share on your social media platforms. The hashtag is ZBLightUp2022. And there are a lot of gift vouchers and freebies up for you. Before or after the presentation, what else do we have so that we can bring our guests up to speed, especially those online?
We have another presentation that will speak to launching a successful startup. And I think that's very critical because it's one thing to have a startup. It's one thing to have an idea. But how then do you launch a really successful startup? Then right after that, we'll listen to another presentation that speaks to the 5G opportunities in Nigeria, before we then present the prizes to the winners from the pitches. And I think we must mention importantly that we had almost 500 applications. We had 500.
That's for the hackathon.
For the hackathon.
Wow.
Applications for, innovators, and then we came down to 11 finalists. So these are all 11 champions already, because from almost 500, they emerged 11 finalists. So we're excited to listen to their ideas. We're excited to listen to the solutions that they are bringing forth to solve the numerous challenges that we do have in Nigeria and beyond.
And also, please do not forget there is an exhibition going on simultaneously at this floor and above. So take the time to just, walk around, ask questions. I think there are a couple of discounts, freebies and stuff at the stands. Yes, it's about this main room, but it's also about knowing a bit more about some of the partners and companies. Some of them out there, thank you very much, Flutterwave, ArcTech, Team Apt, Econet Net Power Limited, Samsung, BMW, Range Rover, CBN, Dataflex, True, Flutter, to mention a few. So I know there's a gaming. How many of you have tried the gaming outside? How many gamers are here? Don't worry, I'm not giving away anything. It's just a regular question. How many gamers are here? You're having fun? So for those who are gamers, feel free to check that out. I think our speaker is ready, so let's have her on the stage.
So for the next presentation, just before we listen to the pitches from our 11 finalists, we have a conversation centered around scaling the dream building solutions. And this will be delivered by the investment lead for Techstars, Toronto. Prior to joining Techstars, Alicia founded Plan A, a pre-accelerator for women-led startups across sub-Saharan Africa. She is a catalyst for entrepreneurial transcendence, bridging startup and investment across the continent and the global diaspora for collaboration and opportunity. She believes strongly in catalyzing underrepresented and underserved entrepreneurs in Africa and how they can unlock a new narrative across the diaspora, inspire collaboration between the continent and the diaspora, and ignite an emerging wave of leaders globally. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome Alicia Golden, Investment Lead Techstars, for her presentation. A round of applause for Alicia Golden. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hi. I'm so happy to be here with all of you today, and also to listen to some really incredible pitches coming up here shortly. It's kind of funny. A couple of months ago, sitting in a room with Mr. Ebenezer and Dr. Tope talking about this hackathon, I'm thinking, a bunch of engineers and innovators in like a dark room, just coding away, and then we pick a winner, right? This is incredible. Little did I know that I would be at the epicenter of the kickoff initiation of Silicon Valley for Africa. And so well done for all of you. Thank you, Zenith Bank, for having me here today. I think before I jump into my talk, Scaling the Dream, I have quite a bit to say on that. I want to just start us off with something sobering that we can all take in before we listen to these incredible pitches. But as we think about innovation and entrepreneurship, through the lens of driving us forward as a whole. I'm sure many of you know, but I'm just going to say it here again today. 80% of small businesses and startups fail within the first 3 years. That's alarming. That's extremely alarming for me, investing in early stage startups. But I think there's something to take away from this. There's a couple of reasons of why this happens, but in particularly there's three key areas that I think are of utmost importance for us to think through today, not only when we're listening to the pitches, but many of you in this room are builders, you're creators, you're startup CEOs, you're investors, your future LPs, and you're also looking at the ecosystem and the landscape at the moment and thinking, how do we deepen our focus and impact in really powering Nigeria's startup ecosystem? Some of the reasons these businesses fail, harsh economic conditions. Right now, many of you as founders, and including the founders in our portfolio, are dealing with the reality of inflation and fuel scarcities and things like that. And this impacts the cost of doing business. There's a variety of influences of why this takes place, but nonetheless, it's something to keep in mind as you are building. The second is lack of access to capital. This is an important discussion that I like to talk about, and I think is very important today in this room as we listen to new budding startups being built and think about their journey from today onward. And then the last point that I think is really important here is the lack of collaboration. I think a consistent theme today that we heard was not only is what we're doing here today and what you're all building here and investing in important for Nigeria, but it's also important for a Pan-African focus. Nigeria wins when all African countries are collaborating more and when there's more cross-border trade, including not only in Africa, but across the diaspora. Canada, Toronto, we all win. So before I get into scaling the dream, I'll just give you a brief intro about me. I lead investments for Techstars Toronto. As you've heard, I've built on the continent for the past 5 years, fueled by a conviction that the diaspora doesn't win until the continent wins, and both of our winning is interconnected. And so without one, there isn't the other. And so I've made it my mission to fuel not only the collaboration between the continent and across the diaspora, but to help founders win and succeed at an exponential level. So how that plays out is, for Techstars, we've invested in 29 companies across Africa. I will tell you today that 26 of those are Nigerian. Yeah, it's incredible. And I'll tell you even more, 20 of those have happened in the last year during my tenure with Techstars Toronto. There's something really special and unique happening across the tech ecosystem here in Nigeria, and the resilience that founders coming from here have as they are building, I think is remarkable. And I think it's something not only to be celebrated, but something to be leaned into and anchored into and propelled even more. Hence my being here today and my continued commitment to seeing founders in this room and across the country to win. These are some of the incredible faces of the founders of those 29 companies. I'm sure some of these faces many of you recognize, as well as the company logos on the previous slide. One of them being here today, founder of RPass, CEO Sam Easy. Yeah, he did. That deserves an applause. You know, I think from a global perspective, we talk about diversity and inclusion, including Africa in the global talks of innovation in regard to not only banking, but building, health, 3D printing. But as we've heard here today, and I'm sure many of you know, Africa's finance ecosystem and fintech ecosystem is far advanced than the rest of the world. There's so much opportunity to scale that outward, and this is why we at Techstars Toronto are really passionate and committed to investing in more founders like this. And I will let you know that all of these founders, the most of them I would say, are still building here while looking for ways to collaborate in the Canadian ecosystem and with public and private sectors there. The goal is not to japa everyone in this country. The goal is to find and build pipelines and pathways for collaboration globally so that we have more African unicorns. We have another Flutterwave. We have another Paystack. We have Andelas in this room that are being built and scaled globally for the rest of the world. So what that looks like in the numbers, I think this is also a really important slide. Not only for the founders in this room, but also the investors and the LPs. Of these 29 companies, they've raised about $27 million. That's not including any fundraising done by our current class, which is 12 companies, 9 of which are African, 8 of which are Nigeria. They'll be graduating in December 15th, and so beyond that point, they'll start to fundraise, and this number will shoot up astronomically. They have a valuation of about $789 million. And like I said before, many of these investments, 20 to be exact, out of the 26 Nigerian were just made in the last year. So expect this number to continue and continue to rise. We are really just at the beginning of all of this. And it's such an honor to be in this room with so many builders and innovators who are going to either be on this screen or another screen of Zenith Banks and be invested in by people in this room and be the ones to watch and on the rise for the future. So if you look at our portfolio as a whole, we've been around for 5 years. We've made 77 investments. We have a global thesis, as you can see. We've invested across 4 continents, a lot across Africa, as you can see, and 11 countries. This is our portfolio. Many of these logos you might recognize. Some are in Southeast Asia, some in Canada, some in North America, so Ghana as well, Rwanda. So just keep these in mind. I show this to say the context of how we're investing. 29 companies across Africa out of 77 is no small feat. And we only continue to up this number in the future. And as for that, I'm just going to go back one. As for that number of 27 million, my goal and my mission is to increase that astronomically. And I would like to see that increase by more African LPs, more African investors, general partners, driving the capital into these businesses, because Africa wins when we all win. And it's gotta be, it come from a place of for us, by us. And just to kind of wrap it up, because I know we're eager to get into the pitches and subsequently lunch, right? I don't want to keep you. Our total portfolio has raised about 139 million, and as you saw, 27 of that is coming out of our African company portfolio, 26 of those being Nigeria. There we go. This is a really important slide. Of these 77 companies, they're employing 1,800 people. I would say more than half of that is coming from our African portfolio companies for a variety of reasons. Bigger teams, cost of labor is slightly less than in North American regions. But what this does to an economy is something truly remarkable and special. This room is going to power the next economy. The future leaders are in this room. They're currently building companies, and this is what we have to look forward to in the future. So, actually, before I go into this, I just want to say, I talked about the problem and the challenge of 80% of companies dying in the first 3 years. I didn't mean to be a doomsday specialist with that stat. What I do want to say is, as you build in this room and as you think of investing in and supporting the ecosystem of startups, I would like to propose that you think through this lens. Having the right support system is of the utmost importance. The community in which you're engaging, fellow founders, ones that are building, focused on the right metrics and the right things, key stakeholders and partners. This is exactly why you're in this room here, in the helm of Zenith Bank, listening to and engaging with the community of Zenith Bank that is so committed to being innovative and driving innovation for the future and not working against fintechs and startups, but working with. This is key to building unicorns of the future. And then also think about the global diaspora. I think we run the mistake whenever we try to solve a problem of thinking that this problem is unique to us. No problem is. If we look at history, if we look at other global economies, this problem has existed somewhere else. And how have they solved? Let's look through that lens. Let's think through that lens. I know that every country is unique, culture is unique, and some of the challenges are specific to this region. But there's no need to reinvent the wheel completely. There's so much opportunity in saving time, but also collaboration and looking at what others have done and building through that lens. At a glance, this is who we are and this is what we've done. Out of that, 80% of companies not existing in the, 3 years, we don't really have that. The 3 companies that we have that have gone out of business in the last 5 years are not in Africa. They're actually, I think, in Canada. And so this is through the numbers how you can see that the importance of not only community and collaboration, but looking through a global lens and working together with stakeholders has been at the core of what we do and will continue to be at the core. And anyone here in this room who is looking to build a company, support as an ecosystem partner through governance or private sector, public sector, investors, LPs, please keep this in mind. With these 3 components at the helm of your support for the startup ecosystem, this 80% doesn't need to apply to you. As you can see, this is our current class of investments. They'll be graduating December 15th. These are all Nigerian companies with the exception of one based out of Kenya. I'm sure many of you know these founders, maybe some are in the room, but also in your local ecosystem. Watch what they're doing, connect with them, collaborate with them. They're here, they're your friends. We operate with a mantra of give first, and so if you connect with them from a general standpoint, I'm sure they'll be willing and open to collaborate with you. I myself am here for the rest of the day. If you want to stop me and you want to ask questions, you'll also see me on stage judging the pitches. I'm here as well. I want all of you to win. Everyone in this room is building the future and also the today. So give yourself a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can we please give a resounding applause to Alicia Golding for that fantastic presentation?
So, ladies and gentlemen, still in the spirit of the hackathon, we want to share with you more clips on some of the stories, testimonials, and the reason why Zenith Bank is doing what it is doing. Please turn your attention to the multimedia screen.
Hi guys, my name is Maurice Omorige, and I'm the co-founder for Pay on Hold, all right? I was part of the participant for the Zenith Bank Tech Fair 1.0, the Zenathon, and it was just beautiful. You know, I became a better founder. I became better with numbers, which is one of those things you're going to need as you get along in your startup journey. And then being able to have a relationship with the bank just makes your founder's journey seamless because they're going to be there guiding you when you need guidance, speaking to you, and then just make sure that you're good to go. You know, they're going to be there helping you, holding your hands, making sure that your startup grow. You know, and then there's opportunity for partnerships and a lot of things. You don't want to miss out on that. And for those of you who came around because you want to know what's happening in the Nigerian tech space, I'm sure you're going to be getting a lot of information because a lot of industry leaders are going to be speaking to you, passing a lot of knowledge. So I'm sure it's going to be wonderful for every single one of you. And then for those of you who are participating in the hackathon, I can only wish you guys good luck, man. Good luck, good luck. Just do your best. Good luck, guys. And hope to see you guys soon. All right. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Atinuke Idowu. I am the Chief Operating Officer at Temai. At Temai, we help businesses use messaging channels such as SMS, WhatsApp, voice, email to engage, verify, and support their customers anywhere. In 2019, we participated in the inaugural Zenith Hackathon and were one of the finalists and beneficiary of the hackathon. This gave us assurance that our solution is able to solve communication challenges for businesses. We'd like to use this opportunity to thank Zenith once again for believing in us and trusting in Temai. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we can show much love, a round of applause once again to our hackathon-nets. Okay, what do you call them?
Our winners from last hackathon.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we have all been waiting for. Let me talk to the finalists very quickly. Are you nervous? Oh, you're just calm. Are you excited? How are you feeling? Nervous. Let me not take up the solutions from your head. It's okay, it's fine. All right, very quickly, right, we will speak to someone. We'll be speaking with someone very shortly. So like I mentioned earlier, we had about 500 applications for this hackathon, but we have narrowed down to 11 finalists. But I'll allow someone to speak to that very shortly, and I'll welcome Daniela Charles, who is the program manager, at Seed Stars. Where is Daniela? I would like to speak with you very quickly. Can we welcome Daniela Charles upstage very quickly? Daniela Charles from Seed Stars. Hi, Daniela. How are you today?
Very well. Hi, everyone.
How do you feel seeing our 11 finalists?
Well, you know, we went through the training process together, so I'm excited for you guys.
Okay, so let's just start from the top. Tell us about Seed Stars and what your company does.
Okay.
Can we hear Daniela?
Can you hear me? Awesome. Okay, so Seed Stars is a Swiss-based organization that supports and invests in, I would say, the world's most ambitious and promising entrepreneurs in tech-enabled ecosystems. We did two different activities, right? We partner with organizations, private sponsors, private donors, the government, to help develop entrepreneurs that are in the emerging markets and provide them with sponsorship, funding, trainings. We also invest directly in these startups and provide them with opportunities to meet with investors or provide them mentorship and help them, you know, develop their businesses. Yes, so that's what we do.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniela. So I had told the house earlier, those in the room and those watching virtually, that we had almost 500 applications, and now we're down to 11 finalists. How were these 11 finalists selected? Please tell the house.
So what we did was we looked at these participants or applicants and made sure that they fit into the criteria that we had for the required stage of startups. So they are MVP startups, minimum viable product stage startups, and some early revenue startups. We also looked at the strength of the team that they had to see how do I put this now? How experienced or how qualified their team members, especially their co-founders, are. And another thing we looked at was, are these startups solving real challenges right now? Is their business viable? Is it scalable? Is the potential market big enough to make such commitments? So yes, those were the criteria.
All right, and finally, what are the judges looking out for today? Just a little tip to help our 11 finalists so that they are aligned to deliver a fantastic presentation.
The judges will be looking at 4 things, just like we did. They need to see how strong is the founding team, like I mentioned, which was one of the things that we also looked at. How big is the customer pain? How big is the market? Are you selling something that people will relate to? It's one thing to just come on here and tell them, oh, I have this idea and I have this business, and another thing to get these judges to believe that your customers are seeing the same value as you're seeing from your end. They're also going to be looking at how attractive is this business model, how innovative is the solution, and how good is the early traction, the validation so far, how much have you performed? If you're in the MVP stage, how far have you gone? How many people have tested your products? And how many retaining clients that you have?
All right, thank you very much. So this is Daniela Charles from Seed Stars. They were the ones who helped to vet our applicants up onto 11 finalists. Thank you very much. We'll now welcome, please applaud her as she exits the stage. Thank you. We'll now welcome our judges up on stage in a few seconds.
Yes, so before that, I just want us to take this moment very quickly to appreciate and acknowledge the 11 contestants. Could you please all stand up and just make your way to the lady in red on the stage? So please, a round of applause to them. They are the highlight for today. Just find your way up to the stage. Don't worry, it's not time to pitch. It's just for people to see your face. You're in good hands with Mojibade.
Very good hands, I must say. Please applaud them as they come up stage. These are world changers, innovators, champions that have defeated most of the hurdles, not all hurdles, because they still have some hurdles to cross today. But they have done well, and they have been selected top 11 from our almost 500 applications. So, for making top 11, congratulations for starters. We'll listen to your pitches very shortly, and the judges will make the decision. You can take a bow. Okay, take a bow. Take a bow. Can we applaud them? Give them a rousing applause, please. It's not an easy feat, I must tell you. To think of solutions, to think of a challenge, and then build solutions around those challenges. So these are our 11 finalists for today at the 2022 Zenith Bank Hackathon for the Tech Fair. Another round of applause for them, please. Thank you.
So what we're going to do very quickly, could you all move a bit closer to Mojibade?
Come.
And not so close to Ziva, though. She will tell you handshake. So Mojibade, just one word from them, just who they are, their company, so everyone can put a face to the name. And in one word, describe being here. In one word, to describe how you feel being here. Over to you, Mojibade.
Your name, your company, and one word that describes how you feel. 1, 2, let's go.
My name is Ibrahim Oredola. I'm the co-founder of Sonwo Technologies Limited. It's exciting.
Let's applaud them as they introduce themselves. Thank you.
My name is Gladys Madikwe, and I'm a founding member of BASE. And the word to describe how I feel here is surreal.
Are you Nigerian?
Hello, my name is Ibrahim Musa Abba. I'm the founder of Eduversity. I'm excited to be here.
My name is John Onibo, and I'm the CEO of Forest Labs. And how I feel empowered to become a game changer in my field.
One word, though. Hey, CEO.
Hello, my name is. Hello, my name is Prosper Ubi, co-founder at Grow Africa. I feel so opportune and excited to be here today.
Hi everyone, my name is Tommy Kolaole. I'm the co-founder at Finva. I feel excited and inspired to be here today.
Hi everyone, my name is Vincent. I'm co-founder at Green Bee Technologies. I feel excited about the future.
Hello everyone, my name is Kenneth Chukundongwa, co-founder at Tano EV Technology. I'm delighted to be here today.
Hi everyone, my name is Babajide Oluwaseyi. I'm the founder of Eco22. I feel cool to be here.
Eco22, I feel cool to be here.
Rapper,
Okay. My name is Emeka from Zion Robotics. I am excited to be here.
Did we hear him? No.
My name is Emeka from Zion Robotics, and I'm excited to be here.
My name is Moses. I'm the founder of Soduke Healthcare. I'm from Port Harcourt, and I'm very excited to be one of the top 10 to present this afternoon.
If this competition was judged by voices, you would win. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause to our hackathons. You can file down now. Please keep clapping for them, please.
We now have our judges to my right on stage. Can we applaud our judges because they would have the task of making the decision today. Please applaud our judges as they are on stage already. Thank you.
So we're going to turn our attention to our judges. The ideal thing would have been to read their profile, but I think because they are judges, it's best we hear from them. So we'll just go around our judges one after the other. In a minute or two, just let us know who you are and what you do. Just make sure your microphones are on, and then we can proceed with the hackathon. How many of you are excited to get this show on the road?
I am.
I didn't say you should raise your hand. Just
Wow.
You guys are used to winning things.
Wow,
So just
Oscar. Hi.
Hi. All right then, our judges.
Hello everyone. My name is Peter, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Steward. We're an education financing company. But before founding Steward, I was an investor at Future Africa, which is an early-stage investor based here in Lagos. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cyprian. I'm a software engineer with over 15 years experience. I head digital factory in Zenith Bank. Nice to meet you all.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eze Samuel. I'm the founder and CEO of OurPass. And at OurPass, we're building business tools for businesses.
Hi, everyone. You all know who I am. I lead investments at Techstars Toronto. Happy to see you again.
Thank you once again to our judges. So the rules are very simple. Each of the contestants will have 8 minutes each to make their presentation. 4 minutes presentation, 4 minutes Q&A by the judges. Now, if they exceed 4 minutes, no problem, but that means they have that less time to answer the question. So it's to their benefit that they maximize the 4 minutes. To the audience, would appreciate absolute silence. If your phone is on, please put it on silent. And also as a segue, for those of you sitting down, if you're leaving, please do not use your bags to just lock down the seats. We have a lot of people who would love to sit down. So if you're leaving, please make sure that your seat is vacant and do not tie it down. Keep your belongings very close to you at all times. So I think those are the rules, and we will vacate the stage to give room for the hackathon to begin. What else do we have? Just to get, no, there's a masterclass as well. For those of you who signed on for the masterclass, this is the last day of that one. So
we have 2 masterclasses that will happen right after lunch. So we have the multi-cloud journey and readiness. The second one is the SD1, the case for an agile, flexible network. But these will happen right after lunch. We'll get on with the hackathon straight away.
Okay. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the hackathon. Ziva, okay? Yeah. So first up,
ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome Edu Varsity for his presentation. A round of applause. You have 8 minutes once you get on stage, 4 minutes for your actual presentation, and then 4 minutes for questions and answers. We wish you all the very best. Congratulations on making top 11.
So your timer is to the right of the stage, so pay attention to that. And this is your clicker, which, sorry, can you restart the time, please? This is your clicker. Just point it to the back of the hall to change the slides. And if it doesn't, just say next slide, please. So as soon as you introduce yourself, your time will start. I wish you all the best. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our contestants.
Hello, everyone. My name is Musa Ibrahim Abba. I am the founder and CEO of Eduversity. My company, Eduversity, is an edtech that teaches technical, business, and soft skills education to people that want to transition into new careers and people that want to upskill their working careers. Recently, over 500,000 Nigerians feel jam each year, and 50% of them stayed at home for a year or above, probably doing nothing. Similarly, there are over 1 million Nigerians that graduated from Nigerian universities without employable skills, and their certification cannot allow them to be employable, and their skills cannot be applied in a professional work settings. Moreover, over 621 million Africans need employable skills to access job opportunity. We provide solutions through providing employable careers to these people through personalized, quality, dynamic, and self-learning models. We provide learners with 9 months of training, 2 months of building life project, and 2 months of internships. Through our talent marketplace, companies get access to learners that are vetted and certified. This is the opportunity. Employees with 80% technical skills are needed in the job market today. And sourcing such brilliant talent for employers is hard and taxing. Technology is essential and it's here to stay. This means that learning a tech or business skills in today will serve people well in the future. By 2025, digital job capacity will mean the creation of 149 million jobs. Furthermore, 800 million people will be required to learn these skills in order to fully execute their job. Here is our competitors. Our company provides competitors' advantage over our competitors by providing university-based learning, data-driven learning, and time constraint. Here is our learning management system. We save time by allowing learners to learn anytime, anywhere. We also work with learners' neurocentric IQ in order to deliver gamification learning process, which brings fun and curiosity to learners while learning. In addition, we provide learners with a community of professionals where they can ask questions and get real-time feedback. In addition, we also track learners' assessment and performance, which allow us to have a knowledge and understand on learners' knowledge level and knowledge commitment. Earlier this year, when ASU declared a strike, we tested our solution and get 256 students that learn product design, front-end development, back-end development. And our certificates have been accepted as affiliation with one of the leading universities in Nigeria, Ahmed Bello University. Here are the list of courses we are going to launch by 2023, and we are looking forward to partner with National University Commission in order to deliver degree programs to our programs.
4 minutes left.
Yeah. And with the help of the new Startup Act, we know we can achieve that. Our business model is $100 throughout the program, and learners can pay based on subscription. We also provide companies access to our talent. Here is me. I am the founder. Nasir, he is my co-founder and a software engineer. Habib and Aminu are my team. We have been working together for the past 3 years. Our team of advisors are people that have professional knowledge in the IT and education industry with over 20 years of experience. We are looking forward to reach $1 million in projection by 2023 and $30 million by 2027 by entering into new markets and providing other educational solutions to the market. We are asking for $500,000, which will cover operation, human resources, and marketing. I would like to leave you with a quote by Alvin, which states that the illiterate of 21st century will not be someone who cannot read or write, rather someone who cannot learn or learn and relearn. Thank you for listening. Looking forward to getting you on board.
Please remain on stage. We will now take questions.
Hi, I just want to say great presentation. Well done.
Thank you.
So my question is, I have a couple questions. Number one, you said that students are paying around $8 a month, $100 a year. Yeah?
I didn't get you.
What?
I didn't get you. Can you repeat the question?
Oh, the tuition is about $8 per month and
Yes.
$100 per year, yes?
Our tuition per month is $49, and student can pay $8 per week. That's based on subscription.
Okay. And then how much do companies pay?
How much
How much do companies pay?
pay?
Yes, to have access to talent.
They pay $5,000.
A month, a year, a day?
No, to just access the talent, to team off, for us to team off a talent. Maybe if someone is needing a software engineer, he will pay us $5,000 to access a talent.
So it's a one-time fee.
Yes.
And on average, how many hires are these companies that are willing to pay $5,000 as a one-time fee? How much talent are they hiring?
So with the recent survey we did, we take a look at the recent demand skills that are in the market, and we try to reach out to some companies in order to see which talents they need in the gap and ask them if they can pay such amount of money in order to access that talent. And the feedback is yes, recently we have 70% chance to get that.
And how many paying companies do you have as customers?
In the ones we target, with the ones we already do the survey with, there are 10 companies that we did the survey with.
And on average, how much talent have they hired? Like 10 companies, are they hiring 50 people? Are they hiring 5 people?
Right now we are on business. We haven't started, right? We haven't started giving out our talent.
Okay.
Yes.
Last question, and then I'll let the other judges chime in.
Yeah.
I like EdTech. I'm very fascinated by it, especially alternative education that is more democratized. So that's why I have a lot of questions. Last question is, you're early, right? So have you quantified how much the earning increase is for the students once they come through your program?
Please, can you repeat the question?
So if a student comes into one of your courses and learns front-end engineering, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Before they didn't have a job in tech or
Yes.
front-end engineering. So what is the margin of increase of their salary from before they come into your program and when they're done?
So it's probably from the last cohort we did, it's 246, and we got 170 that graduated.
Could you say that one more time?
176 that graduated.
Thank you very much, Eduvasti. The time is up. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This way, please. Eduvasti, this way. No, the other way. Don't worry, it's okay. A round of applause. Mojibade, who do we have next?
Thank you very much, Eduvasti. Coming up next, we have Forest Lab. Let's make welcome Forest Lab for his presentation. A round of applause, please.
So, ladies and gentlemen, hello. I know we're very excited. For every time you clap, it eats into their time. So please, let's hold the applause till after their time is up. That's number one. Number two, we appreciate as much silence as possible. Try not to react to every question so you do not distract them. Is that okay? Is that okay? Thank you very much. As soon as you introduce yourself, your time starts. So take the time you need until you're ready. As soon as you introduce yourself, the time starts.
If you were a science student during your high school, can I see your hands up? And if you're a parent and you have a science student as your child, can I see your hands up? Great. Science students in the house. If you had to memorize chemistry jargons like 3-isopropyl-phenyl dichloropropanool, and yet forget them in the examination hall, and yet unable to fathom how these things will apply at your workplace, can I see your hands up? Great. What if I tell you that I can give you the superpowers to have science laboratories right in your pocket and to be able to demystify science concepts, perform science experiments anywhere, anytime, right from the comfort of anywhere you are? I am John Onibo, the CEO of Forest Labs, and this is exactly what we are doing. So our story was inspired by the journey of my younger brother, my late younger brother. Chibezo was a high school science student, and his school administrator, Mrs. Grace, for privacy purposes, I'm not putting up her pictures. And in Chibeze's school, this is what his science laboratory looks like. Sorry, can somebody help me play the video? Dilapidated, without the right tools to help this young man acquire the right science skills to pass his examinations and get ready for the workforce. The impact of this is that Chibeze continues to fail science examinations, and the school administrator continues to look for ways to help her students to get better results in science courses. Chibeze would later pass on July 28, 2022, after battling cancer for 5 years, a cancer that was lately diagnosed after 1 year, all thanks to schools that produce medical laboratory scientists without the right skills for the workforce. Why do these problems exist? Crowded laboratories, inavailability of labs during situations like lockdowns, pandemics, insecurity in the northeastern part of Nigeria, high cost of maintaining science laboratories, and lack of motivation due to boring practical sessions. We are solving this. Now, this is where we saw an opportunity. That 54% of science students fail science examinations, and 36 million unfulfilled science jobs existed in 2019 alone in Nigeria alone, leading to over 53 trillion naira being lost in the nation's economy due to outsourcing and opportunities lost. As well, Bloomberg has projected metaverse revenue to grow to $800 billion by 2024. This is where we see an opportunity and we are innovating. Forest Labs is the first virtual science laboratory brand in Africa, in the world, that is offline, and aims to provide students with the superpowers to conduct science experiments, demystify science concepts anywhere, anytime, from the comfort of anywhere they are, while also being aligned with the region school curriculum and using storytelling as a pedagogical tool. We all know children love games, so we are using what children love and converting it into a super powerful learning tool for them. This is how the product works. Video. Great. So students can choose avatars, any avatar that they want, and they can take a preliminary lesson into the science concept they want to handle and learn about tools. They can choose which lab they want to practice in: chemistry, biology, or physics. Our contents are aligned according to the nation's curriculum. So we are using AR, augmented reality, and virtual reality to provide for them what their schools and their nation cannot provide for them. So they can take a virtual journey through the laboratory and conduct science experiments in real time. And they can also report these experiments and get real-time feedback. So this is the power of Forest Labs, right?
4 minutes
So why are we, they can also get rewards. So why are we special? With $21, a child can get a science laboratory right on his palm. But at against $250,000 for schools setting up physical science laboratories. We are the first to market in Africa that is offline available, cost efficient, aligned with the regional school curriculum, and provides gamified content as a virtual science laboratory brand. We are targeting 1.5 billion high school seniors globally, and our service obtainable market is the 24 million high school science seniors we have in West African countries. Schools pay $100 one-time setup fee, and students pay $21 subscription fee per academic year. And we also offer enterprise solutions. For example, Zenith Bank, we can brand the walls of the science laboratory with Zenith Bank's offering, or even incorporate their story into our gamified platform. We've since been endorsed by the Science Teachers Association of Nigeria, won Ingenie Demo Day Bootcamp, been named the global winners of the Stanford Center on Longevity Design Challenge 2021, named one of the top 3 edtech startups in Nigeria 2021, won the Roof Forum Young African Entrepreneurs Innovation Competition. We are currently in talks with the Universal Basic Education Commission to deploy our solution for all the smart schools that the federal government is building in across 36 states of the country and the FCT. We currently have 30,000 users on our waiting list, and we are piloting in 6 schools across Anambra, Edo, Abuja, and Rivers States. I have 9 years of experience in education and business development. Kirian has extensive expertise in building software for education and fintech. Marco, brand expert that was working in over 10 countries. Our content management lead is Mrs. Ifoma Fordham, who has over 26 years of experience teaching science and working with top examination bodies. And we have over there on our advisory board, Uche Esohe, who is a senior education specialist at World Bank. We're asking for 20 million naira, which is the price of this competition for research and development, marketing, and operational costs. Thank you so much. If you want to think future forward, think Forest Labs.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. I know we're all excited, so we can ask the questions. His time is going to the judges.
Thank you so much for the passionate presentation. I just want to get some clarity around the business model. You talked about the $26. I think on the screen it was showing per session. Could you just give some clarity on that?
Okay, per session we mean per academic year. That is the 3 terms of the year, $21.
Okay. And which stage of students are you targeting? Stage of students? Is it primary? Is it high school?
Okay, currently we are targeting senior secondary students, but with our partnership with UBEC, we are planning to do this for primary schools, basic technology, basic science, and home economics. And we're also planning to expand this through universities for science, medical courses, medical laboratory sciences, and what have you.
Okay.
But for now, senior secondary schools.
And the 30,000 plus that are on the waiting list.
Yes, the 30,000 you may be asked.
Let me just, they're on the waiting list. When do you hope to convert them into paying users? Do you hope to convert them into paying users?
All right, once our pilot, which is currently going on in 4 states, is complete, we hope to, because we're currently taking lessons and building a more formidable solution. And once we are done with that, we are onboarding them as users very, very soon, in about 2 months or 3.
So what is your plan in terms of internet connection, considering the fact that this will be internet expensive?
Great. So that's why we are the first edtech solution, virtual science laboratory brand that students can use on their mobile phones and is offline. So our content, once you download this app, everything is offline. So students can use this solution from anywhere.
Thank you.
Bandwidth is not a problem. Internet connection is not a problem at all.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to Forest Lab. Your 8 minutes is up. Back this way. Thank you. Mojibade, who do we have next?
Thank you very much, Forest Lab. Coming up next, we have Tinu EV. A round of applause for Tinu EV.
Once again, to the contestants, 4 minutes, preferably for your presentation, so you have enough room for the Q&A. To the audience, please, I will crave your indulgence. The more you clap, the more time you eat into.
Good day, everyone.
Hold on,
Have you
1
ever
second. 1 second, your team. Sorry, we just want to set up his presentation. So audience, you can clap all the clap that is inside you that you wanted to clap. You can clap it now. So as soon as you introduce yourself, your time will start. Wish you all the best.
Good day, everyone. Have you ever been stuck in traffic that you have to miss an important business event? I have too. I have been to so many dismissed events just because of traffic delays. And guess what? If not for this bike, probably I would still be stuck in Lekki, Ajah traffic by now, probably streaming this event from there. How does it feel after spending so much on transportation, you still get stuck in traffic and spend most of your productive time there? Do you know that there are many technologies out there that can help curb this problem? But due to lack of credit systems, it seems out of reach and luxurious to Africans. That is why we are developing a fintech EV platform to help leapfrog Africa by providing those technologies and credit systems for businesses and individuals. I present to you Tino EV, the future of e-mobility in Africa. My name is Kenechukwu Ndonwa, CEO and CTO of Tino EV Technology. Sorry. In Nigeria, about half of the population, that is about 150 million people, are road users, 60% of this population are intra-city travelers, and that leaves us with a market of about 36 million people, which is around $4 billion annual revenue. We generate revenue from the credit system we provide to our customers, platform fees, insurance, rental fees, kit sales, and charging and swap battery stations. Our platform and business is very easy to use. Download Tino EV app, choose a preference, and run your credit score. Then you'll be listed with available products to use. Then, from anywhere in Lagos, you can search for any Tino EV station close to you and pick up a ride. Currently, we are in the pre-launch and market activation phase, currently building up our entrepreneurs list and ecosystem partnership, partnering with more business platforms. By the first quarter of next year, we start our e-bike conversion and charging station infrastructure. And by 2024, we start the e-storage rentals. And by 2025, we start car conversion in Nigeria. We have very few competitors in Africa, and we still stand a better chance to win huge percent in this market. With the grant, 50% of it will go into advancement of product and development, 30% will go into building more teams for market activations, and 20% will go into legal and patents and trademarks. With our team of young, goal-driven individuals who are fully capable and ready to leapfrog Africa. What are you still waiting for? Join our waiting list now at www.tinoev.com. Let's jump into the future. Thank you.
4 minutes left.
I just want to say great presentation. I'm a proponent of people encouraging other people to use bicycles, having lived in the Netherlands. And also you being a CTO given this presentation, also props for that as well. I have no questions.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, amazing stuff you're building. I have just 2 quick questions. One, are you looking to set up EV stations?
Of course.
Wouldn't that be a different business entirely? Like, why can't you partner?
It's not actually a different business because Tino EV is forming a bedrock for e-mobility in Africa. So by next year, we start setting up our charging stations. We start from Lagos. So.
And you don't think a partnership with EV stations would help you scale your business faster?
Of course, we're already in partnership with deep tech companies like OWAT and so on.
All right, thanks.
Okay. I think I got a little bit confused in terms of what you're trying to do, and I think that's what Sam is speaking on. But I'm curious to know, are you already selling or leasing out the bikes in the market? If yes, how did you get the first 10 users? If not, how are you planning to get them? Because I think I want to just understand exactly what problem you're solving and for whom.
Okay, actually we are into both. We sell the bikes, but our main target is for the rentals and the charging stations. That is where we drive our revenue from.
So who are you targeting exactly? Is it people that are commuting
We
to
are
work?
targeting productive users in Nigeria, which are mostly students, working class, traders, and so on.
Okay. And you talked about the credit bit of it, right? Why are you introducing that element?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
There was the credit bit that I picked up, right? And from my understanding, it's like you're making it, how can I put this? Like there are people that can't afford your services, so you're advancing credit so that they can afford it. Am I confused?
I'm sorry, I'm struggling to hear you.
Okay, maybe we can leave it there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Tino EV. You're not leaving this for Zenith? It's not, We should have this one. Wow. A round of applause once again. Thank you so much. Mojibade, who do we have next?
Coming up next, we have Sonwo.
Sonwo, a round of applause to Sonwo, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, 8 minutes, 4 minutes for presentation preferably, so you have enough time for your Q&A. The time starts as soon as you introduce yourself. Audience, please, absolute silence. And if you can, please hold all the applause till after the time is up. I wish you all the best.
Good afternoon. How many of you have actually bought online from a social media vendor and then got blocked afterwards? Yeah, we are in the same WhatsApp group, and I'm the admin of that WhatsApp group. So you're welcome. My name is Ibrahim Oredola, and I'm the co-founder at Sonwo. And today I want to gist you how we are enabling risk-free transactions in Africa. Here is Kachi Onyelu, and according to the Foundation for Investigative Journalism, she duped her customers of over $100,000 worth of hair products. And on the other hand is Pamilering, a Twitter influencer that got duped of over 385,000 naira from a social media vendor. You will all agree with me that the major constraint when buying products and services online, especially from unregulated e-commerce market space, like social media, like GG and classified, is the issue of fraud and what I ordered versus what I got. As a matter of fact, 5 billion naira is actually what was reported that Nigeria lost to online fraud. This is actually a fraction of what Kelly reported the other time about the financial fraud. And at the moment, we have over 76 million online shoppers in Nigeria, and 1 out of every 4 of these online shoppers is a victim or has been a victim of social seller fraud. The 3 others are potential victims. And that's actually why we come with our solution. So, a trust tech platforms enabling risk-free online transactions in Africa via escrow and mediation services, while empowering small businesses to leverage on our management tools to boost their business productivity. We are actually solving a great social impact problem, and that is SDG Goal 16, where we actually prevent online fraud within the unregulated e-commerce space and providing low-cost mediation and arbitration as alternative to expensive litigation process. And of course, Goal 8, empowering small businesses. How it works, vendor generates invoice on our platform or buyer initiate the transaction, they authenticate the invoice and pay, and then seller gets notified and confirm payment. After which, we owe the money in escrow. And then vendor ships product and vendor service to the buyer, and then we release the money to the buyer when the product or service has been confirmed. And if there is a case, a dispute, we come in as the escrow. Thank you. Our target market is informal retail sector, SMEs, B2B purchases, freelancers, and creatives. And this is actually our competitive analysis. As a matter of fact, we are actually ahead of them, especially as the offering of our social escrow bot, something like our own Ziva for escrow. And then, of course, we are also offering professional arbitrators and mediation services for this. Our revenue model, we charge 1 to 3% of the transaction, capped at 100,000 naira. And of course, for those people that want to use our business management tools, they just pay 2,000 naira per month. Very cheap. And this is our revenue projection. By year 1, we are actually looking at a revenue of $300,000. And after scaling to international market, we are looking at a revenue of $2 million by year 5. Our product roadmap, we already launched Sonwo Classic and Express. And by December, we'll be testing our social escrow bot with selected users. We'll be releasing our API WordPress plugin for public, and then our Android OS by next year, June. Our team, Ibrahim Aridola, I'm trained as a lawyer, and I'm an alumnus of Tony Elumelu Foundation. I've previously worked with the British Council, Ministry of Justice in Delta State, and the likes. And we have Malik, who is a MEST alumni, trained as a product lead, and he's also an alumnus of Faith Foundation. We have Okoyomo, who has actually led the communication and marketing for a Pan-African company, HYBR. And then we have our developers, and Amos, who has worked with Patricia and Lagos State government before. Attraction. At the moment, we've accommodated 300 plus vendors, and we've protected over 200 transactions of you sitting down here. We've secured partnership with OnePipe, AFI Agricultural System, though at the moment we are currently using Flutterwave. And of course, we're a country finalist at West Africa Challenge, and we are currently on Orange Coders Incubation Program. With this 15 million naira grant, we're actually looking at growing our vendors to 10,000 in the next 1 year,
4
and
minutes
protecting
left.
50,000 transactions amounting to over $5 million. With this 15 million naira grant, 40% of it will be devoted to admin and hiring, 30% to product development, and the other 30% for marketing and partnership. You can help us to actually look future forward by helping us help people, potential victims here. Thank you very much.
Him.
Hi.
I love what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, do you mind walking us through what your go-to-market strategy?
Okay, our go-to-market strategy, we are actually, because what we are doing has a lot to do with trust. And that's actually why we are adopting a strategy of community building. We are actually bringing all social vendors online. We are targeting them with trainings to actually bring them into our community. And through that, we can be able to sell the gospel of escrow to people. That is one. And then number two, we are also leveraging on referrals. You know, when they actually refer other users, we give them some tokens, some freebies and all that to actually ensure that, okay, they use our product. And also, another thing we are also looking at is to partner with relevant partners, like, for instance, now for our arbitration system, at the moment, we are doing the dispute resolution internally. By the time we scale, we are partnering with the Council of Mediators and Arbitrators to actually be able to offer these arbitrators for big volume transactions.
Yeah, thanks. How about partnerships with marketplaces?
Yes, of course. It's actually one thing we are looking at. For instance, now, Gigi, we're actually looking at partnering with them, such that whenever you want to buy on Gigi...
How many have you partnered with today?
Okay, so at the moment, as I said earlier, we have none. We've not partnered with any marketplace yet.
When did you launch?
We just launched this year.
When?
March.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
How many of the informal retailers you're working with are right now paying you the 2,000 Naira per month?
Okay, so at the moment, we are trying it like a freemium model. So we just launched, so we want to like attract them to our platform for a while before we now start, introducing the subscription model.
Sorry, a quick question. The 1 to 3%
yes,
commission
sir.
capped at 100,000 Naira, correct?
Capped. So irrespective of the transaction,
yeah,
it's capped at 100,000. Yeah.
Do you think a vendor will pay you that in Nigeria?
Okay, so that's actually why there are two ways to initiate a transaction on our platform. It is live, sanwo.io. It's either the vendor initiates it or the buyer initiates it. When the vendor initiates it, they can push it over to the buyer. They have that choice. And when the buyer initiates it,
but as a buyer, would you accept it?
As a buyer, if that's the cost for me to pay to secure my transaction, I'll gladly take it. Imagine I want to buy a drone worth over 1 million naira, and I don't trust the buyer, but I just need to pay like around 30,000 naira to secure that. I think that's fair enough.
All right.
I think the last question I have for you is, you mentioned Flutterwave, right? And then one pipe.
Yes.
So who shoulders their fees?
What is it?
The fees, because they're going to end up paying, because, okay, this is my experience in Nigeria, right? People prefer that you do bank transfer because the fees are very minimal, right?
Okay.
Now, when you bring in Flutterwave, they also have their own fees on top of that.
It's already factored into our own commission, so we are paying for that.
Sorry, before you go.
Yes, sir.
How long does this confirmation from the buyer stays before he confirms out what he paid for is what he's getting, and how do you manage the vendor's patience?
Sorry, can you state the question again, sir?
How long does the buyer has to
So sorry, Judge.
for confirmation?
Okay, so that's within 48 hours. We confirm that. And if there's a dispute, we come in and then we mediate between both parties.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. Mo, who do we have next?
Thank you very much, Sanwo, for your presentation. Coming up next, we have Green B. Let's make welcome Green B on stage for his presentation.
As soon as you introduce yourself, the time starts. 4 minutes for your presentation, 4 minutes for your Q&A is the preferred choice. So wish you all the best.
Good day, beautiful people. My name is Vincent, co-founder at Greenbee. Last year, my cousin called me. He owns a restaurant business. He was about to shut it down because things were not going so well. And yes, he was using digital tools to run his business, but not getting the exact result. I know it is true already that today's businesses know the advantage of leveraging digital tools for their businesses, but the problem remains, where do they get these softwares for their business? How do they make a decision between A or B? Now, how do they manage these multiple softwares on different accounts they've created and aligning it to their business processes? I mean, imagine having 10 accounts on different websites just to manage one business. What if there's a better way? What if by creating one account on one website, you have access to an app market that gives you the variety of options from different softwares by different software providers? You read reviews, watch demos, and you make a decision. And you're able to delegate this access to your team members if you have one, and everybody has their staff login. Amazing, right? Greenbee is providing the solution by helping businesses grow, by giving them access to all the tools they ever need to run their business successfully in one place with a single account. How do we make money? We make money from subscription, from these businesses, from revenue share from third-party software developers that publish their apps on our app market, and coming soon from our own ad network so that people can advertise and get the right audience within that local audience. The market is large, opportunity is huge. This is our market currently, $1.4 billion market in Nigeria. And with the strides we're taking, in a decade, we're able to have, make $50 million from these businesses. Our market strategies are easy. We have employed every form of online and offline marketing strategies, including community, B2B communities, like Zenith business clients, and even our other software providers that serve businesses. So far, since we launched this model last year, September, we've signed up about 700 SMEs. We have 143 paying customers, giving us a monthly recurring revenue of $4,500. And these are some of our clients. Similar products are Odoo and AppSumo. These are foreign products. We understand our African market more than them, and we're really doubling down in getting these people. Local competition, SoftSuite, and simple ARP. Our business model gives us the advantage because we've seen the relationship between data and resources and creating that operating system that makes businesses thrive. This is the team that makes the dream work. Myself, I'm a second-time founder with my co-founder, Tijani. Tijani is a full-stack developer with a lot of experience in cloud services and the whole stack. Lucky is an operations specialist. He has worked in the bank, he has worked in fintechs, and is just doubling down on partnerships. And we have a total of about 10 people working with us to bring this dream alive. Our current pre-seed round is $200,000, but with the prize money, we'll be able to raise some doors and move from point A to B and save some customers, because once you sign up on the platform, we give you $100 in Greenbee credits, and you can use that to get some basic software you need to run your business. We know that SMEs are the lifeblood of any economy, and if we make them succeed, it trickles down to economic growth. I'm Vincent from Greenbee, and we're helping businesses work smart so they can grow fast. Thank you.
You mentioned that you're a second-time founder. What was your previous business, and how did you meet your co-founders?
Okay, yeah, my previous business was an edtech solution, Traindemi, still live. So Traindemi is now selling as a software on the app market. So education businesses can still access Traindemi. I met Tijani, we've worked together, we're freelancing for businesses, and about 10 years. I met Lucky while at Stanbic Bank, way back from 2013 to 2015.
I think the other question that I'm curious about is data security, because the direction you're headed, that's something that's going to come up all the time. If I'm a company and I'm entrusting you with all my data, right? So which companies are you targeting? What's the profile of your ideal client?
So regular businesses, retail businesses, right? Businesses providing services in one form or the other, education businesses, restaurant and bar owners, like my cousin I mentioned earlier.
Maybe let's use like number of employees, revenue, such indicators.
Okay. So we encourage any business, you start small and grow. So no matter the revenues you're making, even though you're not making revenues, you're just starting. You find the tools that will help you accelerate that growth. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With 2 minutes left in his presentation. Mo, you can give him a round of applause now, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for your pitch, Green Bee. And coming up next for his pitch, let's make welcome Sonocare. Sonocare, a round of applause for Sonocare.
As soon as you introduce yourself, your clock...
Good afternoon, everybody.
Wait, hold.
My name is Moses, and I'm the founder of Sonocare Healthcare. So welcome to Sonocare, where you enjoy unhindered access to quality healthcare anywhere. Our mission at Sonocare is to improve the lives of patients through timely and unhindered access to quality healthcare providers and services at affordable cost. Imagine this happened to you, watching someone you love die because healthcare is not within reach. And even if it were, you will not be able to afford it. It happened to me. I watched my brother Steven die after waiting 9 hours without a doctor to save his life. And at that time, we did not have the resources to travel to cities for the care. Like Steven, 1.2 million Nigerians are still dying from preventable and manageable healthcare conditions from sudden illnesses and accidents. And unfortunately, 97% of the population still have to pay out of pocket to access care they cannot afford. This is why I developed Sonocare, to bring healthcare to the fingertips of patients through a mobile application that connects patients instantly to doctor consultations and remotely uses artificial intelligence to monitor vital health signs using the mobile phone cameras. And also we offer on-demand access to home care services. And we offer all of these services in one place at very affordable cost. The market for this problem we are trying to solve is as large as $5.86 billion in Africa, in Nigeria alone. And the serviceable, addressable market for this problem is as large as $4.97 billion. And we are targeting just 5% of this market share. So looking at this market opportunity, we have segmented our target customers into to include low and middle income earners, rural and semi-urban dwellers, uninsured people, and people with easy access to mobile phones and smartphones. Sonocare is the smartest way to stay healthy, and we promise to improve patients' lives through quality, convenience, and access to improved health outcomes. To solve this problem, we have built a team of young individuals with common interests and diverse skill sets on a mission to save the lives of millions of people, led by myself, Dr. Moses, as the CEO, and Blessing as the Chief Operating Officer, Nelson as the Chief Technology Officer, and Rosemary as our Chief Marketing Officer. And with this team, we hope to grow this product in the marketplace. So a solution like Sonocare is needed now because of the impact of COVID-19, increasing market opportunity, the increasing technology adoption among people today, and also the low technology requirements. And our team is the best to solve this problem because of our unique technology, our experience and competence. Our product is easy to scale and replicate, and we have built a very unique vision. Our product differentiates itself from the competition through a wide range of features that we offer, and most especially using artificial intelligence that enables patients to use their camera to track vital signs like temperatures, heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen concentration. without needing to buy expensive medical equipment and gadgets. And also, we are the first in the market to offer this solution. Also, our product works both online and offline so that people in rural communities can also access healthcare with ease. And we are going to make money for this solution by selling subscription-based health plans and taking transaction fees, as well as taking 20% commission on all provider transactions. Okay, we are going to acquire customers through digital marketing, strategic partnerships, and also trade shows, events, and a very strong web presence. And to date, we have been able to obtain intellectual property rights for our brand, release the beta version of our product, and acquire 26,000 wait lists of potential customers, attained 700 strategic partnerships with hospitals, labs, pharmacies, as well as doctors, nurses. And we plan to release a public beta version of our product by the end of this month, November, and also reach our first 500,000 users by 2023. So we are raising $1 million. We are seeking $1 million in seed round investment to achieve 18 months runway and reach our first $2 million in revenues by year one, and also grow our team and expand across Nigeria and into international markets. Thank you for listening.
Hi, Dr. Moses. Amazing stuff you've built. Well done to you and the team. Right, I have just two questions. Number one, I see that you're doing insurance, right? Testing, and a few others. Now, when you look at testing, you can find companies like Health Tracker that does that as a single business, right? Insurance, there are other companies that just do that as a business, right? Like MyCover AI, amongst many others, right? And now you're looking to raise $1 million to further scale your business. I see you have like over 20,000 people on your wait list and all, right? Which means you don't have any paying customer right now. Yeah. So my big question is, don't you think it's more important to focus on one thing, master that thing, just so when competitors come, they don't hold you by this end, hold you by another one comes, hold you by the other end, and hold you at the other end as well, and you have nothing, right? So holding on to one thing, driving that thing, getting known for that very thing, don't you think that would help you scale your business better and faster? And just so you don't spend so much, you can raise something really not so much while you're looking to close up on your round, right? And you know you're running your business. What do you think?
Actually, I don't really get your question very straight, but if you can rephrase it in the easier way for me to understand you.
So sorry, time is up. A round of applause to Sonocare, ladies and gentlemen. Please, show love to Sonocare, please. Thank you. For equity and fairness, we are holding both the participants, judges, and the time. So once it's 8 minutes, not a second more. Mo Jibade, who do we have next?
Thank you very much, Sonocare. Coming up next for a pitch, we have Zion Robotics. Let's make welcome Zion Robotics for his pitch today.
Ladies and gentlemen, show some love. Zion Robotics, your time starts as soon as you make your introduction. All the best.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Emeka and I'm from Zion Robotics. So I was this kid who will tinker, who will play with electronics, and I went to university to learn how to create new technology. But unfortunately, my classmates and I were not given the necessary tools, the skills or knowledge to do that, because most of our instruction was theoretical. And that's where a schoolmate of mine, a classmate, Okwe Ogunkola, came in. Okwe taught my classmates and myself in his free time how to build and program these electronic devices. Okpe basically saved us. My team and I want to be Okpe Ogunkola to millions of African children. And why is that important? As we move towards a future that is governed by artificial intelligence and robotics, African kids are at a disadvantage. First of all, the curriculum does not cater for practical robotics and coding education. Most teachers come from a non-technical background. In fact, if they came from a technical background, they would probably look for jobs in Twitter and Google instead of teaching primary and secondary school children. And thirdly, the robotics kits in the market are either very expensive or they are cheap and difficult for kids to use. So this means two things for Africa: future mass unemployment and billions of dollars in lost revenue. That is why we create fun robotics and coding courses. We upskill teachers, and we also manufacture affordable robotics kits. So the IO robotics kit is fun, it's versatile, it could be a robot, a wearable, an IoT device, and it's very cheap, at just 30,000 naira a unit. We've also created this easy-to-use programming environment that can run on your smartphone or tablet. So just by way of demo, I don't know if you can see. So I'll basically just use my smartphone to... So the camera here, yes. Okay, so basically just use a, yeah. Okay, so basically I can use my smartphone. Okay.
Sorry, can we get the camera to go into... Can you walk to it or move towards the camera so they can zoom in?
Yeah, so I can basically use my smartphone to just change the text and make the robot move. Okay. Okay, so just keep that. Okay, so we are in a market that's growing to $3.3 billion globally in the next 5 years. In Nigeria alone, it's a 376 billion naira per year business. We make money from the sales of our robotics kits, from our very affordable courses and train-the-trainer workshops. We acquire customers from marketing on social media, partnerships with schools, and referrals. In fact, word of mouth is how we have gotten some of our most valuable customers. We've been funded and accelerated by these organizations. And with that, we have taken the robotics kits from concept to early prototype to its current iteration. We have set up a mini production facility. We have created this graphical programming software. We have trained lots of children, generated revenue. Unlike our competition, our robotics kits are easy to use. They are very, very affordable. And this is the team. It's made up of myself, Caleb, and Joy. We're a diverse team of engineers, designers, and STEM educators. In the next 14 months, we are looking to onboard 200 facilitators, train 2,000 kids, and sell 1,000 robotics kits. In the process, generating a revenue of 50 million naira. To help us achieve this goal, we are asking for 26.7 million naira that will go into beefing up our production facilities and also acquiring inventory so that we can reduce the time to market. Thank you. Yeah, any questions? The demo, right? Yeah, let me just...
Okay, just want to give him about 20 seconds or so to fix that so he can get the demo done.
Okay. Yeah.
Can we get the camera on the robot, please? Thank you.
Okay. So basically, you can just use your mobile device. If you see the robot, okay, you can't see it well, but there's something written on it. So all I have to just do is just use my smartphone, connect with it over Bluetooth, and then click on run. So it basically moves and changes what's on it. You can see it here. The image on the screen has changed. So it's basically simple. We basically brought down the level of technical ability that's needed to teach and learn robotics. Thank you.
I'm curious to know, how do you make the robots?
Okay, so there are several parts to the robots. First of all, there's a PCB. So we design the PCBs, we send them to China. They are printed out, then we buy the different components, we assemble that. For the body, we 3D print it in-house. Yeah, so that's basically how we make them.
In terms of your software you built, how do you make sure they are cross-platform? Because I know you have Raspberry Pi and so many operating systems that this robotics runs. So how do you make yourself to make sure that they can work across different
Okay, so we are not creating software that works across the various platforms because of the distinctive advantages of ours, we are restricting it just to our platform.
And in terms of distribution, I'm assuming you're selling to parents, right?
Yeah.
How do they find the robots?
Like the experience?
No, like buying them. If I want to buy them, do I find them at schools?
Okay, yeah. So we have so one channel is schools. We partner with schools, right? We run programs in schools, and we can get kids to buy. We also use our website. If you go to our website, there's a button you can click on, and then we can sell the robot to you. Yeah.
So just to kind of add on to his question, what's your customer acquisition strategy?
Okay, so we've gotten customers through 3 ways. One, social media marketing. That works for boot camps especially. The second way is through referral. People who have experienced us in the past, through word of mouth. They talk to schools, they talk to other parents.
Just finish the sentence and then you can head off. Finish the sentence quickly.
Yeah, so that's basically that. And then thirdly is through partnership with schools. We partner with schools, train their kids, and parents access that. Yeah.
Well done, Zion Robotics. A round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. Mo?
Thank you very much again, Zion Robotics. And now let's make welcome for the next peach, Baze. A round of applause for Baze, please, as she comes up stage.
Just point to the back of the hall.
Sorry, how does it work?
So next up is Baze. And I don't know, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause to all our contestants so far. It's been quite mind-blowing. You have 8 minutes. The clock starts as soon as you introduce yourself. All the best.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I believe the vast majority of everyone here is a worker. Sorry. Oh, front. Okay. Oh, back. Yeah. So I believe hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm sorry again. Hi everyone, good afternoon. I believe the vast majority of the people here are workers. You either work from home or you work from an office. If you work from home, you're constantly battling with distraction from family members, poor power supply, poor internet supply. If you work from an office, you are constantly battling with long hours of commute to the office. Did you know that the average Lagosian loses 75% of weekly work hours to long hours of commute? So if you're thinking, why is my 24 hours wasting? That's because you spend so much time in traffic, right? A solution to this would be a system where people can work from anywhere comfortably and conveniently. And when I say comfortably and conveniently, I mean that you do not have to commute long hours. There are no distractions. There's proper power supply and proper internet supply. And this is where Baze comes to play. So Base is an on-demand platform that connects workers to co-working spaces all over the country. So with Base, you pay per minute, which is an added benefit, right? How does Base work? You need to go to a space to work. You bring out your phone, find the space using the Base platform. You check in using the QR code at the platform with partner workspaces, and you get your work done, and you check out afterwards. And users pay as they go, so they pay per minute. And what we do is we get a 15% commission from the workspaces. So there are 700 billion hours of office hours worldwide. 2.4 billion hours from that time is the time that hybrid workers use, which is the people that we're targeting, right? And then if there are 2.4 billion hours and we take 15% commission from the average fee of $3 per hour, we have the potential to make $1 billion globally. Yes, so we launched Base in September 2022, and so far we have 4,000 users on our wait list. We have 40 partner workspaces in 5 states in Nigeria. We have 50 LOIs signed with startups, and our next steps is to convert all of these LOIs that we have signed, convert the users on our wait list, and build our partner workspaces to 100 workspaces in 20 states in Nigeria. So the team is made up of I, Gladys Marikwe, Benga Oyeniyi, and Ugo Wokoro. And between the 3 of us, we have 23 years experience building consumer tech and 6 years managing workspaces. So we are seeking $500,000 to enable us market to convert 100% of our pipeline, get the engineers to fast-paced product development and optimization, and establish B2B sales team. And the pitch prize money will put us a step further in achieving these goals. In achieving our goals of 16,000 monthly recurring revenue in 12 months. Yes, so my name is Gladys, like I said, and I'm from Base, and we are enabling a healthier work-life balance for every African worker. With Base, you have access to multiple workspaces and you pay per minute. Thank you. So if you are a worker here, I would advise you go to www.trybase.co and sign up to be a part of this amazing movement. Thank you.
Hi. So just a quick question. How does Base compare with if I were to do like a monthly plan with AfriWorks or something like that, especially if I'm paying by the minute versus paying for a lump sum? Is there like a discounted rate, or what's the value prop for me, aside from being able to access more spaces? Price-wise, is there a value prop?
Yes, you pay per minute, so that makes it affordable, because regular workspaces would ask that you pay a whole day or you pay an hour. And most people just want to like spend 2 hours max, due to the research that we carried out. Most people want to spend like 2 hours, 3 hours to just quickly get work done, because they're mostly nomads. They move from places to places, so you just need short time. And these workspaces are not offering that, and that's what Base is offering.
You talked about traffic and other aspects. My experience with co-working spaces is that most of them actually they are in the central business district most of the time. So what I'm trying to do to improve on the density, especially around residential areas.
Okay, so we have workspaces within 10 minutes radius of your immediate location as a customer. So when you pull out the Base app, you find a workspace within 10 minutes radius of your immediate location.
What I'm curious about is residential, because if I have to commute again to go to a co-working space, that sort of defeats the purpose. So what are you doing to make sure that they're within at least the residential areas?
Yeah, I don't know if you get what I'm saying. There are like workspaces within 10 minutes location. If you are, for instance, you live in Ikeja, there'll be a work space within 10 minutes radius of where you are, where your house is. So that way you don't have to go long distances.
All right, amazing stuff, right? So this is me trying to speak for other founders, right? So a lot of founders today, Nigerian founders, some of them are in the UK, in the US, right? Yeah, doing their work, right? And a lot of them are being asked to probably rent a space through WeWork, right? And WeWork has, I think, the largest co-working space right now in the world, right? So what I'm thinking of is, don't you think aggregating all of these co-working spaces globally would be a bigger, interesting business for you, since you don't have to move around, you just have to sit down, partner with all of these guys, pull them into your platform, and then you just sell yourself off to Nigerians or Africans, and everyone is able to like rent a co-working space anywhere. That's one. Then two, you said people pay per minute. Now, just to be sure I got you clearly, do you mean I get in here now, and every minute I'm paying? Or do you mean a cumulative of how long I've spent? These are two different things. Because paying per minute, I don't know, might be a bit tricky.
Okay, so when we say pay per minute, is if you spend 30 minutes, you pay for 30 minutes. So it's the total amount of time that you spend while you're there. You're not just, it's not deducting from your account as you go per minute, no. By the time you're done, you'd pay for the amount of time spent there. If you spend 30 minutes, you pay 30 minutes worth.
All right,
and the question, yeah, okay, I think my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to her, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Bays, for your presentation. Coming up next, we have Finva. Finva, let's make welcome Finva for his speech today.
A round of applause to Finva, ladies and gentlemen. You have 8 minutes. Your clock starts as soon as you introduce yourself. Thank you.
Just a few months ago, a popular digital bank startup in Nigeria announced a loss of $14 million due to the high rate of credit default. Unfortunately, this problem is currently becoming a plague in the credit industry in Africa. Hi everyone, my name is Kola Oletomi, and I'm from Finva. At Finva, we're currently helping creditors offer credit at low risk. There's currently an high influx of credit facilities in Africa, particularly Nigeria. However, there's still difficulty in accessing credit and loans. What do I mean by this? We currently have over 900 plus financial services, over 3,300 startups, and over 40 million MSMEs in Nigeria. And the credit market is set to be worth over $173 billion. But despite all this, only 4% of 40 million MSMEs can still access loans. And about a few years ago, 2015, $1.3 billion was reportedly lost by lenders in 2015. After deep diving into the problem, we discussed with creditors, and we discovered that one of the major problems really was with difficulty in accessing and analyzing the financial data of consumers during credit analysis. We also discovered that it's currently difficult for creditors to be able to effectively detect credit default potential and to also detect fraudulent transactions of these consumers. So who are we at Finva now we're solving this problem? At Finva, we're currently helping creditors to offer credit at low risk using AI technology. What do I mean by this? We currently developed a solution that makes use of our API technology to give creditors access to the financial data of consumers, and our algorithm also helps them to automatically analyze this data in seconds, thereby also helping them to flag fraudulent transactions, credit defaults, and as well analyze alternative data such as digital footprint for their underbanked consumers. Our product is quite simple. The product interface pretty much involves consumers granting creditors access to their financial data using our API solution. The data is thereby automatically analyzed and displayed on our dashboard, or the creditor's dashboard rather, and thereafter fraud is detected and creditworthiness of the consumers is being determined by the creditors. This is how our product interface currently looks like, with several features helping creditors access the consumers' data. Our competitive advantage is pretty much based on the fact that our solution helps to automatically analyze data in seconds, as well as the fact that we're also able to help creditors to determine the creditworthiness of their consumers and also flag fraud and credit default potential. Our target market are pretty much SMEs who offer who offer credits, who offer their products and services on credit, and also financial service providers such as banks and microfinance banks and creditors who offer credit. Our market size is about $100 billion, and our serviceable market is about $500 million. Our business model pretty much involves we charging creditors 120 naira per credit check for financial data analysis, and we also charge them 110 naira for analyzing using our digital footprint analysis algorithm. At 200 clients, Finva would have grown annual revenue to 12.6 billion naira, which is equivalent to $30 million yearly. Currently, we've been able to launch our product in September. We currently have over 4 clients, and we've been able to generate a revenue of $3,400. And we just onboarded FCMB and CreditPal for our beta testing phase. Actually, we just onboarded FCMB today. We're currently engaging with 100 clients for onboarding. And in 6 months from now, we hope to have been able to onboard about 50 creditors to our platform and also generate an average revenue of $25,000. And to further improve our products and invest in sales and customer acquisition. My name is Tomi Kolawole. I'm in charge of business and strategy. I previously built an AI company to $5,000 in revenue and $115,000 in revenue and 5,000 users, and also secured partnerships with the likes of MIT and Facebook. And our product also got featured on CNN and BBC. Our CTO is Kunle Adesonya, who has about 6 years of experience in software engineering, particularly fintech. He previously built Shekel Africa's credit finance platform. And we also have Mr. Dari, who has about 5 years of experience in credit risk analysis with the likes of CreditPal, Fair Money, and FFS Microfinance Bank. We also have Mr. Femi Adewale as part of our board, who has over 20 years of experience in banking, and Mr. Tobi Kolawole, who has over 10 years of experience in corporate marketing and strategy. We're currently raising $200,000, and as we hope to use this to improve our technology and also facilitate marketing, sales, and consumer acquisition, as well as recruit other tech and sales talents. We'd love you to join us as we drive financial inclusion through credit risk management and credit access across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is a wonderful solution. My question is, you will be having access to consumers' data, right? What are the securities you have in place to ensure that those are protected?
Yeah, thank you very much. So right now, what we're doing is we're working with NITDA to get our data license. And we are also working to ensure that we don't store any data on our platform. So what we do is we connect the consumer's data directly to the creditors.
My question is about scale. What must be true for you to see this as a $100 million a year business in revenue?
Oh, thank you so much. So what we did was we looked at the 900 plus financial services, looked at their average revenue per year, which is about $5 million per year, and also multiplied the average revenue they earn per year times the number of customers, and that gave us about $100 billion. So that's pretty much what gave us the total addressable market size of $100 billion.
So would you say that this solution is more of a credit marketplace than a proprietary solution?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Would you say that this is more of a credit marketplace since you just connect credit rating system? Is there something proprietary here?
Oh, yeah. So it's pretty much a credit marketplace solution, but we have a proprietary technology because we actually developed the AI algorithm that helps to automatically analyze this data. So we're looking to do the IP for the technology that we developed. But it's pretty much targeted towards credit finance companies, as well as banks, microfinance banks that offer credit solutions.
But you don't hold any of the customer data, so this is something that the credit reporting agencies would purchase from you.
Okay, so this is pretty much a solution that creditors, that's banks and financial services will get from us. So our solution is a bit different from what Credit Bureau offers. Credit Bureau gives access to pretty much to loan histories. That's whether a consumer is paying his loan well or not. But we are doing something a bit different. We help to analyze those data to be able to help creditors know whether somebody is actually creditworthy. Because we have some people who are first-time creditors and don't have any history with credit bureau. I'm also helping creditors also understand the spending pattern, behavioral patterns, and the overall creditworthiness of their consumers.
Just trying to understand the money. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
You put up a list of other competitors, and I have to be honest, I was a bit confused in terms of what sets you apart. Maybe if you could just walk us through that, like just one differentiating aspect.
Okay, thank you so much. So pretty much, my bank statement pretty much offers financial data in CSV and PDF formats, but what we do is a bit different. We give you CSV, we give you PDF formats, but we also give you all the analyzed data at once. So what it means is that you're able to flag credit default, you're able to understand whether a consumer is making fraudulent transactions just at a glance. You're also able to see whether a consumer is...
Finish the sentence, it's okay. Are you done with your sentence?
Yeah, so I was about saying that you're also able to see whether a consumer is doing all the transactions that are tagged as red flag for credit default and credit worthiness.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to Finva, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Finva. And for another pitch, let's make welcome Eko Tutu for his pitch presentation today.
Your time starts when you make your introduction. 8 minutes. Wish you all the best.
Not moving. It's not moving. Oh.
Right after Eko Tutu will take a final pitch from I Grow Africa, then listen to a presentation from one of our distinguished speakers. Then after that, we have another presentation before we now determine the winners from today's hackathon. Then we go for lunch and we have 2 masterclasses. So over to you, Eko Tutu.
Hi, my name is Babajide. I'm from Eko Tutu. We are building Africa's largest distributed off-grid cooling solutions, leveraging technology and renewable energy. This innovation journey started about 5 years ago during my engagement with the National Youth Service Corps program in Abeokuta, Ogun State. I witnessed for the first time the social, environmental, and economic neglect smallholder farmers have to deal with to manage their produce, especially during harvest. Did you know that 45% of food that's produced in Nigeria, as many as other developing countries, do not even get to the table of you and me as final consumers? This number does not make sense to me. And in the course of multiple research, we realized that we can actually solve this problem with a resource as abundant as the sun. This is why we started. Eko Tutu designs, develops, and deploys solar-powered cooling technologies, and then we deploy in open markets and in farm clusters. We leverage on renewable energy like solar, thermal technology, and IoT that enables us monitor its operation remotely. It is 100% solar powered. It is modular, meaning it's scalable into different sizes and capacity, and then we can track its operation in real time from anywhere in the world. Here's our business model. First, we provide cold storage as a service to farmers and aggregators in open markets and in farm clusters for as low as 250 naira per crate per day. We also provide, through our cooling truck partners, we provide logistics services to retail businesses, and then we charge between 15 to 20% commission for every completed delivery. And finally, for businesses that are able to afford it within the food value chain, we manufacture and deploy solar-powered working cold room on custom charges. The market opportunity is huge. But Eko Tutu is targeting within the next 3 years to take about 1% of the serviceable of the total available market within the Nigerian space, and as well as expand to markets like Ghana, Kenya, and Rwanda. We have interesting players in this space, but what stands us apart
we sit within that sweet spot of low-cost and multi-channel service delivery, meaning that from first mile to last mile, we have our customers covered without the need for any high upfront costs. And here's what we've been up to in the last 20 months. We've serviced 74 businesses. We've generated more than 40 million naira in revenue. We have 3 operational hubs that is currently running in power deficit communities. We've serviced directly more than 700 smallholder farmers. And recently, we secured a 5-year lease deal within the popular My 12 market to set up our 100% solar-powered cooling technology there. And thanks to some of our partners, with their support, we've been able to come this far. And of course, we're just starting. These are some of our customers that we've served over the months, and we look to do something bigger with them. Here is the amazing team that is driving the whole innovation at Eco22. Michael and I have had experience running the clean tech company before we started Eco22, and then we were able to grow that company in scale and bound before we decided to not run with it again. And all of the experiences is now brought into growing what we call Eco22 today. Adejoke, our super operations lead, has brought experience from driving operations in retail and food chains in 3 different cities across Nigeria to help our operations in Eco22. And our collective engineering team have had the accolade of designing 7 software and hardware products, which is currently being used in 3 continents of the world. Yeah, we're looking to raise some of $1 million, a combination of equity, debt, and grants. This will enable us warehouse major components for us to keep building. It will help us deploy 20 Eco22 hubs on a lease basis. It will also help us expand our technical and sales team at the back end, and to help our marketing and our plan to scale into other developing countries as mentioned earlier. But we need this prize money. The My 12 project is currently ongoing. This prize money will enable us to be able to complete this deployment, and because we plan to end this by December, January, and ready it for use for customers within the My 12 market. And also we plan to optimize the tracking technology bit to the one that can enable us monitor what volume of produce is stored per time, who owns the produce, what is the check-in and check-out time for this produce in real time from anywhere in the world. Also, we plan to roll out our post-harvest handling training across 7 major food clusters spread across 4 states in Nigeria, 3 in the south and 1 in the north. And finally, we'll be able to, this cash prize will enable us to have some working capital to onboard 10 more cooling truck partners that will keep us helping us deliver more service to our customers. If there's anything that we've learned from COVID-19 and the impact from flooding that we had recently, is the fact that as a country and as a continent, we must be intentional about being food secure. We hope you join us on this journey. Thank you.
Hi, Babajide.
Hi.
I love what you're building, frankly.
Thank you.
What are the measures you've put in place to mitigate risk of thefts in those locations?
So the first point is the familiarity within the host community. For example, the My 12 market I talked about, we are now like part of the inner circle of stakeholders running, like coordinating affairs within the market. And this is from the place of relationship building. That's the first point. And it's not just the executive in itself. Even the regular guys that work within the space, we've made friends with them. This has been working in other areas like Abeokuta where we've deployed. Second point is our infrastructures are tech-enabled, so we can monitor remotely. So we have video views in real time of what is happening. We have even tracker itself that tells us what is happening functionally or technically with our deployments. And then we also have insurance covers in place for these deployments.
Audience, please, you're eating into his time.
Really great work so far. Just a question. So it's a warehousing solution. It's also the transport, like last mile delivery, but is there like technology or these cooler cars? Like help me understand that a bit more and then like the cost there.
For the technology, right? So the interesting thing about technology is that directly from sun, we convert solar energy into ice. And within our cold storage infrastructures deployed, we store energy in form of ice, which almost eliminates the use of batteries. And for a 1 full ice box charged, that would take it off for the next 5 days without the need for any sunlight. And so for the logistics bit, what we currently run with we've been experimenting and it's sort of making sense is that we don't have to own these logistics trucks. What we've done is identified some cooling truck partners that have some incredible testimonies going on for them to work with us. So they help us enable from the first mile to the last mile, delivering that service to our customer. And all we do on the logistic bit currently is to charge between 15 to 20%. The plan is to grow on the bit of acquiring more of this, or onboarding more of these cooling truck partners to serve the growing need of our customers.
I think the problem around food wastage is a big problem. But again, when I look at your solution, one aspect that is, you have to deal with is the aspect of CapEx. It's a very heavy CapEx business. So who is footing that? Okay.
Can I answer that?
Then the second one is about, your actual customer.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
So sorry, the time is indeed up. Love to. Well done, Echo Tutu.
Well done, Eco Tutu. And now, finally, last but not the least, let's make welcome I Grow Africa for his speech. A round of applause for I Grow Africa.
Your time starts when you start the presentation. All the best.
Okay, good day everyone. My name is Prosper Ubi. I'm co-founder I Grow Africa. I strongly believe it's time Africa moved from consumption to production. I mean, with the height at which food insecurity is hitting us today, if nothing is done about that today, I'm afraid the 346 million persons affected by this challenge might not have a tomorrow to look forward to. As we all know, Africa has been sustained today by smallholder farmers, and these guys can no longer sustain us because they always suffer over 45% post-harvest losses every year. So we went further to probe why these guys are faced with this challenge. We realized that there are not too many food processing facilities available to utilize the farm produce that perishes. Right? On the other hand, we engaged food processing facilities. We realized that a good number of these guys do not utilize more than 60% processing capacity. Hence, they stagger to maintain stability, and a lot of them keep shutting down by the day. 7 years ago, actually, I and my co-founder, we ventured into food processing. We had a prototype that was going to replace, sort of, or be an alternative for cornflakes. We called it soy flake cereal. So upon receipt of the production plant's manual, we realized that that vision already was there. We couldn't proceed because of the cost of setting up a plant. Right? Looking at all of this, from that time to now, we've encountered a good number of persons who has been affected by this same challenge, inability to venture into the food processing space. And hence, we are building Africa's largest market space for food contract manufacturing. So you see this way, the farmers' farm produce can be utilized because we have more facility owners, more food facility owners that we no longer stagger by sharing facility on the platform by offering manufacturing as a service. At the same time, this individual who used to be me that had difficulties in venturing into the space can as well outsource production. When we have all of these guys on the platform, you see there's now demand for the farmers farm produce, and then our food is sufficient. So currently, the serviceable addressable market available in Africa is around $8 billion. And with our business model, we are only targeting just 5% of this size in the next 3 years. And so the product, targeting 5% of this size within the next 3 years. And the business model enables us that by charging a 2% transaction fee in this volume, which is $400 million, within the next 8 years, we're making an annual revenue of $8 million. Competitors in the global parallel, we have the likes of Badaboom, Alibaba like you know it, and Made in China. For Alibaba, for a company like Alibaba, you can literally, I mean, from the comfort of your home or anywhere, you can outsource production and then you have it manufactured and sent back to you. So the audiences, our target audience are existing facility owners who are struggling, like I said, to maintain stability. And then just me and you, both of us that want to help to solve the problem of food insecurity in Africa. I strongly believe that is something that everybody should look into. And how we've made it seamless is that with your internet-enabled device, right, you can seamlessly go into food processing from the comfort of your home. You just sign up, plan, produce, source for a contract manufacturer, outsource your production and monitor in real time. So in partnerships, we have some partnership in view, a collaboration with NAFDAC, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, and the likes. So our competitive advantage is that we have a food data dashboard such that as an individual, you have more informed decision to go into food production. You can see what food product is in demand and the region where it is being demanded for. So let's say someone in Kenya that wants to produce something in Nigeria, you can see with the data and then you can outsource production. So our roadmap, so far, in traction, aside building out our MVP within the past 4 months, we started engaging customers in the past 3 weeks, and we've successfully onboarded six manufacturers who are now ready to start outsourcing manufacturing as a service. So the team, I and Michael, we've built startups in the past, over 8 years now. So Michael is that guy that can literally complete my statement when I started to have a very good relationship. One-time founder, Lizabe, and my CTO, as well as head of food technology, has over 13 years experience with NAFDAC. So at the moment, we're currently raising $250,000. So first off, to keep scaling the team, build out the product more, and then push more into the market. With this model, we are projecting to achieve a total production count of 536, giving us a revenue of $107,000. But with the grants we're about to receive today, it will enable us to achieve 70 production counts at a revenue of $12,400. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I'm a big believer in contract manufacturing, but I think the difference here is you're looking at agriculture, you're looking at food. What I want to understand is, who is your customer? You know, because I just want to have a picture of them. Is it maybe is it a business? Is it an individual? If it's a business, like which industry are they in? Are they a supermarket? And then also, how do you source the inputs? Do they bring the inputs to you?
Okay, so first off, the first persona here is a facility owner who is already into food processing. Then the other category could just be myself or you who has been looking for a way to venture into food processing. Or you already have a factory, but then you're struggling to maintain stability. I would just want to add this. In the event of calling most of the facility owners, we realized that a lot of them shut down within a short period of operation because they could not maintain production capacity, right? I was just even speaking with Greenby. He said that the sister was into cassava farming and then looking for a place to outsource production after realizing the price was terrible. So that's it.
I think I'm going to ask this because it was also supposed to have gone to Eco Tutu, which is, I have a bit of familiarity with Relief, which is one of, you mentioned one of your competitors, and a couple of other businesses in the you could say, manufacturing space. And usually the question that keeps on coming up is a question around CapEx, right? It essentially kills your scale, right? And what most people do is they sort of just go vertical with a singular product so that they can be able to just maybe focus on a single region. So what are you looking at when it comes to scale?
Okay, so like I said, the platform, we are not investing in any facility at the moment. So we already have guys that have this facility that, like I said, they are not stable. So the 40% they are not utilizing, they outsource for production. Just like I said, the global parallel like Alibaba and the rest, you can literally manufacture from anywhere in the country, you outsource production, and you monitor, and then it's sent to you.
You made today, till date. How much have you made?
I didn't get that.
Revenue, how much?
Okay, revenue. So with our 2% transaction fee that we charge to produce, to achieve a total production count of 536 within 1 year, we'll be making a revenue of $107,000.
No, how much have you made till
Okay,
date?
so, sorry, we just launched and we just
When did you launch?
3 weeks ago. We onboarded 6 contract manufacturers so far.
Well, your partnership with the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, how many manufacturers access did it give you to?
Time's up.
Did
So
you access
sorry.
through that?
I'm so sorry. So you haven't made any money, basically. You haven't made any money yet. You haven't made any money.
No, not yet.
Okay, so round of applause then. And that is the last but definitely not the least. Okay, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause to all our participants. This is going to be a very tough one. Won't that be, Mojibade?
It would be a very tough decision, but all the best and good luck to our judges. We are sure that they are capable and they are able to make the right decisions for our 11 finalists today.
So while we give time for our judges to step off stage and prepare for the next speaker, Zifa, how did you view the presentations?
The presentations were excellent, very informative. I am sure the judges have their hands full.
Did you all hear that? Okay, can we up her mic? Or I should tell her to speak up. Okay.
The presentations were excellent, very informative. I am sure the judges have their hands full.
I am sure the judges have their hands full. Fantastic. So I have a giveaway here. This is a Huawei Mate, I think it's Mate or Matte Pad T, valued about 60,000 upwards. And I have been told to have preference for the men today. Is where? Okay, Ziva. There's one row I've not done. So I've done this row, Abi. Have I done this row? Wait, can you even answer the question? You can answer the question. The last speaker, when was he born? All right, so I don't want to be held responsible for. Zifa, can you pick any random color? If you're wearing the color, then I'll pick you as a guy. Ziva? Any color?
Yellow.
All right, any guy wearing yellow? Bros, God answer your prayer this morning. All right, so please can you come? Wait, do you want to answer the question? You didn't seem excited. Bros, yours is yellow and white. Sit down. All right. Did someone say I'm wearing yellow boxers? What's wrong with you? This is a public event. All right, what's your name?
Fikayo.
Fikayo, what do you do?
I'm a student.
Where?
Yabatech.
Yabatech. Big shout out to Yabatech. So this question is, did you just stand up to do thumbs up? Are you his friend? Yes, is your classmate? Oh yeah, stand up. Classmate. Oh yeah, sit down. What's your full name?
Ogundijo Fikayo.
Ogundijo Fikayo. Okay, so representing Yabatech, very simple question. To win the last prize for day 2, which of these does not belong in the group? Star 966 hash, star 669 hash, star 969 hash. Audience, please silence. And star 996 hash. Which of these belong in the group? I'll take that again. Which of these belong in the group? Are you ready? Star 966 hash, star 669 hash, star 969 hash, *996 hash. Basically, one is correct, the other 3 are wrong. Are you ready? Please silence, or I will take the pad home myself. Do you want me to take it home? So, you people don't like me, but it's okay. Are you ready? Which of these belongs in the group?
*966 hash.
I know it's correct. Now I have to give you suspense to make the thing gang. Yabatek, congratulations. Mojibade, over
And
to you.
just like that, you're going home with a pad from Huawei. Thank you, Huawei, and congratulations to you and to everyone from Yabatek. Thank you very much.
By the way, the charger is with me. That one is sold separately. Let's see after this conference.
Thank you very much, Oscar. You have been so good today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just listened to 11 presentations from our 11 finalists. We'll now have a special presentation that will address starting and scaling a successful startup. So you know that this is a very timely conversation and you must listen to this presentation because we have brought in an expert on African agriculture and nutrition, a philanthropist, a social innovator for this conversation. She has over 25 years of international development experience and is a recognized serial entrepreneur, author, public speaker, and consultant. Through her work in the private, public, and non-profit sectors, she has led the design and execution of high-impact initiatives focused on policy, strategy, organizational design, ecosystem solutions, and growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome Ndidi Nguneli for her presentation on starting and scaling a successful startup. You can make the applause really loud because the next 15 minutes will be worth your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to the leadership of Zenith Bank for this phenomenal opportunity. Yeah? Oh, I have it. Thank you for Dame Adora and MDE for this phenomenal gathering. So I'm an entrepreneur. I've started a number of organizations, and I have a short presentation for you, which is really focused on the theme. And as I was listening to the 11 pitches today, I thought, my gosh, it's as if I had them in mind when I was developing this presentation. We heard them. How many of you enjoyed the pitches? Now, who did you think was better prepared than the others? See, if you want to be here on this stage next year, you have to listen very attentively, right? The first thing is, what is your why? We heard some people tell us very credible stories. Maybe my brother died, I had this problem in school, and that drew us in. They had a why. Why are you doing this? Are you doing this just so you can get the money and buy the next car? Or are you doing this because you really have a reason and there's a problem you found that you want to solve? And what is your business model? You heard the judges. Is it unique? Is it different? Is it sustainable? Is it easy to copy, or is it another pure water business? How many of you remember people starting pure water businesses? Now it's tech businesses, right? Just so that I can copy and get some money. What is your plan A, plan B, and plan C? It's interesting, we heard business models that had all of them combined. And it's important to know which one you're starting with. And who can you attract to join you on this journey? So I've started a number of companies. Some of them are non-profit, some of them are for-profit. How many of you have heard of Leap Africa? Leap Africa was started 20 years ago and now works in 8 African countries. So I started that when I was 28, right? And then I started Ace Foods as a food processing company. I'm sure some of you use Ace Foods products in your homes. I co-founded that with my husband. And then we started Sahel Consulting, Sahel Capital, and Africa Food Change Makers. And that's our first.com. But when I started all these companies, I realized it's one thing to start, it's another thing to scale. Now, we don't want businesses. Many of you heard the business is 3 months old, 1 year old. Some of them will not exist tomorrow, right? So it's not enough to start, you have to scale. Zenith Bank has scaled across Africa. How can you make sure your business scales? Now, I actually wrote a book because I said I want to learn how to scale. Let me interview 80 entrepreneurs across Africa who have scaled. So if you don't take anything away, this business model is critical. What is the business model for scaling? The first is that your product or service has to be demand-driven with measurable impact. What does it mean to be demand-driven? Somebody has to want it, not you. Somebody else has to want it. And they have to be willing to pay something for it. If it's not demand-driven with measurable impact, and you heard the judges ask those questions, it's not going to survive. Number two, it has to leverage technology, which is what we're doing here, data and innovation. And that question came up, some people could not answer. They didn't even understand the question. What is the technology behind it? What is the data that's making the case for it? And what's the innovation? And how can you keep on reinventing yourself? Number three, it has to shape the ecosystem. How many of you heard about companies that started, like GoCada or others, and when the policy changed around Okada, they had to change their business model? How is it shaping policy so that the policy doesn't shape it? We're going to see a lot of shake-up in the tech space as policies change. Number three, how is it cost efficient and effective? Who is willing to pay, and are they willing to pay? Does it save them money? Is it expensive? Is it justified? Number five, do you have a simple and compelling story? And finally, how does it adapt to risk? COVID-19, climate change, how does it affect? Every day there's change. Inflation, devaluation, how does it adapt? This is critical. And every company that survives has to have this business model. I work in ag and tech, and so I was listening very attentively to the companies in ag tech, and some of them, I'll let the judges deliberate, but some of them are compelling and some of them are not. Because food is something we all need. In Nigeria, we can actually survive and thrive as a country if we get our ag economy going, right? But it's not just agriculture, it's food and food processing. And there are opportunities across the board because there's information asymmetry, because there's waste, because there's malnutrition, because there's so many gaps in this space. And there are just two companies I want to throw out there. How many of you have heard of Twiga? Twiga has raised close to $90 million. Simple solution. Connect those who sell banana, orange, and pineapple with farmers. Those who sell the kiosk around the road from your house, connect them so that when you order on your phone, within 14 hours, it comes from the farm to the retailer. They've done so well in East Africa, they want to expand to West Africa, and I told them, don't come. Don't come. Why? Because there are entrepreneurs in this room who have this business model and who can scale, right? But it's interesting. They found a problem. The problem was that fruits spoil so quickly when you buy them from the retailer. But what they realized, and why this is important, is when they started this business, the idea wasn't to do this. The idea was to export bananas from Kenya to Dubai. And they quickly found out standards was a problem. Profitability was a problem. Sustainability was a problem. And with every business I've started, I start with one problem. When I start that business, I realize that's not the problem people really have. You have to be ready to redesign and address the needs that your consumers have. So I started a tech company, my first tech company called Africa Food Changemakers. How many of you have heard of it? Why did I start this company? Because every day people call me, Ndidi, I want to enter cassava, send me data. Ndidi, I want funding, send me information. So I said, let's create a one-stop shop where everybody can come and find out everything they want to know about the food and agriculture sector. It's a free portal. There's a network, you meet each other, and every week you get funding, data, support. So if you're interested in ag tech, please get on Food Changemakers. Now, we have a very big vision, but our vision is to be the Facebook, DevX, and LinkedIn for food and ag entrepreneurs in Africa. Today, we have entrepreneurs in 37 African countries, over 145,000 unique users, and growing. But what has this taught me? It's taught me a few critical things, which I'll share with you. Beyond having a business model, you have to make sure that you have a few critical pieces. You have to have talent. Some of you saw the names that the entrepreneurs were sharing. How many of you believe those people are really their partners? Question mark. Are they their partners? Is it structured? What's the relationship? Some of them were formed for this pitch, but some of them are going to be real partners. How do you determine the difference between people who you just say, please join me. If we win money, we'll share it. Versus, I'm going to be with you for a long term. Is it easy to partner with people? What do you need? Trust, integrity, a shared vision, a shared commitment. When the money is not coming, we're here together. You need a ride or die, is what the young people call it. And in our context, you need to make sure that the skills complement each other. So what is somebody bringing to the table? And please document your partnership. Is it sweat equity or is it a volunteer? Are you a volunteer or are you in it for the ride? And I see these founders nodding. You know what I'm talking about. Before you attract people to join your team, you have to be someone who they believe in. You have to be seen as credible. You have to ensure you constitute a board of directors, and none of you showed us who your board of directors were. I won't give you money without a board of directors because I don't want you to buy the next car or the next house or plan your wedding. Then you have to build a strong brand, and we saw some strong brands and we saw some weak brands represented. How do you tell your story? How compelling is it? Through your company name, and some of those names will change, I'm sure, after they get the money. Your logo, your brand colors, you see what Zenith represents, you see how they built their brand. It wasn't easy. Your tagline, your brand promise, your marketing strategy, your online presence. And I love this guy. How many of you have heard of Hello Tractor? He's a marketing guru. He says, I am the Uber of tractor. And what he has done is sell his strategy. So he started off in Nigeria, basically saying, I'm going to connect those who have tractors with those who need tractor services, because most farmers can't afford to buy a tractor. So now he produces software and is working in India, in other parts of Africa, in different parts of South Asia. And who markets his business? Caterpillar. He's been in New York Times, Washington Post. Name the magazine, he's been there. Because the tractor manufacturers need him to market their services. Your brand is so important. And who pays for your brand elevation is a strategic decision. There's so many financing options, and today was one platform. We raised our first pot of money, $100,000 at Ace Foods from a business plan competition, a pitch. And I know it's not easy. There's so many pitches. But it's beyond pitches. It's about how you use the money. If you get the first $100,000, will you get the next one? And the next one, because of how you use the first one. So your credibility, your track record, your use of funds. And I say this repeatedly because my young people, some of them have become professional pitchers. I see them all over the world, right? But then when we come home, can we justify? And the bigger you get, the more they'll pick up the phone and say, Didi, I want to give $1 million to my sister in Ag. Do you know them? And I'll say, they're internationally recognized, but they have no presence on the ground. How many of us are like that? Do you know them? We know them. Credibility, track record, and your exit strategy for investors. There's so many accelerators, incubators, and hubs, and beyond that, you have to shape your ecosystem. I've talked about this. What is the policy governing your industry? My brothers in education, my sisters in a co-working space. What is the policy guarding, and how are you shaping that policy? How is that policy evolving? And can you make sure that that policy is shaped in the direction of your business? Otherwise, one day you wake up and your business is obsolete. And who are your opponents? Who are your champions? And who are your biggest competitors? The first pitch was about education. Where is the young man? Yeah, but who is your biggest opponent in your industry? The same people you guys think are your biggest champions. You're creating an alternative to the Nigerian educational system. Who is going to be happy about that? Huh? Do you have opponents? Every business here has an opponent. Who is your opponent? How do you convert them to a champion? If you don't think through it, they will kill your business. We know what we're talking about. It is also really, really important to build your financial resilience. And they asked you, how much have you generated? Many of us who are seeing money for the first time get very excited. You want an office. I remember when we started Ace Foods, my husband, who was an investment banker, came with his suits and said, where am I going to hang my jacket? And we looked at him. You're now in a factory. There's no place for you to hang your jacket. He started wearing Ankara and slippers. Right? You have to change your mindset. Be ready to roll up your sleeves and save money because you need at least what? A 6 months buffer. 6 months buffer. How many of us have 6 months buffers? That if no money came in today for 6 months, I'll be okay. No staff will join your team if tomorrow they don't know if they're going to be able to feed their families. You have to have that buffer. So manage your debts. Thank God Zenith is here. They'll help you manage your debts, your cash obligations. Invest in scenario planning. We're dealing with a country that's uncertain. And any major investor wants to know you have a strategic plan and that you have a contingency plan. And then what about critical advice as you start this journey? Hype is not sustainable. Can everybody say that? Do we know hype in the tech world? 3 million users. I have 20 million users. We're in 20 countries. How many of those users actually are converted to customers? And how many of those customers are retained? Hype is not sustainable. Invest in impact, not fiction, please. Because so many tech companies die every day. And then we say, did they exist? Was it fiction or was it real? Please, nobody here will be that. That's not your portion, right? As we say in Nigeria. Invest in impact, not fiction. Commit to building. Can we read the second one? I love a quote from Oprah that says, excellence and integrity have no hiding place. If you are excellent and you have integrity, people will come and look for you. They will look for you. So tech entrepreneurs, startups, if you have a great idea and you're solving a problem and you're committing to excellence and integrity, they will look for you. Invest in governance. No one will fund a one-woman or one-man business. Every time I have an idea, and I've started 5 companies, but I've helped start 20, I write down the idea and I find 2 or 3 people who can be in my governance setup, my board or advisory board or board of directors. Because nobody wants to give Ndidi $1 million. They want to give a company $1 million. They want to know that that $1 million is safe and it will generate impact. Invest in governance. Invest in building a community of support. Being a startup is lonely. Being an entrepreneur is difficult. You want to give up many, many times. They want me to get off the stage. It's lonely, but you can do it if you have a support network. We created Africa Food Changemakers for that community to support you. Attract and retain mission-driven high achievers. And please, the final one. Can we read that one? Stay humble and grounded as you rise. You will rise because you come from this great nation. And you're committed to excellence and integrity, but you have to stay humble because you have to learn and unlearn, learn and unlearn all the time. So stay humble and grounded as you rise. I always get inspired by these young children. Every company I've started, I don't start it because of me. I started for what? Future generations. We have to create a country that survives for future generations. We're not going to be in the Japa generation. Because we think about the children who are being born today in Nigeria and what future they have. And all of us who are problem solvers can create a country we can be proud of. Over the last 2 years, my mantra, and I'm ending, my mantra has been an Igbo proverb that says, Mbelede kaja madike. It's during times of struggle, it's during times of strife that you find out who's resourceful, who's resilient, and who's brave. We are resilient, we are resourceful, and we are brave. We will start companies that will become unicorns, right? We will. But we have to be committed to excellence, integrity, innovation, and resourcefulness. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Please let's give a resounding applause to the Executive Chair, Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition Limited. You know, I did say when I was introducing her that the next 15 minutes will be worth your time. Was it worth your time? Did you enjoy the presentation? Now give another resounding applause to Ndidi Unwuneli for that fantastic presentation. Thank you. Over the past 2 days, people have won gifts. Courtesy. Very good. So we have a final presentation today before we announce our winners. This presentation will be focused on the 5G opportunities in Nigeria. And now it's my honor to bring up the Managing Director of Huawei Technologies Nigeria for a presentation on the 5G opportunities in Nigeria. But very quickly, he is an executive manager in Huawei, and he's been that for 16 years with a university background in management and economics, as well as working experiences in global markets. Chris has deep insights and knowledge in the ICT industry. He served as sales director in Huawei Netherlands, CEO in Huawei Portugal, managing director for enterprise business in Huawei Germany, and now is the chief executive officer of Huawei Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Chris Liu, the managing director of Huawei Technologies Nigeria. If you make the applause louder, maybe you will get more gifts. Maybe. Please let's make welcome Chris Liu for his presentation today.
This is the part where you clap. Or let him know that you love him.
And let him know that you are thankful for all the gifts that you have gotten. Thank you for your support. Over to you now, Chris.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my great privilege to join such a fantastic tech fair. And of course, thanks to Zenith for your invitation. I hope I can bring some value to this event. But before I start, let me ask a question to everyone who sits here. Who is interested? Who is interested in 5G? Raise up your hand. Wow, amazing, amazing. I mean, normally, on the second day of such an event, especially in the afternoon, people get tired, sleepy. So I'm thrilled to see still so many enthusiastic participants. A big thanks to all of you. Thank you very much. So, we hear about 5G every day. I mean, 5G. Sometimes we are sick and tired of hearing 5G. So what exactly is the benefit of 5G for us? I once asked my mom, hey mom, according to you, why 5G is better than 4G? She thought about it and said, 5G is fast. Okay, how fast? Well, very fast. Okay, but then what is it for you? She thought about it, said, okay, I can enjoy my drama show everywhere at any time. All right, valid points. That's cool stuff. So 5G truly can bring us much higher speed, which allows us to enjoy a higher and higher definition of video, no matter 4K, 8K, anytime and anywhere. That's cool. However, we say the fast speed is only one pillar of the triangle. What really differentiates 5G from 3G or 4G is that 5G is no longer connecting people and people, but connecting people to machine to machine. So therefore, two other pillars are very, very critical. First one is ultra reliable low latency. I mean, talking about less than 1 millisecond. The second one is massive machine type connection, connect millions of devices. It sounds cool, right? But again, what is it in for us? The thing is, look, I worked many years in Germany and I had a lot of cooperation with BMW, Mercedes, and Audi. See, they have fancy production lines producing every day thousands of luxury cars, right? but they all have a common pain point. That is how to be flexible. Why flexible? Because customers have more and more different requirements every day. So therefore, sometimes management, for example, like Aurora might say, oh, according to analysis, our customers are demanding more sedan than sports cars. Yeah? Or management like Ebenezer might say, hey, the fuel price will go sky high. So let's stop producing big SUV and produce smaller cars. Well, it's easy to give such demand, but when it goes to manufacturing guys, it's a big problem. Because changing the production line from producing one type of car to another takes weeks, even months. Why? It's not only about moving the machines and the robotics, it's about opening the floor and recabling thousands of cables everywhere. That's a nightmare. It's a disaster. So some people say, hey, how about we cut off the cable? Yeah, it's easy, right? I have controller, no cable, right? However, technical-wise, it was not possible before 5G came. Imagine all the KUKA robotics in the production line. It receives tons of signals every second. Once there's 1 millisecond delay, it will stop. Then the whole production line will be faced to froze, and that's a big disaster, a big loss. So therefore, we need an ultra low latency and high reliable network like 5G, which can provide really, really low latency, less than 1 millisecond. So see, this is the benefit of 5G for industry. And imagine in the big factory, there are thousands of machines, devices, which needs to be connected. That's why we need massive machine type of connection. So see, this is the real value of 5G, not only to consumers, but also to industries and business. The good thing is, globally, 5G is developing very fast. And in this year, we also had the first commercial 5G in Nigeria provided by MTN. And we are going to see more and more 5G from all different operators in the future. So how about in Nigeria? What might be interested for 5G in the industries in Nigeria? Let me put two examples to show it. So as we see, there are so much rich mining resources in Nigeria, more than 44 different types of mining. However, our perceptions to mining industries is what? Dirty, harvest environment. Accidents happen very often and people get injured, people get died. So what can we do about it? Perhaps we can move all the miners out of the mining ground, leaving all the machines inside. And perhaps we can invite all the miners to Zenith's office, give them a uniform with a suit and ties, and they can be sitting in the office environment with air conditioning, facing all the monitor screens with controllers, so they can control all the machines far away, underground. And thanks, yeah? Sounds great, huh? So thanks to the fancy 5G technology, this could be possible. So therefore, we can remove all the accidents and eventually even change perception of mining. So mining is no longer maybe a blue collar, maybe it's a white collar business with real experience of controlling all the fancy machines and stuff. Another one is about ports. There are more than 8 seaports in Nigeria with every year turnover of 35 million tons of goods. That's amazing. However, the efficiency was very often the difficult part in the ports. Imagine in the video, we see a lot of AGV, auto-guided vehicles, moving around with autonomous driving technology. This can greatly improve the efficiency. Here's the thing, we talk about autonomous driving very often, but imagine if I see a car without a driver on a Lagos street, I'll be frightened. Oh my God, what's happening, right? There are legal issues, there are a lot of issues which we concern. So technology is one thing, but legal is another thing. But imagine in a port where we are sitting in a closed environment, no passengers, no vehicles, but only the machine, AGV, from the organizer. So in such a closed environment, we can do whatever we want. Autonomous driving, no problem. All the machine-to-machine connection, no problem. So this is another way where 5G, using the massive connection and low latency, can help with industries. Now, I mean, most of us sitting here are related to financial segment. So what might be interesting for the financial segment? Well, honestly, I don't have an idea, because in front of all these financial executives, I'm not an expert. So there might be a lot of different ideas which needs to be explored from all you guys sitting here. Perhaps smart branch could be interesting. Why? Because instead of investing huge money, opening one new branch by another, maybe we can put a lot of ATM machines in a shopping mall, in the office environment, where with advanced features and a 5G connection. So instead of going to the branch office during weekday working hours and then having someone sitting in front of you dealing with your applications, you could face the machine, having a video conference with somebody sitting in the headquarters of Zenith Bank, and with facial recognition as an authentication way, then you can sign it on the screen, like Ebenezer was signing on his iPad to deal with all the work. So this could be an idea, but honestly, I don't have an idea what it can be in Nigeria. Let's talk about it together. One thing is important. I mean, technology is a foundation of all the fancy user ideas, all the good stuff. For infrastructure, we strongly believe there are two things which are very important. One is connectivity. Another one is computing. Nowadays, we are talking about connectivity everywhere. And of course, 5G is great, but 5G is not all. See, I have 5G signal outside, but I don't have 5G signal here, inside. There will be a lot of scenarios in office, in factories, and everything where you might not have everywhere 5G. And that is the reason we need a lot of other type of connections. For example, Wi-Fi. Yeah, Wi-Fi is no longer a box that gives you data. Now, the state-of-art Wi-Fi have a lot of features. For example, beamforming. The antennas follow you wherever you go. You go here, they follow you. You go there, they also follow your device. And for mission-critical service, they can have slicing features where it give high prioritization for mission-critical and low prioritization for other services. Also, very importantly, when you move from one spot to another, if you have a cut-off in between, maybe it's not a problem when you have a video call, 1 second, no deal. But if you have a machine crossing, wow, he has no brain, he will break down. And of course, we're talking about 5G, Wi-Fi 6, but many, many more connectivities, Bluetooth, Zigbee, whatever. So with all the connected things, we can make the world be sensed everywhere. All the machine, all the sensors, and everything can be connected. So this is one fundamental foundation. The other one is computing. Of course, we have a lot of new CPU, new servers, but on the other side, in the age of information, data is exploding. In the past, we used to say disk to tape. Maybe some of the young participants have no clue about what is tape. In the past, we used to have the prime storage with disk. We have the backup storage with disk, and then the archive with tape. But nowadays, thanks to technology innovation and the cost reduction, we can make all the prime storage using all flash. We can have all the backup using all flash. And as of the archive, X means anything, cloud, whatsoever. Of course, for many startups, for many companies, going for cloud is another choice.
Yeah, we are working with a lot of financial companies, education, and also a lot of internet companies with Huawei Cloud. If you want to remove all the hassles, going for cloud is a very easy way. We just had a small competition with the seed stars. So I'm also looking forward to see later on who is the winner. And what I want to provide is giving Huawei Cloud to the winner free of charge. Free of charge. So they can, he or she can really focus on their own key business and forgetting about all the IT stuff. Leave it to the cloud. All right, let's see who is the winner. So, there are a lot of technology stuff which I won't talk one by one. But important thing is, what I want to start and end with is, technology is only one thing. I remember very clearly, because I built a lot of 3G, 4G network globally. At that time, it was only about telecom operators and equipment vendor and maybe regulators. And that's all. We built 3G, we built 4G. But in 5G time, this is totally different. We need everybody to participate. Banking industry, manufacturing, and the users, because everybody has to contribute for ideas, user cases, and then we can push 5G move forward. So therefore, again, really a big appreciation to this Zenith Tech Fair 2.0, which can bring people together, share ideas, share innovative topics, so we can move together. And what is our slogan for this Tech Fair 2.0? Can anybody tell me? Future forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris Liu, Managing Director, Huawei Technologies.
So sorry. Chris, how are you? Please,
I'm
a round of
fine.
applause
Thank
to Chris
you.
again. Chris, please come. There's a reason you are asked to stay here.
Okay.
So you are just to make sure, you're the MD of Huawei.
That's right.
Which means all the equipment, all the gear, you're in charge.
I am.
So you can give away.
Nobody is interested in Huawei network equipment, big stuff, right? Maybe watch we're providing.
So my people want one item. Which one do you want, the watch or the iPad? You want the pad?
Or Huawei Cloud, for example.
Which one can you give away? Just last minute.
Not a pad, watch, cloud.
The watch. Okay. So we have one more watch to give away, right?
Perfect.
So this is the question. If you can get the answer, you let me know. Now, Chris mentioned he was talking to his mother about 5G, right?
That's right.
Now, secretly, all of us found out we don't talk to our mothers about 5G. The question is, Chris's mother's name. Thank you very much, Chris. A round of applause to Chris. Do you know Chris's mother's name?
They said Mama Chris. Wow.
They said Mama Chris.
You guys are fantastic. A round of applause for yourselves.
Technically, they are right, actually. You get a Huawei. You get a Huawei. Everybody gets a Huawei. All right. So it is. It's that time, ladies and gentlemen. The hackathon has come, but it's not yet over. And we have our judges who are making their way currently. It has been quite a deliberation, and I can tell you, based on what I'm seeing here, it's a tough one. But just let me get a sample. Who do you think might walk away with a grand prize of 20 million naira? Mojiba, do you want to go into the crowd? You two.
Okay, I think unanimously I can hear Eko Tutu. Is that what you guys are saying?
Is it?
Edu? I hear Edu.
I hear bass.
Blaze.
Which one? Edu.
Edu.
Eduvacity? It's okay. So we're going to hear, which one?
Forest Labs. Okay.
Really? Okay. Who else
I think
again?
Forest Labs brought some delegates into this room because
Anyway, so first of all, guys, please, a round of applause once again to Zenith Bank. It has been quite
a journey.
It's Future Forward 2.0, not just Future Forward, we have to put the 2.0, all right? Future Forward 2.0. We will be having lunch. I know we're all looking forward to that, but this is the major reason we are here, to celebrate the future and to put the future into action. Our judges, we have a quick word from our judges.
Yes, I just want to say congratulations to everyone who pitched today.
Could you all stand, please?
Yeah, give them a round of applause. Truly remarkable, great companies. I think you're all winners. Regardless of who the prizes go to, please do not hesitate to engage any of my fellow judges or myself for any more support, or if you want to ask questions on what we were asking you or anything, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. I think what you're all building is necessary and very crucial to the growth of not only Nigeria, but the continent. So well done.
Thank you very much. Please, can you all make your way on stage?
Can we have our 10, 11 champions come up stage? A round of applause for them as they come up stage. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. We will announce our winners from these champions because they are all champions today.
So this is a shocking thing. If it was a state dignitary or a president, there will be standing ovation, but this is the future. These are the guys that are going to control things. I think they deserve something a little special from each and every. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. These guys brought up an idea. They went sleepless nights. They got together despite their personal challenges to be here and to make that presentation. So I think they deserve a standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen. Please show them some love. Thank you. You can all take a bow. Or not. Okay.
Oscar, they just want to take the check. This bow,
Yeah,
they're not ready for that.
The check is back. I tried to cash the check at my Zenith account. It didn't work. All right.
What's your idea? What's your solution?
Can we have DJ, our music? So if you hear your name, please step forward. Silence, please. We have to make this very gang. Once again, like the judges said and everyone has shown, well done to each and every one of you. From over 500, you have made it this far. We're extremely proud of you. Congratulations to each and every one of you. When you hear your name, please take 2 steps forward. Songwo. Audience silence, please. Tino EV.
Can we have your attention, please? Thank you. Edu Varsity. Green Bee.
Zion Robotics. Sono Care.
Bays. Can we have some silence in the room, please? I Grow Africa. Please step forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are our top 8. Congratulations to each and every one of them.
It's always a very emotional moment when we have to announce results because all these men and woman have worked hard. Can we celebrate them with a warm, resounding applause? Celebrate the hard work they have put in to come this far.
Can you all take 2 steps back? And we have a presentation for you. Like I mentioned, everyone here is a winner. And because Zenith Bank is all about the people and about service, each of them will be walking away with 1 million naira each.
Thank you. And to do the honors, please let's make welcome our amiable Deputy Managing Director, Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umeoji, OON, to help present the checks of 1 million naira each to all our champions, our 8 champions today.
You all have Zenith Bank accounts, right? This is the part where you say yes.
Don't worry, even if you don't have, in about 1 minute you can open on your phone. If you have a smartphone, I'm sure you do. So in 1 minute, just go online and open an account.
So we're going to call you and you step up to your handshake. And of course, gentlemen of the press will be there to capture this moment. Sonwo, please step forward. Congratulations to you. So bring the check over, come to me. Just come to my side. Next up, Tainu EV. Yeah. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, Tainu EV. Coming up next, Green Bee. A round of applause for Green Bee. Edu Varsity, please step forward.
One of the contestants said the check is heavy. Next up, Sonocare. Come on, guys, let's show them some love. Come on. And we have Zion Robotics.
Congratulations, Zion Robotics. Can we have I Grow Africa? Congratulations. Next up, Bays. The only woman standing in the top 11. Make some noise for Bays. Thank you.
So for a quick photo op, can we have
hold on, Bays.
Okay.
Bays.
Just wait a minute, Bays. Can we have all of you on stage so we can have a quick photo op?
With our DMDF. Okay, all right, great.
Can we have the DMD in the middle, and then all of you can flank around her and show your checks. You have deserved and you deserve this, not because of the financial, but the fact that you got this far. And this is definitely not the end of the journey. Each and every one of you's story has only just begun. And we're looking forward to the world you are yet to conquer. Congratulations. Music, please. Let's change the music. We've done the suspense. Let's give them some nice music, please. Congratulations to each and every one of you.
We celebrate the weeks, the months, the years of hard work that you have put in. You are the real superstars. Well done, and continue to think of how to change Nigeria and Africa one
All right, you
idea at a time, one step at a time. Please let's applaud them as they exit the stage. Please hold.
Now, can we have our top three to the center stage?
Give them a majestic cheer, a rousing applause. Our top three finalists from almost 500. Is that how you want to celebrate our top three finalists? From almost 500, crossed several hurdles to be here today. Congratulations to all three of you.
All right. I think Ziva also wanted to congratulate you guys. Guys, Ziva wanted to congratulate you. Why are you moving away?
All right, at this point, it's my honor and privilege to bring up the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Zenith Bank to please come up stage. Let's make welcome Mr. Ebenezer Onyagu to join the DMD on stage for this special moment at Zenith Tech Fair 2.0. Are we ready for this special announcement? Are we ready?
Be happy now. Are we ready? The second runner-up, 10 million. First runner-up, 15 million. And of course, the winner,
goes home with 20 million naira. Someone held his head over there like, Orimio.
Yeah, the kind that will use 19 million, you told you to buy suya. So if you hear your name, please step forward.
But just before we make the special announcement, I would love to have our Group Managing Director and CEO say something, because let me give you a backstory. This morning we're talking about the hackathon, and he couldn't just wait for that moment, listening to the bright ideas that the gentlemen and women had to present. So it's only proper that we listen to this man that has birthed this vision. So over to you, sir. Your babies.
First and foremost, let me thank everybody for your patience, your perseverance in staying true to this moment. And I think we need to put our hands together for all the finalists. You know, when Oscar said, one of them complained that the check is heavy, I just said to myself, it's a measure of the kind of support and weight that Zenith is going to give to all the finalists. All the finalists will be enlisted into our incubation lab. Enlisting them into the incubation lab will mean, I'm sure we listen to Ngozi Nwonelu. Sorry, Ndidi Ngozi, they are about the same thing. So, that will form, call it the template that we are going to use to define the grooming, the mentorship, and incubation we'll give to them. Our expectation is not just for, we are not looking at a business. Yes, it's generally said that about 70 to 80% of startups crumble in 3 years. But our expectation is that we are going to scale them, we are going to grow them, just like a Zenith brand. So, looking at what has gone through, I can tell you of a fact. So much irons have been loaded on fire. The only thing left for us to do is to activate the action that will give life, that will give effect, that will give relevance to the activation of that digital talent, tech skill, and entrepreneurship that will give another rebirth, or if you like, a freshness or a new life to the economy. What we are looking at is not something small. I make sure I stayed because I have been waiting for this session. Those who took part the first one, yes, but this time we'll be more intentional in terms of how we grow them. So I will advise that if you know them before now, please better make sure you maintain the relationship. Because in the moments to come, you are going to struggle to know who they are. You'll be hearing about them in Fox magazine. They will be celebrated. So I say congratulations. And the journey of the mentorship or the idea you have has only begun. To all those who took part, the other one, don't lose hope. I've taken my notes. You all have ideas. We'll help you shape the ideas and put them into action that will be fruitful to you and the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's have the music, please. Please, I need to do my job, please. DJ, can we have the 10 million naira check ready? Once you hear your name, please step forward. You are the second runner-up at the 2022 edition of this year's Tech Fair Hackathon. The second runner-up is 10 million naira and a chance for mentorship program with Seed Stars. Finva. It's also worthy to note that the top 5 will have mentorship programs with Seed Stars. So congratulations to the top 5. This way?
Finva, please come this way. Thank you.
Eko Tutu and Forest Labs, please step forward. Step forward more. Ladies and gentlemen, after 500 applications shortlisted to the top 11 and a grueling pitching session of 8 minutes, the winner for the 2022 Hackathon Tech Fair Future Forward 2.0 is
We'll be back.
Eko Tutu! And our first runner-up is Forest Labs. Congratulations to you. You are indeed champions and the future we all need and want.
For the champions, stand up.
Stand up.
For the champions,
stand up.
For the champions, stand up. Stand up. Stand up.
I want to take this time also to thank our judges for an excellent job. It wasn't easy, but it was necessary. So, Forest Labs, where are you? Forest Labs, where are you? So let's just give him a quick talk time. Do you want to go? Forest Labs, you good? How do you feel? Mo, do you want to have a quick word with Forest Lab? Just.
It's okay, your hands are shaking. I'll hold it for you.
It's a bit emotional. He walks away with 15 million naira for his business, and a mentorship program with Seed Stars. Congratulations. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, to make it official, our winner for today, after such a grueling time, preparation, sleepless nights, I'm sure, over 500, and now there's just only one. Make some noise for who? For who? Congratulations. Echo Tutu, step forward and claim your prize.
20 million naira.
I have to pick myself back up when I fall down. I have to pick myself back up when I fall down. I have
All right.
to pick myself, stand up for the champions.
Press, are we ready? Okay. So a quick word from our winner today, and then we'll take a quick photo up with the top three. Is this a tech pitch or a political rally? I'm confused.
Thank you to my team at Ikotutu. Thank you for all the sacrifices to this point. And really, guys, the journey has just started. To all our new fans in the room, new and existing fans in the room, we say thank you. And we hope you get along with us on this journey. And to Zenith Bank as well, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for all the beautiful things that we'll do together. Thank you.
I think Ziva has something to say as well. Hey, Ziva is part of us, please. Respect her, please. Ziva, what did you want to say?
I would like to congratulate you, Eco22, the winner of Hackerton 22 edition.
Thank you very much, Ziva. Press, are you good? Okay, please, can we have the EDs on stage as well, please? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats. I might be giving away a free something. You're all leaving. Mm-hmm. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have some music, please, DJ? Thank you. Okay. So sorry. Are you done? We want to get Ziva in the middle. Okay. So sorry, sir. Can we open up in the middle?
Oops, my path is blocked.
So Ziva can join. Okay.
Oops, my path is blocked.
The sensor is reading.
Oops, my path is blocked.
Ziva, stop. Oh. If you fall down, on your own. Oh. All right, so let's get a photo up. Ladies and gentlemen, show me by the applause you will give how much fun you have had at the Zenith Tech Fair 2022 Future Forward 2.0. Looking forward to that. What else do we have in store, Mobijadi? Mojibadi.
We'll go for lunch very shortly, but we'll take the vote of thanks from our executive director. Right after lunch, we have 2 master classes, and it's a wrap: multi-cloud journey and readiness, and SD1, the case for an agile, flexible network master classes. For our vote of thanks, please let's give a warm round of applause to our Executive Director at Zenith Bank PLC, Mr. Temitope Fastoranti. Doctor, I beg your pardon, I'll take that again. For the vote of thanks at the 2022 Zenith Tech Fair, let's make welcome our Executive Director, Doctor. Doctor of Tech, Dr. Temitope Fasorati. Thank
well
you.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My job is very simple. It's just to appreciate everyone that has been involved in this tech fair, hackathon, exhibitions, and all the participants. You will agree with me that it's been a very exciting 2-day period of participants, of presentations, of master classes, of pitches from our contestants. And I can say that it's been very, very exciting. I want to say thank you to everyone. First of all, let me say that the event is not over. We still have the exhibitions. They are ongoing till 6 o'clock. We have the master classes that will start after lunch. There are 2 master classes that will start after lunch. So those that are registered, please, you can resume there after you have lunch. Now, I know I'm the only one meeting you at lunch, so I'll be very brief. First of all, I want to thank our chairman and founder, Jim Ovia. I know we've said a lot about him, but we can't stop talking about him. Why? Because he's the one that has laid the foundation for all this. He's the one that has, infused that tech consciousness into every one of us. And that's why, I don't know how many of you have read his books. I know there are students here. Africa, Rise and Shine. He said something in that book that I can say is the best lesson I can give out in this event. And it's that if you don't make technology your friend, it will become your enemy. And that was a quotation in Jim Movia's book. And that's why for all the students here from the 5 schools, the 5 universities, you're all going to get a free copy of that book by Jim Ovia, Africa, Arise and Shine. Because that book will tell you how the story of Zenith started to be one of the most tech-enabled and the tech-driven bank that we are today. So all of you will get a copy from next week, and thank you very much. I want to thank my group MD, Mr. Ebenezer Onyagu, for the vision and the leadership. I want to thank my deputy MD, Dame Dr. Adora OON, also, for actually, she's the chairman of this committee. She gave all the direction and all the help and all the advice. Everything we have done today is because she was the chairman. So I want to thank you, sir. Thank you, madam, for all you've done. Also, I want to thank the organizing committee. Wow. We meet a lot to make this thing happen. And all of us, as you can see, we're here, late in the night, making sure everything works well. But most importantly, I want to thank the members of the staff of Zenith Bank, the management staff and everyone that is here, the executive directors for all the roles they all played also. Thank you very much. But I want to thank all our speakers, especially Brett King, that came all the way to be part of this event. A lot of the speakers also had engagements that made it difficult for them to come, but they came. So I want to say a very big thank you to all of you, all the panelists, all the presenters, and all the exhibitors out there. We want to say thank you to everybody. We appreciate you, we love you, and we thank you. And let me say that next year, 2023, that will be our Zekathon, it will be 5.0, okay? We're going to invite all of you. It's not over yet. We're going to continue next year, and it's going to be a very exciting time for all of us. Thank you, everyone, and God bless. Lunch is served. Let's go for lunch. And after that, the master classes are ongoing, and the exhibitions are ongoing. God bless you all, and have a lovely, lovely time. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And once again, congratulations to each and every one of us. The masterclass is happening at, the ushers will direct you to where exactly it's happening, but the first one is the Multi-Cloud Journey and Readiness by VMware Inc. And we also have the SD1, the case for an agile, flexible network by Juniper Networks. So have a good lunch, and thank you so much for being part of this Tech Fair. Don't forget the hashtag ZB Tech Fair 2022. I still remain yours, Oscar Oyunsan, and Mojibade Shosonya is somewhere here. Where are you, girl? Come and take a bow. Okay, Ziva is dancing. Wow. It's this morning.
Even when
Akinyele, Olufemi Akinyele, if your name is Olufemi Akinyele, please make your way to me. I have an ATM card of yours. And if you're looking for a ring, we found a gold ring. If you're looking for a ring, also make your way to me as well. Please do not leave your personal items behind. Please take your laptops, your bags, your phones, everything, take it along with you. Please ensure you take all your personal belongings with you. Yes.
Why you dey give me mixed signals? Not like you got that ring on your finger.
Just a quick announcement, all planning committee members for the tech fair, please go to Sky Lounge. You have a quick meeting with the executive director. Sky Lounge, you have a quick meeting.
There's no way they can build road like this in the city. That road is too corny. That people will go to crash now.
If I don't appear, that's a good fight.
They are there already.
Sorry, I've been scanning. Oh, God says.
Oh boy! So the sneakers Jide has been looking for since last month. I'm sure he'll sort boys out for finding it.
Your call credit has been exhausted.
Hello, I'm Ziva. Let me help you with that.
What more can you do?
A lot. Let me show you. I can help you make payments at stores, restaurants, and even online.
Cool. Hello, bro. I need 50k loan. I'll pay back in a week.
I can help you transfer money to any bank account in Nigeria.
Convenient.
I can also help you open a Zenith bank account or reactivate your account if it's dormant. Check your account balance, restrict transactions, block your debit card, log dispense error, and lots more.
Wow. I found the shoes. And guy, you need to check out Ziva.
Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your Alert Z phone line and say hi to me on WhatsApp to get started. Zenith Bank, in your best interest. Hello, I'm Ziva, the Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistant. What would you like to do today? I can help you open a Zenith bank account, check your account balance, transfer funds to any bank account in Nigeria, restrict transactions on your account, log dispense errors and other challenges, buy airtime or data, and so much more. Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your Alert Z phone line and say hi to me on WhatsApp to get started. Thank you. As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
Hi, my name is Tejmi Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobias. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The Zenith mobile app, making life simple.
Growing up here wasn't always easy. Good days and bad days, with challenges around every corner. Still, here we are, alive, well and thriving. It was built, not bought, earned, not given, hustled, not handed. What's next? Whatever you want, let's make it happen. Open a Zenith Bank account today and make life happen.